searching for resemblance to a time when all was fair, the world was mine, there was passion in the air.
This healthcare network uses crowd...
Right, hi guys, hope you're good. Hello everyone. So I was on a little earlier doing a bit of a test. See how this goes. So everything's a bit different today. One thing I know for sure is that the quality is going to look better on YouTube because I've just checked and it's got the VP9 codec, which is really dull. But even if you're watching it at 1080p, it's going to look better. It's going to look way better. I know for a fact it's going to look better. So YouTube should look more like Twitch does at 1080p. Good. However, after the stream, they seem to then drop the VP9 codec. So it's only while I'm live, and then afterwards it goes back to AVC or some shit. But whilst I'm live, it should look good, which will be good. So hello, YouTube and Twitchers and things. So Daisy Biznich, thank you for the 22 months. By the way, cheers for the resub, dude. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Who else have we got? We've got Osama Bin Laden. Jesus. Hope you're good. Hi, Miss V, Eben, Charlie Murray, Snowman, Tone, Papa, Not Lebby. Thanks for coming in. First time chatter on Twitch. Couple of something else that's different. For today, I'm trying 2 different chats. So I've got one Twitch chat window and one YouTube chat window. And so I'm going to try and just dip into both at the same time. That make it easier. It might make it harder. I don't know. We'll soon find out. I'm still here from the test stream. There we go. That doesn't sound complex at all. Well, it might make it easier to ignore you, though, Rick. It's what Ish does. Ish has its separate chats, and he finds it easier. But I suspect my chat's a bit quicker, so I don't know if this is going to make it easier or harder for me. I really don't know. But we'll see. The main thing I want to do is just get in the game and see how it runs, you know? What would you make more off a sub watching on Twitch or a YouTube premium watcher on YouTube? Sub on Twitch, Adam, for sure. A sub on Twitch is paying that. Like, even if someone watched every video every time with premium and they downloaded every video, there's no way that it would equal the amount of a sub split at $5 divided by me and Twitch. The advert revenue adds up based on the sheer number of people doing it. One person on their own, you need thousands upon thousands. Like, you need millions of views a month, if that makes sense. Like, if I had millions of subs a month, I could stop streaming after a couple of months and quit, you know? Exactly, Nero. How you doing? So I'm actually streaming to YouTube at 1440p, but I don't know if only YouTube Premium viewers get 1440 or what, but I'm streaming to YouTube at 1440 today, but I can't see it. When I go to watch it, it's only 1080p for me, so maybe if there's someone that's got YouTube Premium can see if they can select 1440 or not, I don't know. But I think you might need premium. I don't know. But anyway, I've got the codec, which is the thing I really wanted anyway. But I am streaming to YouTube at 1440. We getting going. All in good time, Gordon. All in good time. Jordan, sorry, not Gordon. I'm just about to join a server now. What one shall we join? I think we'll join. You have premium, no 1440. So I wonder why that is, because I am streaming to them in 1440. I wonder why that is. But anyway, my main aim was to make 1080p look better, which it does. But I don't fully understand that. But anyway, it's using the VP9 codec, which Neuro just checked. That's the main thing.
What's on the agenda
that codec
today in
makes
the DayZ world?
Makes the quality much better. How many hours do I have in DayZ? 16 to 17,000, I think. Craig, you've got 1440. Well, how have you got it then? That's really weird. But the main thing is, we're in. And we're in Kamishovo as well. And we've got Burnside too. That's good. Right, let's see how we go. But this is going to look way better than it did. However, it only uses the VP9, like I say, while I'm live. So whilst I'm live and you tune in, it's going to look good. Later, if you try to tune in and watch this VOD tomorrow, it won't have VP9 anymore and it'll look gash. Alright, let's see how we go. I'm having some problems with my mouse at the moment. I've been having it for a few days. It's like my sensitivity is wrong, but it's not. And I've checked everything. Like, I've had a few Windows updates. Point of precision hasn't been turned on or anything like that. But it's a little bit like I've got mouse smoothing on. I wonder if it... But it's doing it on my desktop as well. So I've had my current mouse mat for 2 years. I tend to change my mouse mat roughly every year or so. So I've just ordered a mouse mat. If that doesn't help, I'm going to switch to a new mouse as well. And I'm struggling a little bit with the tracking on my mouse, and I have been doing for a few days. So try the mouse mat first. Then I'm going to switch over to a new mouse. Don't forget to start IQ. A very good point, Adam. A very good point. I haven't done that. Slight second, guys. Hang on. But I've been having this problem with IQ open. But yeah, now I can lean. So that was a good shout. Get rid of that. Afternoon, Ansem. How you doing, Jeremy? Hope you're good. Twitch is always better. Red line bleeds purple. What mouse do I use? So I use a Corsair Scimitar Pro. I think it is, or Corsair Scimitar Elite, I can't remember. But I use an MMO mouse because I do certain things on the mouse, on the thumb button. So I've got lean left and lean right on the mouse. I've also got range up and down on the mouse as well. So when you've got a gun, a ranged weapon, you can range it up and down on the thumb as well. And then I have push to talk on the mouse as well. So if I'm playing with another player, like if I'm playing with another streamer, I can use the mouse to push to talk. So they're the main things I do. Lean left and right, range up and down, and talk to my teammate in Discord on the mouse itself. And that really, really helps me. I can't lean using Q and E. I just can't do it. My left hand is not equipped for that kind of skill. But it really helps. It really helps me. I found it a good thing to do when I switched from console years ago. Now we're on Twitch quality level, I would say. Axel, I think it is about Twitch quality now. I think it looks great. Wafty's got the same. Wafty crank. Yeah, I think it really helps, especially if you're coming from console. It really, really helps. Because on console, you use your right thumb a hell of a lot. Use it when you're holding the controller. So your right thumb doing the mouse buttons is a piece of piss. I need more practice with the left hand. Ramby, you seem... Jesus effing Christ, I watched a video, not the stream. Well, I'm here now anyway. I hope you're good. There we go. Ooh, nice. Oh, that's fairly useful. So I don't want to spend too long here, but I need to have a good drink at the well, and ideally, courtesy of Cucumber Farms Inc., feel free to take what you need. 28th of November. Right, well, where's the farm then? Where's the goddamn farm? Oh, okay, there ain't much to take, it seems. Ah, I see, Ramby. It's all good. Well, you're here now. Don't know how you don't get burned out. I'm 8 hours in and burnt. Well, because I'm streaming, dude. That's why. That's how. It's so much more... Like, when I'm doing 5 days a week on this... I couldn't play 5 days a week. Say, 7 to 12 hours, depending on the day. If I weren't streaming, you know. It's... For one, it's a job. And, like... This is a much more fun job than I've ever done before. And for two, the stream keeps it really varied. It keeps it interesting. You know, streaming is much more fun than just... Like, if I was soloing Chernarus all day, I'd get bored to fuck, right? But I'm not, am I? You know, I'm talking to you guys. I'm chatting shit and getting banged. Who were? Can anyone give me any info on this VP09 codec? Well, that's only for YouTube, Wooly. Your quality on Twitch is the same as it always would be. So, VP... What happens with YouTube is they have various different codecs. Like, when you upload a video or when you upload a stream on YouTube, it can be 1080p, 720p, 460, 320 or something. I forget all the different resolutions. It can even be 144p, right? So, YouTube has different codecs for different resolutions. And if you're streaming or making videos at 1440p and above, it allocates a codec called VP9, which is much better and it has less compression. So... Even though people watching on YouTube are watching in 1080, because I'm streaming to YouTube in a higher resolution, it's selected the VP9 codec for that, which means that at 1080 there's less compression, the better quality. So YouTube will look much better today. When is your next Namalsk stream? Euphrates, I've been having a break from Namalsk. I'm not burnt out with DayZ, but I'm a little burnt out with Namalsk this year, which is why I'm not doing it so much. Namalsk is one of the best modded maps, but it's a small map, and I did so much of it the last couple of years. I've been mostly this year avoiding Namalsk, you know. Namalsk has kind of finished in terms of development, and for me it's, I reckon over Christmas, or not Christmas maybe, but over winter, I'll probably play it a bit more as it starts getting properly cold outside like it is today. It'll probably happen more, but...
Good luck with the upcoming charity stream.
It's
I'm
a small...
ready for another record.
It's a small map. It's full of cool things, but I've done everything on the map. You know, I get more variation from the different spawns and the different options playing Chernarus than I would on the mouse. Did you meet your missus after or before you started streaming as a full-time job? I was actually quitting my job when we started getting together, Connect. So when we met, I was working my notice in my job I had before, regional manager in retail, not assistant to, no. But when we met, we went out, so we weren't going out, but we went out for a drink and catch up because we'd known each other years before. And she asked me what I did, and I was like, well, I'm currently doing this, but I'm actually working my notice because I'm going to do streaming for a living, which led to a lot of questions, but I was already at the size where I was going full time, so she just tuned into a stream and was watching like a VOD or whatever, and so she was kind of understanding what I did and the fact that it was working. She could see that and knew it was kind of okay, if that makes sense, you know. Will there be an edited King of the Castle video? No, there won't. It wasn't enough action at the castle. I died a bit too soon for it to be an edited video. There will be an edited video of yesterday's Carmageddon section, which might come out Friday. I've done a little bit of editing myself this morning, little bit. I'm really busy at the moment. I've started late today, but I've been on the PC this morning tinkering with my settings. I did a test stream, so YouTube didn't see it, but I did a test stream earlier where I left my video unlisted on YouTube and streamed to Twitch so I could test the settings and test the quality for this stream today. So I've done that. I've also done a bit of editing, and I've been for a walk, been to see my mum and whatnot, but every morning at the moment I'm doing 2 or 3 hours work and then streaming. This is not me going, oh, poor me, but yeah, I haven't got time for editing anything else anyway. Cooper's doing the best of series. He's working on video 3, which will be out on sometime over the weekend. I don't know when yet, but it's going okay, you know, but I am kind of burning the candle at both ends. However, I'm off Friday and Saturday, so I can chill out a bit then. Although I am going to have to do quite a lot of prep because on Sunday I'm doing a 16-hour stream, so I've got to do a bit of prep for that. I haven't set up the stream fully for the charity stream yet, so a quick heads up while I think about it. Someone mentioned it earlier. Good luck for the charity stream. I'll be doing a 16-hour 8 AM UK time start till 8 AM start till midnight finish in aid of Alzheimer's Research UK, which is dementia research charity. I'll be doing that on Sunday, starting at 8 AM. Did you see Dan Clancy is stopping in charity streams this week? He said to drop him his schedule on Twitter. Oh, I didn't see that, Redline, no. The only thing is, I'm not going to be using Twitch's charity... Start again. Twitch has a new charity stream function. I'm using Just Giving. I'm not using Twitch's system. Maybe I should be using Twitch's system. I don't know. I could look into that, actually, but I'm using Just Giving, not Twitch, so maybe it might not be something you'll... What's the charity goal you're shooting for? Well, I raised 30... Well, not I. We raised £31,500 last year. I set the goal to 20 last year, and we ended up changing it once. This year I'm setting the goal to 30, and I'm hoping we'll get there. It's a stretching goal, though. You never know. We might not do it, but I'm going to set it to 30, and we'll see how we go. There is going to be some prizes as well this year, although kind of prizes. I'll talk about them in a minute. Please tell me you're making a video of that clip of the person that shovel. Don't want to see anyone but made me cry with laughter. The shovel? You mean the car, right? Yesterday will be a video. I took care of my grandmother for the last year of life. Dementia is an awful thing. It is horrible, yeah. Talking a little bit about my dad this morning with my missus, and yeah, it's not good. But yeah, so as far as prizes go, I'm going to do... I haven't actually mentioned this in the mod room yet, but might need a tiny bit of help tracking it on the day. But the third and second largest tip to the charity, so the second biggest and the third biggest donation to the charity, single biggest, not like if somebody tips like 100 times at $1 and somebody else tips one time at $99, then the 99 wins, not the $100, if that makes sense. But the three single biggest tippers are going to get something, but number 2 and 3 are going to get the opportunity to play with me on stream at some point in the early part of New Year. So the second and third biggest donators will get a session on stream with me while I'm live and come and join in the Discord and play for the day, which is, I think, it'll be kind of cool. And then number 1 is going to get to play with myself, Muller and Sauer if they want to. And they're also going to get a signed RunningManZ mouse mat, which is extraordinarily exclusive, and a Seiko Presage watch that's worth £350. So the number 1 prize, the top donator, is huge. However, my concern is that somebody could just come in and drop some massive donation in the very beginning, and then it's like a write-off for the rest of the day. Hence why there's a second and a third prize, to try and keep people interested, you know. But that should be kind of cool. I tapped up Sarah and Muller yesterday while I was walking to see if they were okay with it. So whoever wins that, if they think it's going to be a bit much playing with Sarah and Muller, they can choose just me if they want. But that should be kind of cool. I think it will generate some interest, hopefully. No air fryer, yeah, sorry, no air fryer. I'm keeping them all for me. I think there's going to be a massive run on air fryers, what with them being so essential. So I'm buying up as many as I can. Can we choose just Sarah Muller? There's always going to be one. Winner gets 1,000 bum coins. Blimey. It's my own. Well, the YouTube at least looks a lot better today than it did. That much I know for sure, which is I'm pleased about. You know, YouTube definitely looks better today. I've changed quite a bit actually. So I've changed YouTube. I did put a little comment on YouTube, and I sent a tweet out as well. So I've been having problems with YouTube since I've started streaming, and I know this is a bit of a dull subject for some, but like if I'm streaming 5 days a week and they all go to YouTube, it's absolutely spamming my subs with stuff. And then when I release a video, nobody cares. It's like it's like the boy who cried wolf, you know. Here's a video, here's a video, here's a video, here's a video. They're all live streams. So I finally release a video, nobody notices, you know. So what I'm going to do now is there'll be a notification on my channel and it'll appear whilst I'm live. But as soon as the stream ends, I'm going to unlist the live stream so that it's then not on my channel spamming everyone for the next day, 3 days, a week, whatever. So it won't be in my like recent videos. It won't be a spam to my subs to make them watch it when it's just like an 11-hour live stream. So that's the plan. I think that might help with regards to making it so my video is noticed for longer, and then the live streams are only noticed while I'm actually live. That's the plan. We'll see whether it works. It's glorious now, night and day improvement. Well, I'm glad to hear it. That's good. It was awful. It was really awful. I knew it was, but been really limited in what I could do. But I've got OBS sorted, and hopefully it'll be okay. How would one convince their wife to buy a PC, or just abide by the old adage, better to ask forgiveness than to ask permission? I very much disagree that it's better to ask forgiveness than permission, because my general feeling is that if you have to ask forgiveness for something that you've done without permission, you don't just ask forgiveness once. You ask forgiveness every time you do something else for the rest of your life. So if you do something bad that's like really bad, you don't just get punished once. It gets brought up anytime anything else ever happens, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. So I certainly don't think in a relationship asking forgiveness is a good idea. I think you're much better off talking about it first. Just think about it wisely, and maybe have some kind of treat in store for them too. Do you earn less money with a live stream on YouTube? Yes, I do, Stuart. But on Twitch, I've got nearly 6,000 subscribers, you know, like Twitch. I've been streaming on live on Twitch for like, when did I start? 2015? You know, I've been streaming on Twitch for 8 years, so I've got all that history and the subscriber base built up. So I've got 6,000 subscribers. On YouTube, I've got about 200 members, you know, like the difference is huge, you know. Like, I'm only full-time because of Twitch. I remember when you first do the face reveal on Twitch, and did you ever do it before? There's been some tweets of me, or X's of me. The treat would be me not bucking about a PC anymore. Alright, let's catch up on the alerts a bit. NC Redwing, thank you for the 9 months. Dustin, thank you for the subbing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Apocalyptic Infinity, thank you for the new sub as well. Shadru, thank you for the resub. Stesney and Devil's Cabbage, thank you for the resubs too. Thank you very much. Don't mention X's. Ooh. Hey Rockbottom, how you doing? Redwing, you don't need any forgiveness, dude. You're all good. Thank you very much for the support. Believe it or not, subscribing is not a prerequisite. It's fine. Oh god, I feel really full. So I'm a little bit late today. Didn't start till about 3 o'clock or just like that. I don't know how long I've been live today. Not very long, but yeah, I'm a bit late. I wanted to start at 2, but like I was just saying, I've done so much shit this morning. I needed to go out for a walk like I do every day, and I didn't set off till 12, like noon, and that didn't give me enough time to get back and get going. Claude, yeah, it's great. It's definitely the best car I've ever had, without a doubt. However, it's enjoying is it's really lovely. I really enjoy the ease of use of it, but I'm not really a car guy. I used to be when I was in my 20s, but like, if I became a multi-millionaire overnight, I wouldn't rush out and buy like a Ferrari or something. I'm just I wouldn't be bothered, you know. I could be tempted into some kind of second car one day for like trips and stuff, but I'm not really a car guy. I couldn't say. I guess if I was, I'd try and get some kind of Porsche or something, but I'm not, just wouldn't ever, I'm not really there, but nonetheless, it's great. As a family car, for me, with the miles I do, it's amazing. Because I don't do huge miles, it's great. I would quite like a 911 Redline, but I don't think I'll ever get one for many reasons. I know if I'm going anywhere often, I've got the kids, and whilst they have back seats, they don't really. And for 2, they're just so much money, and putting that money into something that's going to just go down in value over and over and over again, unless you get a classic one, you know, it's just no way. I would play a car sim if I was a car guy, not a running sim. Yeah, it's probably 2. Yeah, they have a Taycan, the Porsche Taycan Canned Reaper. It looks alright, but it's not quite as practical for family stuff, I'd say, you know. Hi, Ariana. I think if you keep going as you are, that partnership thing will change at some point soon, you know. I saw your tweet, but I was just going live, so I didn't reply. But if you keep ticking along, it will happen. When you're close like that, when it says you need, say, I think it's 75 views, and I think you were on 83. I know from talking to partner reps in the past, like I've emailed a partner rep in the past about somebody else that was applying for partnership. And whilst there is a minimum figure, when a manual person looks at it to review it, they do take into account any uptick from raids and things as well. So if you're just borderline and you had, let's say you got one raid of 500 viewers, and if they take that one raid out, it just dips you below. Sometimes they factor that in. By the way, so I'm not saying that's all it is, but you're really close, right? It'll definitely happen. But just keep applying. Everyone has to apply more than once, you know. Keep applying, it'll happen. It will. How long will the stream be today? Sometime between now and the supernova of the sun. I can't take no more rejection. That was number 6. Well, it's fine. It's a bit like learning to drive. Just keep doing it. Seriously, keep doing it. If wait until wait 3 or 4 weeks and reapply. However, like next time, hopefully your instead of being 83, it'll be 87 or 90 or whatever, you know. But just keep at it. It'll be all right. It will get there. Shorter, yeah, that definitely would work. L-Man, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Hello, Pinkster, as well. I don't think our star will go supernova. Well, I think it's meant to be like expand to the point where it like swallows Mars and whatnot at some point in about so many billion years, but it may just like expand and then contract into a something or other. I don't know, white dwarf, black dwarf, I can't remember, but nonetheless, it's not going to last forever. Got to be careful, you know, that the sun burns. They're a bit like EVs. Chernarus does have places to swim to, yeah. I haven't been here for a little while, but very often this can be really good for loot. Whether it will be today or not, we'll wait and see. Do I plan on playing Deer Isle today? Probably not, no. We played it yesterday. There's going to be an epic little video coming out on Friday or Saturday from the start of yesterday's stream. It was brilliant. Carmageddon or something it might be called. I don't know. Grand Theft Auto, I don't... fuck knows what the title will be. Our 16,000 hour DayZ twat runs over his biggest fan. But yeah, it'll be something like that. But yeah, there will be a little video coming out soon. That's exactly what happened to me. I was around 80 for the first time I applied, but without radar I was under 75. That's why they rejected, but it's definitely stressful to wait for the... It is, yeah, it is. At least you've got some guidance to know... Like, you don't always get guidance if it looks like you should be getting it, and you just don't... You get a no. It's still better now than it was, though. I know that there's rejections still, and that sucks, right? But when I applied for partnership, there was no dashboard, there was no path to partner, there was no affiliate level. And if you looked at the application, it said you needed 500 concurrent viewers to be a Twitch partner. And there were Twitch partners that had got Twitch partnered with 80 viewers and 90 viewers and stuff. So, but the standard was you needed 500 concurrent viewers to be a Twitch partner. And there was no sub button until you were a Twitch partner either, you know. Like it was crazily different to now. Now is so much better. As well it should be as well, you know. It was like they were like cutting their nose off to spite their face back then, you know. Like if you had a streamer with like 80 viewers and they might be getting lots and lots of PayPal tips because they couldn't have a sub button, you know. It was like basically Twitch was saying you're not worthy of a sub button, so let all your viewers spend all their money via PayPal and we'll... They really were cutting their nose off to spite their face back then, but I guess Amazon soon changed the meta on that, you know. Now I can't stop thinking about stars. We're all made of stars, dude. I heard a zombie. Thought I heard a zombie. Oh, well. Hello, dude. Thanks for the gifted subs. You're very kind. Bologna Pony, thank you very much for the resub as well. Thank you. Did they fix cold weather problems? I don't know, dude. It doesn't get that cold here, dude. So, like, if you're in, like, I don't know, Siberia or something, it might not be the best thing to have. But where we are... I'm not going to keep that one, but it looks good. I feel like I'm Batman.
Days again. Smiley face. Keep on running. Love your work. Thanks for keeping us company.
I feel like I've just got my phone out and I've got some kind of weird filter. I feel like I've got my GIMP mask on that Mrs. TRMZ asks me to wear on particularly special occasions. But yeah, anything battery powered has different consumption when it's hot or cold. Any electronic device has that to some extent, you know, but... hello, thank you very much. Q2, how you doing? Thank you for the 12 months. Thanks for keeping us company. Thanks for coming in, dude. I hope you're good. Thank you very, very much for this. In Antarctica, they can't fly or do anything because it's so cold. Batteries don't work at times. Well, let's keep on burning stuff, and sooner or later it'll be warm enough. I don't mean that. I genuinely don't mean that, but I don't know. Sometimes I say stupid shit. Do you think the M14 is balanced as it is right now, or does it need changes? I don't think it needs to be changed. I think the only thing I would want to do is change the scope. I think it is very powerful, but it's hard to get. It's not like you're getting them every 5 minutes, you know? Oh, Vito and Usama are arguing in the YouTubes. Like, just chill out. Like, let's take it to DM and argue all you like, okay? Please don't get in any cars today. I'll be fine today, Winnie. I'm like driving Miss Daisy. My problem is when I get in cars with these young whippersnappers that think they can play fucking like Colin McRae Rally or some shit, you know, and then sure enough, like, we're dead. Greta no longer likes you. Oh. She probably wouldn't if she came and had a look at this, like, running a 4090 rig whilst using OBS to stream to YouTube and Twitch is like running your own little portable, well, I was going to say power station, but the opposite of a power station. Is this a new island? No. This island has always been here. Skilisti Island. Corsair 16, if you say so. I think the ads on Twitch are just whatever they pay for. I don't think they're particularly woke. I'm having a hard time most of the time. Sorry, I'm trying not to single you out, Corsair, but most people that use the word woke as some kind of negative thing in some random way, it's usually them that have the problem. As a rule. I can't stand the word woke. It's basically started to become, I'm going to use it anytime someone says something I disagree with. Almost. It's kind of really tedious. Yeah, the island's not been good loot so far. The only thing we've found is a pillad scope, which is not amazing, but I'm still hopeful we'll get something better. The thermal cooler's not keeping up, is it, Facepump? I'm not having any troubles. You're a bloody lefty, aren't you, Paul? I'm not, Max. No, I've floated around centre my whole life. We're not going to get into politics, but I'm certainly not lefty, no. Oh, come on. Like playing chivalry, isn't it? Summon act. I haven't said it yet, so here it goes. For I will the sword of Colossus. I haven't put my fucking eye drops in before the stream started, so I may have to go AFK in a minute. What's obstructing my view? Nothing, Chris. It must be on your screen. No, it's this, look. It's this. It's the helmet of Colossus. For I wear the helmet. Doesn't work the same. Oh. I think the sword should be tier 5 like the Fire Axe is. I can't understand why it's not. It's rare and it's fucking juicy. It should be tier 5 sharp like a Fire Axe. When's lights out? I'm glad you asked. Nobody's asked me that for literally minutes. It's on January. Yeah, it's December the 14th until the 16th. The last day of Lights Out is the 10-year anniversary of DayZ, December the 16th. Well, that's not, Corsair, that's not Twitch's fault. You need to blame the company, not the... Like, YouTube has all the same sort of adverts. They have whatever advert people pay for them. Give you an example of a stupid advert I've seen on YouTube. I've seen an advert on YouTube for ad blocker. Right? I don't want to talk about ad blocker, but I've seen an advert, the irony of that, an ad blocking company advertising on YouTube for their ad blocker. The irony of that, you know, if the people used their product, then they wouldn't have any fucking... Nobody would see the ad, you know, but that's by the by. Like, YouTube has stupid ads too. That's the point, you know, like the ad... It's not Twitch's fault what adverts they have. It's whatever company chooses to run an advertising campaign. You blame the advertising campaign and the company, not Twitch. It's crazy though, isn't it? Like that's one element. It's like that picture you see of a snake eating itself, you know, like advertising ad blocker is like next level confusing. It's a bit like trying to work out what's going on in Back to the Future 2. Well, that's a nice jacket. The loot here is really low, so usually when you come here, you very often get yourself a Blaze, you get yourself some 308 rounds, so you get yourself maybe a Mosin or whatever, but we have got a box of Mosin rounds, but nonetheless, this has been really low. I'd be expecting more than we've had so far. It's been a bit sucky, to say the least. Lights Out, I believe, is going to be similar, Master Finch, so you can respawn. On the first day, it's only PvP and PvP zones, so there's like military bases are PvP zones. Everywhere else, like civilian towns and civilian areas, is no PvP. On the second day, the whole map is PvP. And then on the third day, the whole map is PvP, but if you die, you're out. So you're allowed to respawn every other day. And then at something like 11 PM or midnight, that's it. You're then permadeath. I'm really looking forward to Lights Out. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be good. Someone burgled my house and I can't even play DayZ. Dude, that sucks. I hope you've got insurance, man. Redline, just ban Corsair and Osama Bin Laden. Dude, just get rid of him. I can't be... Osama Bin Laden is like the biggest troll name ever. Just get rid of him as well. Not worth the bother. It's like the school playground. Also, you can get yourself onto the dark web and start calling out the streamers being too woke for you. It's amazing what some people will get annoyed about. I saw an advert on Twitch, so now Twitch is woke, you know, like the advert, oh, Twitch is woke, like, God almighty. The amount of things you'll see on any platform, if you go on any platform, you'll see things like, Jesus Christ, get some fucking perspective. Do I want that? Nah. Is moderating harder? It definitely is, Ed Lover. Yeah, we are going to need some new moderators up on YouTube at some point. The mod team is kind of split. The nice thing is that everybody really loves modding YouTube, but like it's so much easier. So there's so many more mod tools on YouTube. The mods are really loving it. That's the nice thing. Yeah, they really love it. It's been nothing but joy. Max Monroe, exactly. Like boring shit. Like, I don't know. Lots of people do that though. People are a bit upset right now and they want to go and vent on the internet, but I don't want to just listen to people venting on the internet. There's more to life than listen to people mither about wokeness.
Love the streams keep on running.
What's the next change you'd most like to see in the update? Zombies, I think. The zombies, the way they pathway, the way they behave. There is some talk that the zombies are going to change with regards to suppressed weapons in the next patch. So they're meant to be aggroing to suppressors a little bit less for the next patch, which I'm looking forward to. There's been a Meza who used a clip of my stream to fill out a bug tracker about a year or so ago. And in the clip I shot once, and then I was at Moschino at tents, and then I looked across and zombies were aggroing from like 100 meters away to my suppressed shot. And so that's been live, and they closed it saying it's been fixed in 1.24, which we're obviously going to get at some point. So yeah, I'm really hopeful that will fix some shit. This has been bad loot so far. Might take that. Might come in handy. I might have a quick run round and loot again in a second. Quite often things respawn. I think I'm had enough of this though. I can't take that anymore. I've got it. I did just mention it, guys, but I've got to quickly just disappear. I meant to take eye drops before I start streaming because I'm a fucking blepharitis. I dry eyes, but I forgot. Before I do though, Driz T32, thank you for the 2 months. Filthy Melina, thank you for the 37. Haggis Man, thank you for the 8 months. Hope you're good. Cheers for the support. Right. I'll be back in a sec. And I'm back. Got the game down. Like it. Sorry, Kenny, Nightbot is a little bit dodgy on the caps. Yeah, we must be united in taste, though. I agree. Everyone must have the same tastes, otherwise it's all wrong, right? This just in. Different people have different taste buds. Right, just joining the server again, guys, or just join. Oh, you haven't got a fucking screen, have you? Sorry. Do you know why? It's because I've got two different... let me just press the right one. Sorry. I've got two different... bits of on my stream deck. I've got a stream deck, right, like with 15 buttons on it. Half is set up for Streamlabs, half is set up for Streamlabs, and half is set up for OBS. and I pressed the changing server button for the wrong one. So I'm streaming with OBS today, and I pressed the changing server button for Streamlabs by mistake. I can probably get rid of that now because I think I'm going to be on OBS forever now. Are we in a tunnel? Yeah. And we're back out the other side now. No, I think I'm going to not need to use Streamlabs anymore, so I can probably just delete all of those and then go back to how it... OBS is better. Streamlabs has some benefits, though. Streamlabs has some benefits. It does, but not really that big of a deal. If you're doing what I'm doing, OBS is better, you know, like... Streamlabs doesn't allow me to select higher bitrate and higher res for YouTube to try and force this VP9 codec, so the only way I can make the quality better is on OBS, which is what I've done. I came here for a Tesla and pineapple pizza giveaway. Well, I know it's a contentious subject, but I like pineapple on a pizza. On one caveat, I like it on the right pizza. If I had like pepperoni with pineapple, that would be repulsive. But if I have like a veggie pizza, like if I get the veggie pizza from Domino's, that's quite nice to have pineapple on. That's okay. But if I'm going to a restaurant and I'm ordering pizza at restaurant quality, I don't want pineapple on it there. I don't, you know. But one of my kids likes ham and pineapple, and one of them likes pepperoni. And funnily enough, the one that likes pepperoni thinks pineapple doesn't belong, whereas the one that likes ham and pineapple, she likes the fruitier things, you know. I really like if you get like a veggie pizza, things like sweet corn and like bell peppers and pineapple, like it makes it all nice and moist and really, it's good. But on, like, say, a meat pizza, like I wouldn't have like a meat vaguely spicy or savoury pizza. I wouldn't put pineapple on that. That'd be fucking disgusting. Well, it did spawn something else, but not something we really need. I'm going to go around and check again.
Greetings, Paul. Keep
Corn
on
on pizza, that should be a crime. Again, on the right pizza, it's really good. You need to not, don't knock it till you try it. I'm in the market for a new gaming PC. Any idea where I might get it? Mozza on the YouTubes. Definitely check out PC Specialist. On YouTube, there's a little link coming up once every now and then, but I don't think we've got the command set up on YouTube, but on Twitch, it's !PC. Have a look at what PC Specialists do. That's definitely the place. Football or rugby? See you. I prefer watching football, as I'm much more into football or soccer, as like just to make sure we're on the right wavelength for everyone. I prefer to watch it. I respect the rugby players a bit more than I respect the game of rugby more than I respect football. I like the way the rugby players behave and like the way they address the referee, and I like the kind of that side of it much more. But football's much more entertaining to watch for me personally. Like, I've been a big fan of it all my life, whereas rugby, I only ever watch it when the World Cup's on. England was so close to getting to the final. Like, they were beating South Africa for all of the game, and then in the last 2 minutes it switched. And then South Africa went on and won the final as well. You know, England are not that great at the moment, and they were like 2 minutes from the final. Can I show on the map where your location is? I don't have a map, dude, but this is Scalisti, so it's the island that's off the coast. If you get a Kamishovo spawn, there's an island. Scalisti's a very, very famous island in the lore of the game. But if you look at a map, you find Kamishovo, look a little bit to the right in the ocean, and you'll see Scalisti. That's where I am. Have you seen they're doing trial Simbins and only captain can speak to the ref? Jeremy, they need to do something. They really need to do something. That might be a good thing, yeah. They need to do something to stop all the bitching and whining and like everybody hounding the referee like a pack of dogs. What about esports? I quite enjoyed watching Damaged. Pristine. I quite enjoyed watching PUBG when it was first around, and I quite enjoyed watching CSGO back in the day when Guardian was like in his peak. But I'm not... I actually got a knife. I haven't, have I? Got the sword. Suppose I can get a worm with a sword, can I? That'd be too good, wouldn't it? I bet I can cut a fish up with a sword, though. Let's see if we can get a fish without any bait. It shouldn't be that hard. You can do it on a mouse, you can do it on channel. The stream on YouTube looks better than before. It definitely does, Sweden, yeah. I've managed to force the VP09 codec, or the VP9 codec, so that it's using a much better quality... I'm using higher bitrate on YouTube and also better quality codec, so it should look really good, even at 1080p. I'm on YouTube and Twitch today, come crawling, yeah. Hi Defiant Fury, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, esports, it's the right games. The thing is, the games that appeal to me don't get esports very much, you know, like DayZ's never going to have an esports, is it? You know, like, how cool would it be if they had some kind of like survival based version like DayZ, where you're like everybody's in and it's like last person standing, like the Hunger Games, but it's just DayZ with no rules, you know? Like, how cool would that be to get like 60 people in a server down to 1? The only problem is, without any blue circles and things, like, it could go on for weeks and weeks and weeks on end, couldn't it? Of course it would take too long, Sir Bro, that's why there isn't one, that's the point, but it would be really cool. PUBG is the esport version of DayZ. Well, not really. I know what you mean, but it's not really. PUBG is the Battle Royale version of a arcadey version of DayZ. But it would be very different. Like, if you had an esports version of DayZ, which would never happen, but by the by, you'd get people die to wolves. You'd get people that would die of starvation or get trapped by zombies, you know. You'd end up with somebody amazingly good at the game getting killed by Zeds and stuff like that. You don't get that in PUBG, do you? You know, like, there's no hunting for food and stuff in PUBG. PUBG is just a 45-minute shoot 'em up round. You know? That doesn't make it bad. I enjoyed PUBG, but yeah. Do. Scum is more or less designed as an esport version of DayZ. I don't see the esports aspect of Scum myself. Dude, you're my hero. Much love from good old Germany. Ah, dude, thank you. Bones, thanks for coming in. I Deliverance on the Twitch as well. So you can catch fish without bait. We've done it plenty of times on the mouse, but it does take a while, and clearly it's taking a while right now. As a DayZ streamer, do you ever find yourself feeling the game as a chore and mundane? If so, what game would you go to in order to feel fresh? I don't see you. I haven't had that since 2018-19. The only time I've ever had that is when there's been such a bad bug in the game that I don't feel it's worth playing because everything you're doing is a waste of time because it's running so badly. No, I don't. I love DayZ. I think it's in about the best state it's ever been. It's still got issues, but I think it's in an amazing condition right now. But no, I don't. I never get burnt out of the game. But like I said to somebody before, it's because I'm streaming it. JR, dude, that's incredibly kind, by the way. Thank you for the gifted sub bomb. You're very, very kind. Thank you very, very much. Do I plan on trying the day before? Possibly. The only problem with that is it's coming out on the 7th, allegedly. And obviously the Lights Out event is on the 14th, so I don't really want to start playing a new game the week before Lights Out. So I might give the day before a little bit and then try it after Lights Out. If it's horrendous, by the time Lights Out's been on, I won't play it at all, you know. I don't know. I don't think... It's mostly going to be single player with some kind of zone where there's multiplayer, I would guess. We'll wait and see. Am I aware how much I sound like the YouTuber Atomic Shrimp? A few people have said that, Big Yellow. Yeah, I've never come across... that sounds really dodgy. I've never come across Atomic Shrimp's channel. Which I know, I think they're much bigger than I am, but obviously I'm a bit narrow in what I watch on YouTube, like everybody is. You know, it's just not something I've watched. What do I think about GTA 6? It's one more than 5. Will I still be trying to catch a fish when your health is red blinking? Yes. It definitely works. We know it works. But it's just luck of the draw. It should be quite quick. It is middle of the day as well, which affects things. So the lack of bait is a problem. But also the time of day. Wait, it's bright sunshine. I'll give it another 30 seconds or so. And if we don't catch a fish, I'll go and see if we can find a knife to get bait. That's probably the answer. But I don't want to waste too much more time. But we've done this plenty of times in the past to know that we can do it. Morecambe's, unfortunately, fishing in the reeds doesn't make any difference. Yo, your father, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I'll see about Grand Theft Auto. I might be interested in it, but I couldn't give two shits about Grand Theft Auto RP. Like, there's a massive GTA RP scene right now, but it's not for me. Like, I know it's great, and I know there's some really cool creators that do it. You know, like just a few former DayZers, like Jamjar and Mr. Moon, for example. I know it's a cool thing, but it's just not for me. GTA RP, or any RP where it's devoted RP, makes my skin crawl.
Love you, bye.
And I don't mean when I watch it, I mean when I do it. When I do it myself, it makes me feel like I'm back in drama school. Like doing GCSE drama, doing some really terrible... I can't do it. Don't want to do it. So, if there is a GTA 6 and it comes out, it might only be console, but if it comes out on PC early, like, if it comes out on PC at the same time, I might have a piss around on it for a while, but I won't be doing the RP. I just can't do it. I wish I could in a way, because I'm not saying I'd definitely be great at it, but if I had a bit of a practice, I might get quite good at it, and I might grow really big out of it, maybe, or I might just die. I might have a terrible channel that dies. It's hard to know, right? But it would be a potential growth area, but I just... No way. No way, Jose. Yeah, if I see a stone, I'll grab one, but I don't... Unless I can get a stone with a sword. Can I get a stone with a sword? No. I can't get a stone, and the stones don't spawn here, so... We're a bit limited right now. What's the best GTA I ever played? I only ever really played the very first Grand Theft Auto and a little bit of the last one. I think I got whichever one came out on the Xbox, the last one that came out on the Xbox, the original Xbox. I got that, and maybe 2 or 3, possibly 3. And I got through, I turned it on, and I was watching cutscenes for about 15 minutes. And I got so fucked off with it, I turned it off and then traded the game in. I never played it. I just was watching the cutscenes and I thought, I don't give a fucking shit about all of this. This is so dull. I don't care. And I don't care. Like, when this is finished, I don't care enough. And so I just turned it off. And I know that's... But I just... Yeah, I just... No. Am I on Deer Isle right now? Nope. In the title of the stream, I always put what map I'm on. We're on Chernarus. Solo Chernarus today. I need a knife. I need a knife. I said I need a knife, not a dried up, scroty old bell pepper. Different strokes for different folks. I know Grand Theft Auto's an amazing game, and I did have some fun in the last Grand Theft Auto, like... But where I have fun is in the freedom bit, where you're just going around, like, shooting random people for no reason and stealing cars for no reason and driving wherever you want and trying to make jumps and stuff. But, like, just the freedom bit, I really enjoy. But after that, you start feeling like a fucking delivery guy, you know? Like, it's just every game like that to me. I'm sorry, and I know this is not what everyone thinks. They just feel like chore simulators. It's like being a kid. And like you get home from school and your mum goes, tidy your room, and then you tidy your room, and then your mum goes, now do your homework. And then you get your homework done, and then your mum goes, now it's time for dinner. And you do that, and then she goes, all right, now it's time for your bath. And then you do that, and then she goes, now it's time to brush your teeth. And then you do that, and she says, now it's time for bed. And you're like, fucking hell, my life's not even worth living. You know? And then you play a game like that, and it's like, go and pick this package up from Big Johnny. Okay. Then you go to see Big Johnny. He goes, right, now you've got the package. Now you need to go and drop this off at Little Timmy, and he's going to give you the magic fucking jockstrap. And then you go to Little Timmy, you get the jockstrap, and he goes, right, now you've got to go and see Big Dave. And it's just like, fuck this. What the fuck is the point? I hate it. I can't stand it. I hate that so much. I guess I've played games for a long time, and that kind of thing, I'm so bored of it. I can't be bothered. And it's not just that. Often, between those menial tasks the game's asking you to do, you have to watch like a fucking 7-minute, really fucking like overinflated cutscene, because the devs have almost got so far up their arse that like they get all this like cheesy acting and really terrible dialogue. Now, Grand Theft Auto is pretty good at it, right? But like Fallout 76, they had this bit in it. It was so bad. It wouldn't be the worst TV movie you'd ever seen, and you were meant to sit and watch it for minutes at a time while your skin crawled. It was bad. I fucking hate that. Rockstar CEO has been talking about how games should be pay per hour to play. That'll be why he's the CEO, I guess. See how it works. You had to pay $100 a month to play in No Pixel, do you? Blimey. I have emails sometimes from people asking me to play in there. Not that one, I'm sure, but like I get emails asking me to play. I get offered money to play in some RP servers. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be the ones that are so huge. There's a huge waiting list, I would imagine, but I haven't never done any of those. Scott Esterly, thank you very much for the support, dude. I don't mind games where they're a bit cinematic. Like, some of the Call of Duties in the past were okay. I really quite enjoyed The Last of Us, for example. But you're more playing a cinematic adventure. I really can't be doing with games like Fallout, and to a lesser extent, games like Grand Theft Auto, where it is literally a chore simulator. You just become like an Amazon delivery driver across the map while you're picking things up and dropping things off. Sometimes the actual thing, like, obviously it's not that simple. Sometimes you're like stealing an aeroplane and you've got to go and fly this thing and whatever. It can be kind of fun, but at the end of the day, it's still a chore. I really, I don't know. I long for the day where somebody like Rockstar makes a freedom of choice, free open world game, like just like a big city or a big map where you can you can play a role and interact and you can do what you want and there's no rules and you can. I'd love to see some sprawling, massive open world, like crazily cool game. That would be good. Should we take the mace? Let's have the mace for a change. Let's not actually, because I can't use that to cut up rags and shit. This has been terrible. Really bad. 40 Mosin rounds is pretty good, but we really haven't done very well here all in. I'm not describing Grand Theft Auto stupid, because it's not that, dude. Grand Theft Auto is not a massive sprawling map where you can go anywhere and do anything, because all of the buildings are fake. And you can't just go and play how you like. You can't. You're just going round a map with AI and everyone just shoots the people and steals a car and then chases each other or whatever, you know. I'm not describing that at all. Rockstar and Google Maps should team up. Interesting. But I think DayZ is the closest we can do for that for now, you know. I will be interested to see. I think there's no tech for that kind of thing as well. The idea that you'd have a map that's like huge cityscapes with hundreds of real world players connecting to it just would like melt the server. Brief, I don't do the same runs every day. That's bullshit. I play different every day. Every day something different happens. Saves the viewer coming in to watch me doing the same runs a day, allegedly. But I definitely don't... somebody delete Vane's self-promo bullshit. That's kind of pathetic, dude. Vane111. I don't do the same runs every day. I haven't been to Scalisti for about a month, for example. But no, I don't do the same runs every day. However, you do have to collect loot, so when you die you do spawn in a spawn town and then you have to go and travel and find things. You know, that is definitely a fact. But no, I do different loot routes. Often. On different maps and different... all sorts. There is some DayZ lore, Kenobi. There was some lore written for the game as it was kind of coming out. There is some lore that basically that discusses what's happened and the virus and so on. You know, there is a bit of lore for the game, but it was written a long time ago. I've been wondering why so many doors are closed in DayZ. It's just because of what building models are available and not, Bro D. So when this game was on Armour, all of the buildings were closed. Like, most. Not quite true. Most of the buildings weren't enterable when this was an Armour 2 map. And they went through and made all the buildings enterable, and then they had to do the interiors and stuff. And we're going back 10 years or so here, right? So they made all the buildings enterable, but even in the buildings that are enterable, they didn't do every room. They did some rooms, but not all. So, for example, the piano house, there are rooms that are like boarded off because there's no interiors for those. It would be great if they went back and revisited some of those and made more interiors. Splats, thank you for the 15 months. Wigan Rugby, thank you for the bits. ×2. Would you like to develop a game yourself if you ever had the chance? I'll come to that one in a second. Any advice on a firstborn having a boy due on the 16th of December on the game's birthday? Wow, well, two things. Would I like to develop a game myself? No, I'd rather chop my cock off. Number two, any advice on a firstborn? You should have chopped your cock off. No. The best advice I can give you, Wigan, everything else you'll work out as you go, right? Take your missus out a couple of times now, if you can. Take your missus out, go to the cinema, have a couple of meals, and just chill out as much as you can now. Because once the baby's born, going to the cinema is going to be a distant memory. So seriously, try and go to the cinema or try and go out for a meal. Try and do a couple of things right now, because when you want to go to the supermarket, it's going to take an hour of prep in about 3 weeks. So just enjoy a little bit now. Beyond that, everything else will work itself out, you know. I'm just going to try and catch a fish for a minute. Still no bait because I haven't got a knife. Which is kind of annoying, but I'm not starving, so I'm full health. I give up. Fuck that. But coming back to the whole doing the same loot routes thing, you know. Am I coming over, or is that... It's the rock, I think. Yeah, it's just the edge of the rock. Of course, there is some repetition with regards to spawning in and then having to go on a route to get yourself good gear. But the difference is that every time you do the journey, something different happens, you know. Like, for example, yesterday in Stonington... I've been in Stonington many times on Deerwell, but a car drove past and I shot somebody out of the car. I stole the car. I then went and met up with my buddy, who was immediately killed, and then I avenged him and killed his killer, and then I as always, putting all the loot into the car, some random dude came up and started talking to me, and then we got friendly, and I gave him some gear, and he kind of was going on about the stream and the YouTube side of things a bit much. And I left him, and then I got a bit lost and ended up doing a big circle and ran him over. Like, it was amazing. That little half an hour passage from shooting the guy out of the car to running over a fan of the channel that little passage was, I've never done that before, you know, that's never happened. I've never done that. And that's the point, isn't it? There is repetition in anything you do in life, you know, like if you're a painter and every day you painted a picture, there's repetition. You're holding a paintbrush and you're painting on your picture. There's some repetition, but you can paint a different painting every day, you know, and that's the same with DayZ. There isn't the same freedom if you're being told what to do by the AI in the game. If you're being told to go and pick up a parcel, or you're being told to, that repetition is very prescriptive. There's no freedom of choice. There's no freedom of roaming, and you're being given a very rigid thing to do. The difference is clearly obvious, and the point made in the chat by someone was maybe like, I don't know, like playing devil's advocate for the sake of it, I guess. But there is a huge difference there, you know. I've done the same job for 27 years, dude. Well, it must be doing all right, hopefully. Judging by your whiskey cabinet, it's not going too bad. Why not dig up some bait? Because I don't have a knife, dude. When is my charity stream? In remembrance of my dad, I would like to support you, but I'm going on a cruise with my daughter in about a week. It's on Sunday, Jaco. I'm sorry to hear about your dad, by the way. That sucks. It's on Sunday, so I am going to be putting a video out. And I'm not going to be calling it anything to do with the charity, but I'm going to put out a video hopefully on Friday evening, which will be a DayZ video, but the narration will be about the charity stream. So I'm going to be announcing it on that as well, but it's going to be 8 AM on Sunday until midnight on Sunday, so 16 hours. Is tipping not available anymore? Should be there, Jolly. Yeah, the link is there on Streamlabs. Should be there. I can't chop it off. Helps me with my balance, and I don't think she'd be happy about it. Fair enough, dude. Seriously, though, it's something that everyone says, oh, your life will change or whatever, but I wished before mine had come along I'd enjoyed a little bit of things that you take for granted, like having a baby is an amazing experience and you're in for a hell of a fun time. But there will come a time where you miss the ability to just, like, oh, I'm going to nip down the shop, and then you just leave, you know, like... Or you and the missus fancy something to eat, so you just go out for a meal, you know, like... I know it might not happen very often, but it will happen much less for the next 3 or 4 years, you know. You can't dig in your dirt with the hands, Tetsuo. No, you need some kind of tool, like you need normally a knife, but you need something to get worms from the ground. You can't use your hands. You're making a 6-hour drive to meet one of your buddies that you met in the game. GG. One bit of advice, don't look while she's giving birth. That's solid advice. Well, my 2 were cesarean, so I didn't have that worry. 25 years for me, get to retire next year. GG Canned Reaper, holy shit. Do I tend to only play official servers? No. I don't play too much official. I do occasionally, but my last 3 really geared characters died to hackers on official. Cheaters, I should say, rather than hackers, I suppose, but... There is a bit of a problem with cheaters on official. So I don't go on official servers very much as a rule. Watching the birth at the business end is like watching your favourite pub burn down. Oh dear, what an analogy. Do my daughters watch the stream? No, they don't. They've just started taking an interest in what I post on Twitter. And so it might not be very far away before they start tuning in, I guess. But I doubt it. They're not interested in DayZ. What Bitterroot server did you play on a while back? Kersey, I think you can only really play on the test servers when Bitterroot's up, dude. Bitterroot isn't a map that's available 24/7 right now. It has a spell where Matty, the creator, opens it up for a couple of weeks to do some testing of the latest patch. So you can only play Bitterroot when there's a test. And I think there's one coming in December. So right now there aren't really any Bitterroot servers. But when the next test goes live, there will be again, you know. So you can't play it right now. Does my ex watch the stream? I doubt it. It looks so much better, Dean. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I did. I've been putting in some thought about it and trying to work it out behind the scenes. Tried to test it all yesterday. I couldn't make it work yesterday, so I ended up only streaming on Twitch yesterday. But today I've made it work and I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, and it's going pretty well by the look of it. Analogy does not have anything to do with anal, Garrett. No, it's not anology. It's analogy. You keep your anology thoughts to yourself. Yeah, Lottie, thank you. Yeah, it's... I don't fully understand this. I don't know if anybody can tell me the answer to this, but I'm streaming to YouTube at 1440p, but nobody's getting 1440p. So I'm streaming to YouTube at 1440p and 16,000 kilobits per second. But it's only 1080p, but it is using the VP9 codec, which is the whole thing I wanted anyway. So I don't know whether there's like maybe only YouTube Premium, or maybe I'm doing something wrong, but it's not 1440, and I don't really understand why. I want to see a video of you and Sour Sweet teamed up. Plum crazy. Well, I played with Sour and Muller on Monday. There's an 11.5-hour stream of me and Sour and Muller playing together from Monday just gone. Sandy, you can choose 1440p, can you? There you go. Some people get it. I don't... Why? Why can you get it? Why are you getting to choose 1440 but other people aren't? I don't fully understand. Whispering Woods, thank you so much for the gifted sub bomb. That's very, very, very kind. Bitrate's too high, YouTube dumbs it down. Choco Taco had the same problem. So, do you know, Evil Man, what bitrate Choco Taco streams at to YouTube then? I can lower it, but... And it's still going to look way better, which is kind of something I'm happy with, but... Face bump, you definitely can't get 1440 on Twitch because I'm streaming to Twitch in 1080. I'm not streaming to Twitch in 1080. So someone said they could see 1440 on YouTube, which I am doing. I'm horrible at this game, maybe I'll try it again soon. You should. I'm horrible at this game and I play it every day. Right, gonna read that. You can eat one piece of rotten fruit. Look at it, it looks really tasty. It's just a bit of paracetamol, basically. It'll take my headache away. I didn't even see a shovel, to be honest. I probably could. Oh, it's a pitchfork, but yeah. No, I can't. It seems. I thought you could use a pitchfork. Not even letting me use it for making a garden plot, which I thought you could do too, but no. Wasted. From what I understand, those new Intel Arc cards, they're like £1,600 or something, right? From what I understand, you can't actually use them for civilian streaming yet. I don't think Intel have set it up to allow that. They're really meant to be for like servers and for like companies like Twitch to do the streaming. Oh, Intel, sorry, Intel Arc card, you said. There's an AMD card coming out specifically to stream, which is going to use AV1 and will allow people to do 32 streams in 1080 or very many streams in 1440 or a handful in extremely high quality. So I think in the long run, fairly soon, streamers like myself are going to be using an AMD card in their PC, so they'll have a card for gaming, the graphics card, and then a card specifically for streaming in the same PC. I think that's coming soon. And obviously graphics cards are amazing at streaming too, but having a separate device for it, I probably don't need that, but with a 480 I can do it right now. So, sorry, 4090 I can do it right now. It isn't for home use, it's more for business level wasted, but I think there is probably a market for a handful of streamers to be using that card, but it's not set up to do it right. Yeah, I think it's only 1080l, man. I don't think it's definitely not 1440 for me on YouTube. So I could try a lower bitrate, and see if then it makes it that. But obviously if I lower the bitrate, it's going to affect the quality some too. I hear it's to do with Chrome at the moment with YouTube vids. So maybe if somebody watches on YouTube with a different... Like I use Chrome. But if you try and watch with Firefox or something, maybe it'll be higher than 1080 perhaps. Jinkoba, yeah, it's definitely not 1440, that's right. 1440p is only available with low latency, not with ultra low latency. Interesting. I didn't even select ultra low latency today. I just started streaming. I didn't even see that as an option on OBS. Duraz, yeah, thank you. That's what it is then. So I need to put a little bit of a delay rather than having ultra low. That's cool to know. Nice. Thank you. I can have a look at that. I don't even know if I need to stream in 1440, to be honest. What I care about is the quality being better. And I know for sure YouTube looks better today than it did before, and that's the main thing, you know. Latency is on YouTube settings. Yeah, I had it when I was going live with Streamlabs OBS. I could set it as I went live, so it was actually in the Streamlabs settings as well, right? That's the bit that's different. My device or network isn't struggling, Skizzer. I've got like super fast fiber, you know. Like I'm streaming 24,000 kilobits per second, but my ceiling is about 110,000. So I'm only using about 20% of my bandwidth ish. It's definitely not that. And to be fair, dude, the resolution wouldn't change how hard that is. If I stream to YouTube at 16,000 kilobits per second, it's still 16,000, whether it's 1440 or 1080. It's still 16, if that makes sense. It's not changed by the resolution, it's changed by the bitrate, which is still the same. Hello, thank you. No worries. I'm glad it's better today. Wasted, thanks. I'll have a look at that. I'm not going to read it now because then I'll forget to look at it later. Is this official or community? Yes. Sketchy. I normally try to avoid answering that, but there are a couple of mods in this server, so it's a lightly modded server, this one. Looks amazing compared to normal. Super happy with it. Glad. Very cool. The only thing that will happen, unfortunately, on YouTube right now, it looked good right now, but if you come to watch the VOD later, it'll still look gash. Because for whatever reason, I know I've said this already, but when you're watching live on YouTube, you're getting the VP9 codec. If you were to watch this VOD back tomorrow, if you're watching this VOD back tomorrow, hello future person, I hope you're good. They won't use the VP9 codec then. It won't be there. It'll be only AVC or whatever it is. So it looks great whilst live, but as soon as you watch it as a recorded VOD later, they use the other codec and it'll look fucking terrible again. I don't normally bother with fruit, don't I? It's not worth it. Like, fruits aren't that great. Like, they're very low calorie and they only spawn in if you've been in the area for a long time. So that's a pear tree, for example. There's no pear. Might be a plum tree, but it's a fruit tree anyway. If you want fruit to spawn in, you have to stay in the area for an extended period, and I ain't about doing that. I want to get on.
Happy birthday, big guy.
I'm not particularly worried. We only need to find a knife, and then I can catch fish. These are all apple trees, but I've not been here long enough, so there's not going to be any apples, right? I'm just wasting time. If you want there to be apples there, I've got to stay around these houses for like 5 or 10 minutes and force the apples to spawn. But in the time I'm doing that, I could have checked another few houses and be on the way to where there's a shitload of food. It's just not worth it. Unless you're somewhere which is really, really busy and it's got loads of new spawns around. or loads of players around, in which case there'll be fruit more often. It's not worth it.
Jolly Rock has just donated $180. From one well-seasoned 38-year-old to another, all the platonics have a bottle of Balvenie on me. Merry Christmas
dude.
and Happy New Year.
That's incredibly kind. I could have a bottle of fucking Bunnahabhain 18 on you for that. That's incredibly kind, dude. Thank you very, very, very much. Jolly, thank you for the tip. That's very, very generous. Crazy Mofo, thank you very, very, very much, dude. I'll come back to that in a second again. Ricardo, thank you very much for the subscribing on the YouTubes. Boom, that just happened. And Shango Bango, thank you for the resub and the gifted sub. Posa, thank you for the 24 months. Very, very kind as well. No 1440p, Zombie Slayer, thank you. I know why now. It's because I'm using ultra low latency. So tomorrow I'll set it to low latency if I remember. And then I'll try again. It's annoying how shit this sword is, really. Kind of need to kill a few Zeds because they can easily have food on them. Or maybe they won't. Jolly, dude, thank you very, very much for the support. Jolly Roger, thank you for the very generous tip, man. Thank you. DayZ in 1440p is beautiful, I agree. It's really, really nice. I'm going to take that just for a few rags, maybe. Worst night ever. GMO looks amazing through YouTube. Glad to hear it, dude. Thank you. One sec. Got everything like set up slightly different today. There we go. So I'm using I've got two Twitch chats. Right, sorry, I've got one Twitch chat and one YouTube chat separately, and I'm just dipping into both chats, so they're not combined. I've got YouTube popped out and Twitch inside OBS, which is working okay. I'm not seeing all the messages, which is impossible anyway, but I'm just popping between the two and reading. Just missed a knife, holy shit. In this house or that house? I do need a knife really badly. There was a knife on the floor in that house. I think you might mean that. That looks like a knife.
TRMZG Heart.
I don't think there is a knife. Nope. Is it possible with any weapon to stealth a Z? No, you need something sharp like a knife or a screwdriver and things like that. 2 houses ago. Okay, well, we'll check this house right quick. I don't think I saw a knife in here, but I may have missed it. Yeah. It's a thermometer. Catfish, dude, thank you for the 18 months. Hope you're good. Kind of annoying that I can't use the sword, to be honest. Really don't like the red filter. I'm going to keep them, but I'm not going to use them for now. The one time I played DayZ, my character was passing out repeatedly for an hour after eating another player. Oh dear. Well, you did something bad. Happy Wednesday, Madman. Hope you're good. Video looks a bit clearer. It definitely does today, Skillet, yeah. Still only 1080p today, but I might be able to work out YouTube being 1440p tomorrow. I'll have a go at it.
Keep running up that hill, running up that road, and that building TRMZDOOD.
Ryan, thank you. And GMO, thank you for the subbing as well. Ryan, cheers for the resub. I will keep running, or at least I'll try to. Cheers, Ryan, and GMO Express, thank you very much too. I hate that people KOS in this game. Just died looting a place as I ran out. Now got a loot back up from the coast. I know what you mean. I get salty after a death, Adam. But if nobody ever killed you, it would be really boring, you know? Like, if nobody ever tried to kill you, there'd be no, like, really cool moments. Like, sometimes when you come out of that building, they'll try to KOS you, and they'll mess it up, and then you'll get your gun out and kill them, and it'll give you the best moment of the day, you know? Like, if everybody was friendly, there'd be very little game, you know? But when you've just died, it's very hard to really believe that, you know? like, when you've just spent 3 hours looting up and then you just get shot in the back at a well or something, it's really hard. It's hard to take. But if that didn't happen, those amazing lives where everything goes really well wouldn't feel any sweeter, you know? It's a bit like if there was no death in if there was no KOS in DayZ, we'd all be spoilt kids, right? If you were a kid and you got everything you ever wanted, you got all the presents you wanted, you got everything you ever wanted, always. Nothing, you'd have value. If you get everything you want, you have value of nothing, right? Whereas if you get a few things or hardly anything and then get something special, you value it a lot more, right? It's much more. And I think that's the same with DayZ, right? Like, if you never get KOS'd, you won't treasure those cool moments the same. I think, anyway. Thoughts on DayZ PvE servers? Not for me, dude. I understand why people like them, but a lot of the PvE servers make the survival a lot harder. But if I wanted something like that, I'd just play the Long Dark, you know. I don't really like... I don't really like them personally, but I do see why people like them. Not for me. FX Raven, thank you for the bits, dude. Well, GMO, thanks for coming in. Cheers for membering. Skillet, it is about resolution, unfortunately, dude. I see what you're saying. 1080p is fine. It's about how picture is. The problem is that YouTube doesn't allocate their best codec to 1080p, so that's why it matters. So YouTube has a good codec, like a premium quality codec that has better compression, called VP9. But if you stream in 1080p, you don't get VP9. You don't get it. But because I'm pushing 1440 to YouTube today, it's allocating the VP9 codec, which makes the 1080p look better for you, if that makes sense. So the resolution matters specifically on YouTube because of the way they encode. I am starting to worry just a touch. There's a town just up ahead. I'll be able to find stuff, but I should have found a knife by now. I really should have, but I'm not going to die. I'll be fine, but I don't really want to end up yellow health or red or whatever. I'm surprised we've not found any food off a zombie yet, to be honest, but there we are. You are not in a car now. Well, I'm wanting to just go to here before I go up the hill. Baby. Makes things a bit easier, doesn't it? I probably won't even need this, but we can fish now. It's cool. There is a lake over that way. There's like a dammed lake close to Mister. I'm going to get a couple of worms, and I might just catch a fish before we go. I might catch it now, actually. Let's just see if I can find it. Is 1080p the best resolution you can stream in? On Twitch, yes. I can't really go higher. Twitch's maximum bitrate does not allow 1080... Sorry, any higher than 1080 to look good. They need to up the spawn rate of stones. Those things should be everywhere, not rare. Tetsuo, there's a reason why they don't, dude. Like, let's say there was 10,000 stones on the server, because they shouldn't be rare. That's 10,000 extra loot things the server's got to remember, but we don't want them doing that. We want them remembering blazes and clothes and food and other things, you know. Like, the reason why they spawn in like they do and then despawn fairly quickly is so the server isn't using all of its resources for something meaningless like stones, you know. That's why. If we allocated thousands of like loot spawns to stones, or if they allocated that, then it would really cost the game loads for something that's actually a tiny feature. Been watching DayZ for 10 years and never ever played it, dude. It's not going to be close, Jay. I'm not even worried. It's fine. If I was worried, I'd be going to the lake to fish, but I'm coming here. There'll probably be a can of food or, like, something to eat. If I'm lucky. Fortunately, I'm not lucky. But we could maybe kill a zombie and get lucky on one of those. I'm not particularly worried right anyway. Two bastard lighters. Right, there's a lake down this way in the valley somewhere. It's kind of like a dammed lake. We're just going to go to that. If I can find it. There it is. Way longer than 14 minutes before he dies, I'd say I'm fucked. Well, possibly Rex, but I could get killed while I'm cooking, couldn't I? You never know. Like I might get myself shot by a dude or something. That'll do. Let's get to fishing. Usually gets fuzzy when turning around fast. Today it's staying crisp for me. Well, that's very good. That is all me. It's definitely way better on YouTube today. Without a shadow of a doubt. I did a little test earlier and I streamed to YouTube unedited, unlisted, so nobody saw it, but there was some Twitches in, because I had to stream to Twitch as well to test it properly, so... but yeah, I did a little test stream of about 10 minutes this morning to iron this out and make it look good. Best res for Twitch is actually 932 for optimal performance. Grimslayer, it kind of is. There's a bit of swings and roundabouts to it. On Twitch, I was about the first... On DayZ, I was about the first streamer to be doing 936. It's 936, not 932, by the way. I was about the first. But I switched back. I could potentially go back again, but I don't think I'm going to. I used to upload to YouTube some unedited Twitch VODs,
for the year of good content.
And they were terrible because Twitch doesn't do 936p. They only do 1080p or 720. So I had to go to 1080 on Twitch in order to be able to make it look okay on YouTube when I pushed them across. Be on guard for bears. I've never seen a bear around here, Benjamin. If there was one, we'd be incredibly unlucky. Hi, Paulie. Hope you're good, dude. Shabazz, thank you for the 12 months. You're very, very kind, dude. Bogus Fett, thank you for the support as well. Here's for gifting Blue Fire the sub. Shabazz and Bogus, thank you very much. Teddy Eddie died, thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, I'm not particularly worried, Max. They're like the blinker situation, if you like. I may end up dipping into yellow briefly, but I'm not going to be for very long. No point have I been really worried so far. It's been okay. I was worried until we had a knife. As soon as we got a knife, I knew we were fine. Oddwar, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Thank you. We've gone over 6k subs today. Holy shit. On Twitch, that is. So the number in the bottom corner probably says 6004 or 5 or something. Very, very cool. Thank you. Oddwar and Bogus Vet, you're very kind as well. Put these in there. See if I can drink all the water. Am I going to start a fire next to military tent? No. Definitely not. Mike, it might not be coming on Sunday. Excuse me, my voice is going. So the question was, is the next 2 years of your DayZ Legacy series coming on Sunday? It won't be coming on Sunday because I'm doing a 16-hour stream on Sunday, and I'm going to stream on YouTube as well, so it won't be coming on Sunday. It will either be coming on Saturday or Monday, depending on whether it's ready or not. Probably on Monday. I think it will probably come on Monday.
Keep running and stay healthy and keep up the awesome content.
Paper. Okay. Here's a little experiment for you. I bet the two that go in the smoker cook first. We had a little conversation a few weeks back where somebody was saying putting them in the smoker doesn't make any difference. Well, let's show that this time. So these don't start getting hot until this gets up to 100 degrees, whereas these are already hot. So I reckon these will cook, even though they're 70 degrees and they're 72. Any money you like, these on the left cook quicker. I might have slightly mucked that up, but I bet the ones on the left cook substantially quicker than the ones on the right. No shot smoker takes way longer. Well, I'm not cooking them in the smoker, and there you go, Rex. There's your no shot. They didn't cook much quicker, but they did cook quicker. If you've got more food to cook, you can still make it slightly quicker doing it that way. I wasn't even paying attention, by the way, so I'm sure they were cooked quicker than that, but... Good morning from Canada. How you doing, Ham? Thanks for coming in. Mike, dude, thanks for the subbing. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Cheers for subscribing. Cheers for that, Mike. Very much. Do I ever get bored of DayZ? Yeah, I can't fucking stand it, dude. I get bored of that question. I get asked it a lot, and I understand why. But no, I don't. And apologies everyone else, because this bit's a bit dull. But to me, it's a bit like asking a radio DJ if they get fed up of playing music. Because
18,
they're not
24,
just listening to music, they're presenting
8,
a show
17,
kind of thing, you know. And
17, 4. Uplink code accepted. Happy 11 months pause. Continuously loving the content
like
on
it.
here and YouTube as you...
that running man callback there, I like it, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not trying to make streaming DayZ sound really highbrow, because I don't think streaming is all that. I love what I do, but I don't think it's all that, right? But I'm not just playing DayZ, I'm streaming. So if I have a bad day in game, I can still have a really fun stream. Sometimes I can have a really good day in game, but feel like I've had a bad stream, you know? But I really enjoy streaming and keeping the game fresh. I could literally stream for 6 hours just chatting and not have anything, not even play, and I could enjoy.
TRMZ love.
The only thing that puts me off is Redline and Whack Out main. So it sometimes feels a chore because of Redline and Whack Out particularly. Thank you very much for the support. Cheers for sub green very much, Mike Biffmeister. Thank you. Keep running and stay healthy. Thank you very much, dude. I make music, and I will tell you now, even creating a new song, after listening to it for a few hours, you get sick of hearing the song, no joke. Well, I can relate to that, Kersey, but for me, that would relate more like to editing, you know, like if I've just played for 10 hours and then the next day I try to edit those 10 hours into a video, and like during the process of editing, you'll make your initial stage of cuts and then you'll go back and you'll add the music in. And when you think you've finally done it, the video might be an hour long, and then the last thing you have to do is watch that back to make sure there's no mistakes and make sure that maybe there's a few tweaks you need to make. that is the most excruciating thing you do as an editor. You played for 10 hours, you edited it for 10 hours, and then you have to watch that back. You've just spent 20 hours on the same thing, and then you have to watch it back. That is really tedious, but that's not the same thing, is it, as like playing DayZ and then talking random stuff every day, and you know, like it's really it's much more varied, you know, like a radio DJ is going to be playing one of many thousands of songs and stuff. They ain't playing the same song every day. Why don't you get an edit? I've got an editor praise, but that I don't do my own editing very much anymore. So the videos that come out on a Sunday are edited by a guy called Oncupa, who's been around DayZ for a long time, but that's why I have an editor, so I can stream 5 days a week and then ideally have 2 days off, but a bit of little bits on days, but not, they are kind of days. They play the same songs. Kinda. They play chart music. Depends on the radio show. You might have a like country and western channel that plays country and western, but they're not listening to the songs, are they? Yeah, they put the song on. I've been in like if you're in a radio studio, they do the presenting bit and then they press play and then they're talking to the producer, or they're talking to the co-host of the show or whatever. They don't listen to they're not sitting there with headphones on just listening to the music, are they? They're presenting, then they click play, and then they're chatting around and doing whatever, going to get a coffee or have a shit or whatever, you know? I probably learn something amazing and from your viewers every day. Maybe, Barney. I might just bang my head against a brick wall at some of the new crazy shit I hear as well. Not from you. I certainly get to see what's pissing people off on the day. Quite often it's me. Idea for a Kuru change: they could add cigarettes to the game of smoking. It would nullify the symptoms of Kuru for 20. Derek, that actually wouldn't be allowed, believe it or not. If they did that, it would make the game a bannable game. It would probably get banned in Australia if because it was banned in Australia because narcotics were giving benefits in one of the modded servers. But if you have a game where doing something like smoking gives you a physical benefit, it's liable to fall foul of some rules in certain countries. So you wouldn't be able to do it. Kind of dull as an answer, but it's the truth. I don't think Kuru should have any way to overcome it anyway, by the way. If you choose to be a cannibal, you have to take... If you're going to do the crime, you have to take the punishment, as it were, which is other people know what you've done. Don't think scum is banned in Australia. Well, what's the feature that they have that gives you a massive benefit, Johnny? It would need to be that they have smoking, but it actually really helps you, right? In scum, if you eat too much chocolate, you get fat and it makes you worse, you know? Like, I don't know the game inside out, but what feature does scum have that... It's not having smoking that's the problem. It's having it have a benefit that helps your character in a big way. Right, there we go. No one's saying it's banned, Coop. No one's saying it's banned. RimWorld was banned in Australia for a while because the drugs had benefits. Exactly. And DayZ was for a while. Smoking weed and cigarettes, they improve your stamina and endurance loss. Well, they're getting away with it for now then, but if they get hold of it, it would do, because that's exactly the kind of thing that DayZ got banned for a time in Australia. Jamie, I've not seen the game. I know the result was 1-1, but I've not seen the game, dude. No. See, I've drank so much water there that now I can't eat the food as quick as I need to. What is going on here? I'm eating the cart filling. It's not going in. What's happening there? It's not affecting my health. Like I'm bugged. Maybe the server's not right. What's going on there? Romeo, I honestly don't know the difference. I don't think there's a great deal of difference. Wherever you're watching, if you're happy, I'm happy, dude. No bug, your stomach is full. That's not how your stomach works, so it is. You still, just because your stomach's full, you can still eat more and get the benefit. That's not how the stomach full symbol works. Sorry, Speed Shop, thank you for the 3 months. Cheers for the support, dude. I think it's a server issue. It's not registering in me eating, which is really weird. But just because your stomach's full, you can still put more food in. Well, the stomach being full doesn't mean you can't eat and get energy from it. I've been doing it for years. That's not a feature. Yeah, you've lost me with the top stomach isn't stomach. Maybe I've got a cow stomach or something. I think it's a bug and it's a connection issue. I don't know what else it could possibly be. I don't know what top stomach. I got this bug and the meat is not good anymore. Yeah, I'm a bit worried that I've cooked it just before the restart and it's fucked. Like the meat is like desynced or the meat is bugged. In which case I'm going to need to get more food. Authentication error, that's marvellous. Right, bear with me. Oh, I'm on the way in now, that's good. So I cooked that just before the restart. I'm a little bit worried that the meat is fucked and I won't be able to get any benefit from it, like it's not really there. There's a deer near me to the left, yeah. Thank you, Stephen Spring. I'm glad the YouTube stream's looking better. I'm getting fluids from the fish. Try Fanta. I'm not getting fluids from the fish, Michael. That's from the great big large amount of water that I had before. I had a shitload of water. Well, it's going up now. So it just wasn't registering. It wasn't registering for whatever reason. Now it is. So we'll just keep going the way we're going now. I reckon it was connection to the server or desync or whatever, but I'm not losing health anymore. We should be good. One sec, guys. Martin, thank you very much for the support. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. I think BI caved proverbially because at the time BA and BS were under the same roof per se and wouldn't want to damage their government contracts. I don't think that's the case, Johnny. The game got banned, so they stopped it getting banned. They're very, very strict in one or two places with it. I don't think they caved because of anything. I don't think that's the case, personally. They didn't cave. They had their game taken from sale, so they did what they could to make it saleable again, because they're a business. I don't think that's caving, personally. I think it's just common sense, really. But there's been other games, like somebody was just saying about another game that got the ban. There's a specific set of circumstances. You're allowed to have drugs in your game, but you're not allowed to have drugs in your game, like, I don't know, like, let's say it was an Olympics game and you could smoke cannabis and then it made you quicker at running and then you won the 100 metres gold medal. That would get banned in certain countries because of the message that it gives, you know, like that's the point. I'm not saying it's right, but that's what it is. There's a specific set of circumstances that cause it. You can have drugs in a game. It's fine. You can have drugs in a game. You can, like, there's drugs in the game now. You can go and get marijuana and shit in certain modded servers. The game's not banned anywhere. The bit that matters is what they do when you take them. That's the point. Like, so maybe in Scum they might have a couple of positive effects, but I'm pretty sure they probably have some negative effects too. You know, like, but in DayZ, for a time on one of the modded servers, there was some that were giving you really big benefits, and it was against the rules in certain countries. Specific, not Pacific. Exactly. It wouldn't make a lot of sense that it made you quicker at running with cannabis, right? But that was just the first example I could think of. We didn't even do anything. There was a server where it did, Johnny. That's why it got banned. There was a modded server that had been reported, and that's why it got banned. Where there was some benefits in the server. It wasn't even a DayZ feature. There was no weed in the game. So there was no weed in the game made by Bohemia. There never has been in the history of the game. So it was on a specific server that was modded. Martin, thank you very much for the membership. Really appreciate it. Very kind. Milotic, dude, thank you for the gifted joinings. Thank you very much. Really, really kind as well, dude. Thank you very much. EpiPen, yeah, but that's a medical thing. It's different, isn't it? It's not an addictive drug. It's not saying if you take heroin, you'll run quicker. It's saying if you take an EpiPen, it'll give you more adrenaline, which is what it does in real life, you know? Like, that's different, isn't it? Anyway, I don't know why we're having this, like, devil's advocate conversation, really. The government banned it, and DayZ took that out, so it got unbanned, right? I don't really... It's quite straightforward, really. Like, I'm not here going, I support Australia. I don't give a fuck, right? I don't care, but it happened, and so games have to tread that line, you know, because it could happen again. William, your Twitch app keeps crashing, does it? That sucks, dude. Actually a bit disappointed we didn't get any hunting stuff, to be honest. We're not particularly geared, right? Pizza, it was Australia. DayZ got banned in Australia for a certain amount of time, few months. If you already bought the game, you could still play it, but it got removed from sale. It got taken down from Steam and whatnot. He's 52. He's definitely not 52. Debbie Leica, thank you very much for the 15 months. Milotic, thank you very much for the support as well. Thank you. Funny thing is, Aussies realised how stupid they were and overturned that rule, but not until after BI had to remove the file. So there we go. Right. That is looking like Delina. I actually think we might go that way briefly. I wouldn't mind seeing if the tents should be there. They are. I'm going to go to the tents, but before we do, I'm going to have a quick trip down the hill just to see if we get lucky on the convoy that's like close to Delina. Have you ever felt a bit weird playing solo? Not really, it's packed. No, when I first got the game, I used to be scared of everything, like zombies and all sorts, but the more you play, the less you're bothered. I used to get quite tense going to military bases and stuff on my own, but you lose that when you're streaming because... how can I best describe it? If you're watching a horror film, like a horror film you're really finding scary, in the dark on your own, it's kind of scarier, right? If you're watching a horror film during the day, or if you're watching a horror film even in the dark, but you're in the room with 2 or 3 mates and you're watching it and having a laugh and a giggle and whatnot, it's not as scary, right? And somehow the streaming takes that away too. So if you're going to the Northwest Airfield with, I don't know, a sledgehammer, and you're not at all geared, and you're hearing shots, and you know you might die, it's quite scary. But if you're doing that exact same thing with a Twitch audience with you to talk to and just be randomly talking about bullshit for a while, you don't really care so much, you know. You just do it. It's more like having company in the horror film analogy, you know. You need to play that PlayZ server with the crazy hard zombies. Maybe. I've not even seen it, but it's not really. I'd like the zombies to be better, but I don't know if I want them to be crazy hard or not. But something for a quick go, I suppose. You know? Anybody know any good servers on PlayStation? If anyone's in the YouTube chat that's got a PlayStation server recommendation, let Jeffrey know. Nick's a Phantom, server name. I don't give out the server, dude. Sorry, I don't give out the server while I'm streaming. It kind of spoils the stream. I haven't seen a convoy on this server for days. It would be nice to get lucky and see one here. Martin, holy shit, gifted him 10 subbenings on YouTube. Thank you very, very, very much, dude. Thank you very much indeed. Do I think 60 people is enough for Cherno? No. I think it is for a lot of players. And I understand why the devs are not made it more yet, because there's a lot of challenges to that, but I think Chernarus, and it's a personal taste thing, but for me I think it's best at around 100. The Greyman server, when Chernarus had 100 players, was amazing. It was amazing. Right, there's no convoy, unfortunately. Other people would be more than happy to run around on Chernarus with 20 players, and everyone's got the choice, you know, but for me personally, it is. I don't think that's loot. I just want to have a quick look. For me personally, about 100 was really, really good. It is loot. I don't really need it, but I'm going to have it anyway. Big Wrench, it was on YouTube, dude. Martin, thanks again. And Trini Bob, thank you for the 33 months as well. What happened to the Greyman server? It got taken down, dude. They, I think as long as Sacriel and Shroud were going to be still playing DayZ, that server was likely to stick around. But as soon as Sacriel and Break, I don't know why I brought Break into it. I guess because the Sacriel just kind of slipped out. But as soon as Sacriel and Shroud weren't likely to be playing the game anymore for a while, that server was likely to die a death. So I think as soon as they'd had enough DayZ, they switched it off. They did say they'd turned it off while they could improve things, but let's be honest, I think neither of them have played DayZ ever since, you know. I think they'd had enough DayZ and yeah, they moved on. That's not a slight on them. Nobody's obliged to host a server, so I'm not trying to dig them out. There's no drama there, you know. That was a really good server while it was up, but if you're really into a game, or you're playing a game and you want to host a server, and then you don't want to play the game anymore, you don't have to host a server anymore, do you? You know, like that's completely fair. Shroud and Sacriel are meant to be making a survival game, yeah. I don't think it will see the light of day for a while. Would I ever do my own server? No, dude. Wixie. I used to be the host or the mascot for Spaggy's servers. I wouldn't want to be a server host and streamer at the same time, personally. Your tablet just took a dip in the washing up, dude. Well, I'd turn it off if I were you and let it dry. Don't leave it on if it's just been in water, just to be safe, I would. Wasted sometimes. Spaggy's servers are still doing pretty well now, but when my name was on those servers, they were full most of the day, every day. But you are right. Sometimes they can be really linked to the streamer. Like Zero servers, for example, aren't full only when Happy Bombs is on, for example. But there is a bit of that to some extent. Shroud and Sacriel server was full all the time. But there's been some other servers, like the dude, I forget, is it Hutch? He's hosted servers in the past, and they're full when he's streaming, and then they're not when he's not, kind of thing. But if he stayed around in the game for a long time, that would probably change, you know. But it does happen. It does happen. It happened at first with smoke servers, for example. Day one. Oh shit! Guy aiming at me on the edge of the sandbag compound. I'm not recording for some unknown reason. I need to change that. This is where I wished I'd had some bullets. Man, this sucks. Yeah, there was a guy crouched on the edge of the sandbag compound aiming at me, so I think we're best... the only reason I don't think he shot was because there was a zombie between me and him. But yeah, that coming back to day one, when day one first launched, like I think the first day one server was a Livonia server. There was no Namalsk then. There was no Namalsk at all. And for a very short while, it was full when smoke was on, and then empty when it wasn't. But obviously now, it's had time to grow, and like the Namalsk servers are full all day, every day. Smoke might not stream Namalsk for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. They'll still be full all the time, you know. But if you take like day one Livonia, sometimes that might not be full right now at this time of day, but if smoke was playing, it would be, you know, like, it still happens, but less so. But day one servers get full all the time, whether smoke's playing or not during peak periods, just like Zero servers do or Spaggy servers do. But sometimes you get that in the initial phase, and then if they don't stick around long enough, that's all the phase they ever have. LSK, the Livonia server is not always full, I think, but some of the others are, you know, like for sure, you know, like all of the Namalsk servers are always full at any time of day. But like Chernarus, the Chernarus day one server is full from about kind of lunchtime, maybe 2 or 3 p.m. in the UK. If you go on it at like 10 or 11 a.m. there might be 20 people in it, but by lunchtime-ish, or maybe 2 or 3 in the afternoon, it's full normally. Sure. But that's incredibly good, because normally most servers have like a peak when it's full, and then they're empty. Like, their peak is most of the day. GS man, I do need to do that server at some point. It is on my radar for some point down the line. The Spaggy's Miserable server, that is. Sammy Hawaisma says, at TheRunningManZ, smelly butt. I've showered this morning, dude. I scrubbed my ass extra hard. Wire brush and everything. Wasabi, thank you for the new sub on Twitch. Very kind. Abandon all hope. Thank you for the new sub as well. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. Assuming you've no time for Sunnyvale servers. I've not been in them, Nybricks, but it's not... for me personally, I'm normally only going in the lightly modded or no modded servers, so I would imagine it's probably a bit more modded, but... I think that may be the case, Johnny, but it's okay. The Gorky bars are on me! One dug outing and a shower later. Well, I was starving to death for ages, but that's about it. We've not... Somebody just aimed at me and I had to run away. They might catch me up here. Maybe I shouldn't be looting here. Maybe I should move on somewhere else, but... I'm struggling at the moment. Usually Skillisti gives us shitloads of loot. and all I got was a Pillad scope and 40 Mosin rounds. Now, you can find Mosins around here and into the map, so hence I'm looking. I'm hoping we get lucky and find a Mosin, but it's about time. It's high time we found a bastard gun. I'd also like to jack this stupid bag in as well. I assume you don't have to shower as often if you use a bidet. I shower once a day, that's it. I'm a firm believer in trying to do the daily movement before the shower, though. I'm a firm believer in that. That's the magical recipe, right? Try and get your movement in early. The trouble is, during the gluten years, which were very long, the daily movement was more like a 4 daily movement. Or 4 a day movement. Does that armour slow you down somehow? Well, it affects your stamina because it weighs 5 kilos. So it definitely does slow you down by 5 kilos worth. So if I dropped it, if you look at my stamina bar there, if I drop that, the stamina bar will go up quite a bit, so I can then run further without needing to charge the stamina up. Do some servers run different graphics? Yes and no. So this server has turned the fog off, like the mist, so it looks more crisp and more clear in the distance. Some servers have a higher view distance that's forced on players, so you can't turn your view distance down. And some servers do things like turn the fog off or change the weather, change the lighting as a result, you know, so you can't really run different graphics as such, but the weather changes can make a big difference to the way the game looks. Fucking bollocks.
Still no alerts, eh? Cheers to 2 months.
Still no alerts. We've got alerts, Max. It's a bit of a lynx, a bit of a what's the right word? A mix to try and get it right. So if somebody subscribes brand new or gift subs, then there's an alert. If somebody resubs, then you get Robot Lady, but you don't get that it's time to start running. And the idea behind that is that it's trying to find a best of both worlds. People like Robot Lady, they like to leave the message like that, which you've just done, right? But it minimises the... Like, if we have... Like, right now there's 6,000 subs. If everybody resubs, that's 6,000 it's time to start runnings, right? Now, we've saved some of those, right? So we won't hear quite so many it's time to start runnings, but Robot Lady's still there if people want to make little jokes and whatnot. So it's kind of like... kind of best of both worlds, I think. Can you pleasure yourself on Scum? No. What's your opinion on this thought I've just had? So instead of weight reducing the distance you can run at, it reduces your actual running speed. So you can run the same distance but just at a slower pace. I guess I'd like to try it, but like with regards to like trying to sprint away from zombies and stuff, I think I'd rather stamina be as it is, you know. I think I prefer it as it is personally. But you wouldn't really be able to know for sure until you tried it for a week and then had a know, you know. I had a proper try. Hey D-Bear, yeah, not too bad, dude. Hope you're good.
Abandon All Hope donated $10. This double streaming, YT plus Twitch, befuddled me, and I double subbed. Oh well, you're worth it.
Abandon
Keep
all hope.
being you.
Dude, well, thank you for subbing. I pick one, you know, but thank you for subbing. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Moin, moin
on either.
from Hamburg.
Cheers for the support, man. Thank you. And thank you for the tip as well. Very, very kind. Thank you. Axe Parallax, thank you for the 2 months. Very kind as well. Now that Netflix announced it's bringing 3 GTA games to the platform, we'll get some Vice City streams, right? Oh, defo. How did you get the idea to be named RunningManZ? Vance, I'll give you the long version short. So I'll try and get this done short. Lots of people have heard this before, but I watched the film The Hunger Games, and I really felt it reminded me of the film The Running Man, right? Which is a film with Arnold Schwarzenegger and based off a book that's quite different by Stephen King, short story. Anyway, I watched The Hunger Games, kind of liked it, and the very next day I decided to make a YouTube video and give it a go. And I'd seen The Hunger Games the day before, and I was like, DayZ's a bit like The Hunger Games. I'd kind of like to do that, but I don't know. It didn't seem like I could make a good title out of it. It didn't. The Hunger Man's made no sense. But it did remind me of Running Man, so I picked that, used the name, put a Z on the end. That's basically it. That's where it came from. Miss is just taking the piss out of me because I was talking to her about this exact subject the other day. Is that all you came in for? You could have given us a little look while you were in. She's just got out of the bath. She's got a towel wrapped around her. So yeah, it came from that. What gluten food do I miss the most? Proper bread. Although I have cheat days. If you're not celiac, you can use a tablet, like a gluteolytic tablet, that allows you to eat gluten. So I do occasionally cheat, but the very best thing that's got gluten in it, for me, is really good fresh bread. Like a good doorstop of bread for like toast or a sandwich or whatever. Like really good quality bread is the biggest deal. Everything else, there's a kind of okay version. You can get an okay gluten-free pizza. You can get an okay gluten-free pasta and stuff. And it's getting better all the time. But gluten-free bread is just like... it's just not good. There's some better, and if you bake it yourself, it's maybe better still. But even still, none of it is that good. The only really good bread is... gluten is the thing that seems to give it the bounce. And gluten-free bread is just... bad. Just bad. Depressingly bad. I got an ad while you were explaining. It's easy enough on YouTube to go back and watch it, Vance. You can just you can go back to any part of the stream just by moving the bar at the bottom. You can easily go back and check it. It's all in your mind, just get some gluten-free pizza. It's not all in your mind, Imlotier. That's spoken like someone that's definitely not had gluten-free stuff. Gluten-free pizza's okay. It's not as good though. Like you can, if you get like a nice pizza from somewhere, like if say you get a takeaway pizza from like Papa John's, the dough is really nice. It's kind of bouncy. It's actually the best thing about a Papa John's pizza is the dough is quite bouncy and nice. But you get a gluten-free one, it's like a fucking crispy cracker. It's not the same. It doesn't have the same texture. Pretending it does is spoken like someone that has a choice in the matter, I'd say, personally. Jongo, I think you're being harsh, hearing people talk about good pizza and say Papa John's. That's a good analogy, because Papa John's pizza's the only good thing about it is the dough, right? But I don't know where you're from, but I'm guessing it's not Italy, and wherever you're from, trust me, they don't do the best pizza either. You just think they do. The best pizzas are in Italy. That's a fact. You like free gluten, and you cannot lie.
Love the content. Glad I discovered TRMZ.
I can see Altar Radio Tower from here. Look at that. That is cool. Wrong, New York. It's definitely not. I'm sorry, Barney. New York is good, by the way, but... guess where the pizza in New York came from? It came from Italy. It's Italians that moved to Italy. So the best pizza comes from Italy, because pizza in New York is Italian. It's from Italy, right? It's still Italian pizza. It's not from New York. It's Italian. It's the same. Pizza in Italy is nasty. Well, you must have been unlucky where you went, dude. It's amazing. Abu Hakim, thank you for the 3 months. Cheers for the support. BK Rando, thank you for the support as well. Cheers for the new sub. pizza is it's great most places, right? But what's good pizza is highly subjective. But like in America land, some people love New York, some people love Chicago or whatever, but they're all pretty good. You know, there's no right or wrong answer, is there? If you ask for pepperoni on a pizza in Italy, you're in for a surprise. Yeah.
Always look forward to your streams. Keep running and the pizza will find you.
I had a few different pizzas in Italy, to say the least, and oh god, they can be so good. One of my favourite ever meals was, I've talked about it loads, but I had a pizza that had some German sausage on it, but so like Frankfurter type sausage, but it was in an Italian pizzeria on Lake Missouri, and it was absolutely glorious. It was so good. The flour they use in Italy is okay for gluten-free people to eat. Myth or fact? Yakety, I don't know. I don't know. There's people that say like sourdough bread is okay, but it definitely has gluten in, for example. So, like if you're celiac, I wouldn't recommend you eat it. But if you're not and you're only intolerant, I guess you only know if you try it. I suspect it would probably just have like they use like for pasta they use 00 flour, right? So, but all pasta, most pasta you eat in the UK comes from Italy. That's all got gluten in it. I'm certain they don't use 00 flour for pizza, but nonetheless, the pizza will have. I'm sure it'll have gluten in. I think from what Redline was saying that when he went, they had quite a few gluten-free options. It might have been Redline, it might be somebody else at the same time, but they have options now in Italy for it. But chorizo or chorizo, I really like chorizo. You saw some, yeah. Sourdough does have less gluten, but it still has some for sure, yeah. The best pizza is the leftover pizza I reheat in a pan. Ooh. I quite like cold pizza of a morning, but only if it's not too savoury of a pizza, like if it's like a veggie pizza or something. Like even like a Domino's vegetable pizza the next morning is amazing. It's really good. I was of the understanding that Italy didn't have pizza as we know it today. They definitely do, dude. They use very thin, crisp pizza base, but they've like been having pizza forever and a day. It's not as thick crust. It's normally very, very thin, but they've been doing pizza forever. I really like the thin base if it's done well, though. I like that. I think food can be authentic, whoever makes it. It's just whether you've got the experience, you know. Like, sorry guys, one sec. I want to read that out. I had a debate with a buddy recently. His stance was authentic food has to be from the country itself. My stance was it could be in any country, but had to be made by someone originally from the country the food was authentic to. Who do you agree with? My answer is neither. I don't think it has to be from anybody that's from there. I think it has to be somebody that's trained with the right skills. So, forgetting about like whether it was Chinese or Indian or something, if you take French cuisine, which has been considered the best fine dining cuisine ever, like not the best chefs in the world are necessarily French. Some of them are, but if you're trained to cook the classics, like the French classic dishes, you're a trained chef. You can cook those dishes, right? You don't need to be French. You don't need to be from France. You could make the best possible curry ever. You don't need to be from India, but probably going and spending a couple of years in India cooking with people that cook it authentically would be very wise, you know. But I think it's having the experience of making it that matters, not where you're from. What's with the Ali? What's wrong with French cuisine? Most fine dining around the world has been like the classic dishes are mostly French. Like if you go to fancy restaurants, like for the last 50 years, it's mostly been French. Exactly, Suto, exactly. Like, but you get people like Gordon Ramsay or whoever, you know, like it's about training to make those dishes. You don't need to be from there. The secrets of French cuisines are butter, butter, and butter. Yeah, that's probably true. How have I still not got a gun? Holy shit. French cuisine is the most overrated food ever. I don't know. I think there's some really good stuff, but like everywhere, there's good and bad, you know. You go to a restaurant, if you go anywhere, like forgetting about this for a minute, if you go to a basic restaurant, if you go to an independent family-run restaurant in France or Spain or Italy, you're going to get so much better food 99 times out of 100 than you would get if you went to a small independent restaurant in the UK. And here's something you're not going to like, or America. If you go to a place that does just good cooked food in places like France and Italy and Spain, you're going to get way better than you will with our shit. And that's a fact, I'm afraid to say. So everyone that's like looking down on it, they really know food better than we do. Jim Bob, where do I eat? Like, there aren't many independent restaurants in the UK, but they're not as good as Europe. They're just not. Our produce isn't as good as well. You go on holiday, right? Go and get a piece of fruit or a tomato from the buffet in the hotel. We don't even get them like that in here, you know. Like unless you go to some like incredibly fancy organic place. Even our tomatoes don't look the same. We just don't have the quality of it. Have I eaten at a Michelin-starred restaurant ever? Yeah, once or twice, yeah. Like the fruit and the veg and whatnot in Spain or France is way better than ours. It's like Spain tends to make most of the... They grow most of the fruit for a lot of Europe, but they don't send the good stuff to the UK, clearly. They send the shit to us. That's the case. There are good restaurants in the UK. I'm not saying they're bad. But if you think about your hometown, most of your independent restaurants are like little cafes that do fry-ups and stuff. You know, most independent... There's not that many independent restaurants that are just doing good food. There's a few, and there's more coming now. But we don't have that many like that they do there. Like they've got proper like if you go to Spain, they might spend 3 hours as a family eating an evening meal. Their whole evening might revolve around food in a way that we're just not. We're a lot more fast food orientated. We don't have the same. We just don't have it the same. We don't. I dare you to find a country that does baked beans better. Yeah, that's going to be tricky. Seth and Machosif, thank you for the support. Really, really kind. Thank you. Sorry, guys, one sec. Mrs. has just sent me a text saying, when are we going to France? Soon. I'd quite like to go. That is, yeah. Well, Sunday roast occasionally. I haven't had a Sunday roast this month, for example. I'm not a huge fan of like somebody was talking about Michelin starred, or I don't really like fine dining when it's like that fine, like everything looks like a work of art on your plate and stuff, and it like every little grain of fucking whatever cress has been very carefully placed with tweezers and all that. I don't like that. It's almost always incredibly rich, and I don't want to eat it. I like just like normal restaurants. I'd rather go to like a family-owned restaurant that's just going to cook some half-decent food. The Michelin-starred stuff, the real fancy stuff, I don't really go a bundle on. I don't feel like I belong there. I think it's for people that are not me. Like,
Forgot to cancel the damn sub for the 83rd time kappa.
don't you want your steak injected by the chef's special sauce? I don't know why I went there. It's a hangover from the Winter Zero server, I'd say. Shelley, dude, well, thank you for forgetting. I don't go to restaurants at all. I just don't enjoy them. Blimey, you've not been to the right one, I reckon. There are amazing food to be had in Michelin dined places, and not every Michelin restaurant is really poncy. Like, you get like, what's that name of the chef that lost all the weight? He's got a gastropub that's got 1 or 2 Michelin stars, and it's just like a pub that's doing pub food, you know. But when I think Michelin star, I guess I'm thinking of like it's turning up and there's a massive great plate, and there's like this little lid off it, and when it's like everything's like very theatrical, and there's fucking mist coming off stuff and little bits of fucking smog and like little bits of foam and shit, you know. And I don't like that. I don't feel like I belong in places like that. Tom Kerridge, yeah. There are some places that just do really good food, but the ones where it's like a piece of art, no. £35 for fish and chips at Tom Kerridge's Food. Please don't say it's not OTT. At least it's normal food, Vimir. Whether it's justifiable or not is another matter altogether, you know. You can spend £15 on steak and chips, or you can spend £150 on steak and chips. It's still steak and chips. Which one's for you is your choice, you know. At least it's regular food rather than being like deconstructed and it's served out, and you don't get fish and chips. You get a little cube of cod and then a little cube of batter and then a little bit of pea sauce somewhere or some bollocks, you know. Like, I'm not saying it's good or not. I've never been, but at least it's regular food. Just turned up to 11 maybe, I don't know. What's my favourite beer? Oh, none really. I enjoyed a few beers actually when I went to the Liverpool thing with YouTube. I went to a YouTube creator thing about 3-4 weeks ago, but because of the gluten in it, I don't have a lot of beer. Like, if I go to a pub, there's no gluten-free beers, and even if there was, I'd feel like a right dick asking for one. So I tend to drink mostly red wine and whiskey, but if I'm a beer drinker, I normally just drink like lager, or like, I quite like Kronenberg or something like that. I'm not really a massive beer drinker. I don't go in for like, I don't like the ones that have all got like fancy names and like you're getting like a bottle of Wizard's Sleeve or Monk's Elbow or I don't know, Spaceman's Shindig or something. Whatever they all have weird names and like pictures of witches on the front and stuff. I don't really go in for those. One thing I've discovered, by the way, I had quite a bit of whiskey about a week ago, enough that would normally give me a hangover. Maybe 2 weeks ago, I don't know when, but I don't get hangovers if I drink whiskey at all. If I get like reasonably merry, let's say, and I drink beer and wine, or beer or wine, I get a hangover. But if I get the same level of merriment with only whiskey, I don't get a hangover. And I don't know if it's to do with the alcohol and because it's less fluid, or maybe it's because I'm not mixing, or maybe it's a bit more clean because it's 40% proof or more and it's distilled or whatever. But you can buy gluten-free beers, Warhead, but they're really expensive. Like, if you want to get 4 bottles of beer in a supermarket that's gluten-free, then it's like £6 or something for 4 bottles, and they're only small. Like, it just seems expensive for what you get. It doesn't taste any different. It tastes as good. It's like the one I like the best is it's a version of Estrella Dam, which is called Dora Dam. So it tastes exactly like Estrella, but it's got the gluten taken out. Vance, we don't talk about gun laws and shit on YouTube. This question was. We don't talk about gun laws and whatnot because it just gets tedious. Unfortunately, on YouTube, I'm not able to print rules like I can on Twitch, but I don't do gun talk and I don't do religion talk and I don't do politics talk because it never ends well. Hydrate and you won't get hangovers. Yeah, maybe. If you're out really on the lash, there's nobody out there having a pint of beer and then a pint of water. You know, you can definitely do things to mitigate it. Like if you go out and get properly drunk and then just as you're going to bed you drink a pint of water and then you get another pint of water next year and then when you wake up for your piss in the middle of the night you drink more, you can really mitigate your hangover. But let's be fair, if you're going out and you're having loads of drinks and stuff, maybe it's your work's Christmas meal or whatever, you know, there ain't nobody really drinking enough water to offset what they're drinking. And then when you get home, you're absolutely mullered, so you just pass out on the bed. You know, everybody gets hangovers, and like if you're that sensible that you're like, oh well, I must have another. What you ain't having a fun enough time. if you're really doing it right to mitigate your hangover, you're not having a fun enough time in the evening, if you ask me. Chai Cult, take it easy, dude. If the room ain't spinning, you ain't winning. Oh, God. I don't get... well, obviously this year I did 2 lots of hard 75s, nearly. I did 86 days of no alcohol, and then I did... 56, 58 days of no alcohol a second time, and I've been healthy this year and lost quite a bit of weight all in. So right now I'm still doing the walks. I've been out and done my walk today. I did a walk yesterday and whatnot, but I'm not being quite as healthy as I was. So I'm not losing weight, but I'm not putting it on either. And I'll start again after Christmas probably and start losing more weight. Maybe I'll do a couple of weeks of healthy in between. I don't know, but. Yeah, I'm liking having a little bit. I had a glass of whiskey last night, you know. I didn't on Monday, but I did last night. Sip, I could do, but I just don't think most people would see them. It's not a bad idea, but I don't think people would go there to look for them, and then I'd have to send people there, and I don't know. How is Toby? He's great. Yeah, he's fine. There's no hangover cure, only time. I think some carbs first thing in the morning. Obviously, like the preemptive strike, like everyone has said, you know, like if you get back really worse for wear at like 3 a.m, a pint of water and 2 paracetamol and then get straight to bed, you'll feel better than you might have done in the morning. So you can do the preemptive strike, you know, it does work, but not every time are you going to be able to do that. You just won't do it. But if you, there's for me, when I used to go out like drinking and then go to work the next day and stuff when I was much younger, I used to have like an 11 a.m. watershed. Like if you were starting work at say 8 a.m. or 9 a.m, you'd be absolutely hanging awful and feel terrible. But if you made it to 11 a.m, you were fine. That was kind of
We've had
my
a
cut-off.
baby smiley face.
Just make it to but what you normally need, really, if you can, is a lot of water and then ideally quite a lot of like carbs or something. You know, something that will help soak it up. You know, like. Diurolite, yeah, well that will rehydrate you, won't it? That makes sense. Oh, I could take that.
At TheRunningManZ. Smiley face.
I ought to take that. Also, the Gorky bars are on my. I'm not doing well finding rifles today. Johnny, thank you very much for the support, dude. Cheers for the resub. Don't need that. Thanks very much, Wafty. We've had a Twitch baby. Wafty Man's Twitch baby, no less. Thank you. Why am I not being able to eat that? Okay, can eat that, so that's fine. I might take that just for maybe using to make a bottle. That's not meant to be a fish. It's crazy that the knife is as quick at killing Zeds as that sword was. It's not quite balanced, that is it? And maybe the knives are too good, but my feeling is definitely the sword is not good enough. Dave, GG. You've been sober since 2nd of Jan 21, have you? Very cool. I think I've found a decent enough balance for now. Like, I don't really want to be sober forever because I really like whiskey. But I don't drink. I didn't drink whiskey last night to get drunk. You know? I really like it. I like the flavour. You know, I like a glass of whiskey every now and then. So, but right now I'm not losing weight, and I'm not particularly trying to. But I'm doing the walking. I'm eating fairly healthily. I'm having a few treats. Maybe I shouldn't. I had a couple of bags of Wotsits last night, which are crisps or chips. But I'm still doing the steps and I'm still doing the exercise. I'm still mostly drinking water and whatnot. So I'm kind of much healthier than I was, but not in calorie deficit right now. You know? But that's okay. For now, that'll do. I've tried Bushmills, but not for a long time. It was all right. I don't remember it being special, but it was a long time ago. What I was having last night was Kleinlich 14, which I bought it. Some people won't believe me when I say this, but well, everyone in the UK will. But I bought it from Amazon. You can buy alcohol on Amazon in the UK, and I ordered 2 bottles of Kleinlich 14 because it was on a special offer. It was like £40. And I'd never tried it before. I'd seen a few reviews, and my father-in-law to be had kind of recommended it. So I got, and it was really, really good actually. It's very nice. It's not one I'd ever had before, but it was very, very good. What kind of whiskey do you prefer? Scotch or Irish, dude, pretty much. I like, I'm kind of fairly broad. I don't like anything that's really peaty, but if it's smoky or if it's like honeyed or sweet or whatever, most whiskey profiles I like. I'm not keen if it really feels like very peaty, but everything else great. You've got a base in that pub, have you, Jeff? Yeah, but I should think you'll do well to keep it. It's a fairly high traffic area, so you might want it to be high traffic so you can take on the raiders. You know. What brand would you buy as a gift to someone you really want to make happy? Lars, how much do you want to spend? At me with the reply, and I'll give you a good answer. But the price you want to spend will affect it. But how much do you want to spend? There's one brand that immediately comes to mind who are like the brand everyone knows as premium, but it depends how much you want to spend. Redbreast is great, Yakety, yeah. I quite fancy 15 a Redbreast 15 for Christmas, but I don't know. What whiskey do you recommend £50 budget in the UK? Redbreast 12 or Balvenie Double Wood? Both of those are really good. Redbreast 12. If they like whiskey already, if it's someone that doesn't like whiskey very much or they've never tried it very much, get the Balvenie. But if they like whiskey a lot, get the Redbreast. Never had it in Fail. It's not one I'm familiar with, that one. Is there a note? Normally there is sword, yeah. But the reality is whether it justifies the cost or not. And it depends on the whiskey as well. Some are like, even with a really well-known brand like Glenlivet 15 is really much nicer than Glenlivet 12, and sometimes it's on special in supermarkets and stuff. But there's usually a balance trade-off, like anything, depending on how much you spend. Like, if you take like a Redbreast, for example, Redbreast at the moment on Amazon, Redbreast 12 is about £48, Redbreast 15 is 76, and Redbreast 21 is 210. You know, the sweet spot value-wise is certainly not the 21. It's the best, but I'd probably rather have a bottle of 15 or 12 at the money. You know. I quite like Arbor. I don't know if I've had the 14 or not, but Arbor's good. There's not a significance of year, Lars. Usually the older the better, but you asked about gifts. It's like it really depends on how much you wanted to spend, but the brand that everybody accepts as being really premium is Macallan. But even if you buy like the cheapest bottle of Macallan, it's like £70 or £80 roughly. But if you buy someone a bottle of Macallan, they know it's not cheap, right? It's the Rolls-Royce whiskey. You do pay a bit more for it though, but Macallan is the... If you're buying someone a gift and you want to impress them, you get a Macallan. Now, if you want to buy someone a gift and you want them to think that you know about whiskey, you don't buy the Macallan. They'll be impressed with Macallan, but they might be... Like, if you were going to spend, I don't know, £200 on a bottle of Macallan or whatever... If you bought them Glenfarclas 25, they might think you were more of a whiskey connoisseur than if you bought them £200 worth of Macallan. I don't know how much Glenfarclas 25 is, by the way. It's probably more than 200. I've no idea, but... So much talk about whiskey, but not saying anything about rum. Well, I guess different strokes for different folks. I ain't a rum drinker. I've never really... I like rum. The rum you have in cocktails, I don't like sweet stuff, so the cocktail rum I don't like. And the rum that you meant to drink that's a bit more like brandy, like the rum that you drink as a spirit, I'm not keen on that either. Personally, it's not for me. I don't really like it. It's a bit like brandy. It's too sweet. I don't like it. I probably am going to go to Devil's Castle. Yeah, see if we can get a rifle. We looted it yesterday, me and Doc, on a different server to be fair, but there was no bloody loot. It was really low. I've tried Ardbeg, Doomstar. Ardbeg's lovely. Yeah. Hi Trudge 95. Hope you're good. Sounds like you just made that up, Bobby. Certainly not one I've ever heard of. Osborne Veterano. Never heard of it, I'm afraid. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's just not crossed my lips as yet. Yeah, I'm not keen on bourbon. So yeah, John Anderson. John Anderson, were you in Gladiators? John Anderson. Running Man, you can go on my first whistle. You won't know who. You might not know who John Anderson is, by the way, John Anderson, other than you. But anyway, yeah, bourbon not for me. I've not found one I like yet. Spanish brandy. Oh, okay, I've not tried many brandies either. Do you prefer whiskies with or without the E? Well, I drink more Scotch, so I'll say without the E, but my favourite whiskey ever is Irish, so it's tricky. Is there no options for super chat, Trevor? I don't have it turned on. There's a little command coming up from Nightbot once every now and then. I've not turned super chat on. There's a join if you want to join. I don't have super chat on. I do PayPal or Streamlabs tips, and there's a command that comes into the chat every now. But I haven't put super chat on because Twitch are a bit funny about alerts and what you can have on screen, and so if I had super chats, I wouldn't be able to have alert on the screen because I'm streaming to Twitch as well. So I'm keeping super chats off. John Anderson, thank you very much. Cheers for the support, dude. Cheers for the subbing. So the John Anderson I was referring to, I think, I might be wrong, but I think he was the referee in Gladiators when it was on in the UK, when John Fashanu and Eureka used to host it. So it's a reference that might not be for anyone under the age of about 38 or so. But I'm sure John Anderson was the Scottish fella that used to talk about, like, he was the one that used to let people go and blow the whistles and shit. I haven't, Scary, no. I don't think so, anyway. Singer for the band, yes. Well, I wouldn't know that. Yeah, John Anderson, yeah. So that's what John Anderson himself thought I was referring to, but...
Please take my Bezos bucks.
Yes, did some good songs, right? But they were before my time, right? I'm too much of a young man. I really am. They were a bit before my time, believe it or not, I think. Certainly before I was listening to music anyway. But Gladiators in the 90s, whew. You had to watch it every week just for Jet, never mind anything else. Jet from Gladiators was my teenage crush, massively so. She was lovely, Jet from Gladiator. Would you drink a 50-50 shot that was pine extract, liquor and fish shot? What's fish shot? I think the answer to that is no. He was Rick. Yeah, Diane Udall. That's right. Jet was your first big crush as a kid too. Yeah, I liked her a lot. Kelly LeBrock from Weird Science. Blimey. NYC Pawnbroker, thank you for the 9 months for support, dude. Thank you. NYC Pawnbroker, can you do me a cheap deal on a Bolex Raytona? We're not getting any guns. This is really tricky. Like, what's a guy meant to do to get a fucking gun in this place? It's like the rifles have just stopped spawning. Bobby, I'm sure it does, but it sounds horrendous to me. Buy yourself Osborne Veterano, fill a quarter glass full and put 2 ice cubes in it and a little lime. I say it tastes good. It probably does, but if it's brandy, it's not for me. I might buy 1 bottle of brandy for Christmas. Like, I'm off for the best part of 2 weeks over Christmas, and so I intend to like have like a bit of alcohol in, like a little bit of gin, a little bit of whiskey, a little bit, and then just be like a, you know that gif of Homer Simpson and he's in the pool and he's sitting there like with his belly all hanging out the pool. Well, I'm going to be like that, but I'll just be on the sofa with a plethora of spirits knocking around the place. With my great big Christmas belly all dangling out. Oh well, looks like we're going somewhere else now then. This has been shite. I really can't. I don't know what's happened. I was on this server a while ago, like last week or whatever, getting rifles all over the place. It sounds great right now, right? But Christmas is a time for excess, but it's too much. By the time Christmas Day has rolled around, and like the next day, Boxing Day, 26th, like you're like sick of it, you know. You're just like, I don't want this anymore. And you're like, what shall I have to drink tonight? And you're like, do I really want alcohol? All right then. But I don't know. It's too much really. I shouldn't do it, but you know, everybody does. Homer has a peak male physique. I've very much gone the Homer Simpson way. I'm inspired by Homer Simpson, right? I think Homer Simpson is 38. I think Homer Simpson in The Simpsons is 38, I think. And obviously Homer Simpson never ages. And neither do I. It's magic, you know. I am basically... he's 39, I was close, right? I was close. But yeah, I don't age either, just like Homer. Can you get moonshine in the UK? Well, not in shops. Do I look good in a moo-moo? Maybe would have. I probably wouldn't now. We don't really go a bundle on eggnog in the UK, Corbin. Eggnog's more of an Americaland thing, I think. It's more of an Americaland tradition. I think they're bringing Gladiators back, aren't they? I don't know, it's probably be on Channel 5, but I think they're bringing it back. Yeah, we have Bailey's. Bailey's is kind of our equivalent, which is like a liqueur. Creamy liqueur. I quite like Bailey's, actually. It's only acceptable to drink it at Christmas, though, but it's quite good. Yeah, if you go to like a Christmas fete or something, you're going to get like mulled wine. That's quite good. It's on the BBC and it's recorded, just needs a start date. Interesting, Dave. Yeah, so it's coming. Yeah, my missus quite likes Baileys, so we've got some Baileys in for Crimbo. Is McKellen available in the US? It will be, Reg. It's premium though, so it like the cheapest bottle. They do like I think it's double wood and triple wood, or double cask, isn't it? They do double cask and triple cask. So the cheapest I think they do is it's like 12 years old double cask. In the UK it's about 60-70 pounds, and then triple cask is not much more from memory, but they taste fairly similar. There's not much in it really, but I've only ever bought them both once because it's just more money than they need to be. They're good, but you can get better for less. And McKellen is one of the most well-known whiskey brands there is. So yeah, you'd definitely be able to get it. Lars, I don't drink cognac brandy. It's too sweet. I'm not a huge fan. FSN8, thanks for tuning in. Nightbot's just done you for capitals, but I did read your message. Hope you keep having fun playing the game on PS5, dude. Need help with Steam, dude. You need Google for that kind of, like. Sorry, 910 Casket, first time chatter on Twitch. Need help with Steam. That's like a Google search, I'd say that is. If you want to give us a bit more detail, we can try to help, but otherwise it might be Google for that. Oh, McKellen gets crazy expensive, Reg. Like, a lot of whiskey does, but McKellen, there's some really old bottles. It's really expensive. Have you seen the Yorkshire Tea gaming controllers? I haven't, no. Have I tried James May gin? I have not, no. Is it not slow gin? if James May doesn't do, assuming it's that James May, if he hasn't got James May Captain Slow Gin, then he is a fucking idiot. If he's not, surely Captain Slow Gin is absolutely a winning formula. Like, must be. It is that James May. Yeah, I don't. If I get gin, and I normally do, I get Plymouth gin. That's the one I like, and it's not. Plymouth gin's not crazy expensive, and it's very often on special in the supermarket, so I just normally get that. Ben, thank you. Cheers for coming in. Writer's Tears is a really good Irish whiskey. I've only really had a few. The ones I really like are Redbreast, and then the Green Spot and Yellow Spot, and those, you know, they are really good as well. Yellow Spot is absolutely amazing, but it's not cheap, but it's really, really good. I need to get onto James May. I want 10% of the business. I've just cracked it. You're going to be a marketing. I'm switching to marketing. I think I'm the only person that's impressed with Captain Slow Jim, but nonetheless, I'm impressed with it. Yeah, Japan's meant to be amazing. I want to try Yamazaki 12, I think it is. But it's like £120. And I ain't spending £120 on some whiskey I've never tried. I just ain't doing it. Well, that's not true, because I've done it in the past once or twice. But what I would rather do is, like, try... Like, if I have, like, Bunnahabhain Striador and I really like it, then I might try Bunnahabhain 18, because I think I'll like it more, you know. But the Japanese whiskey just seems somewhat elusive to me. Like, it's quite a lot of money, and the entry-level ones are quite a lot of money. So you can't do that thing you'd normally do. Like, you can't buy the £40 or the £30 one and think, God, that's amazing. I'll maybe try the more premium version one day. They're all kind of premium in Japan, it seems, mostly, you know. That was damaged. That saved us some stamina and given us a bit more ballistic protection. I would really like a mag for this. That would be cool. You usually do get mags. Kind of unlucky. But I don't have a shotgun. I mean. Tanqueray's okay, Dr. Dino, if it's like what you like. I'm not a gin expert, to be honest. I'm kind of fine with just regular, cheap as shit Gordons, and a lot of people that like gin will think that's sacrilege, but Gordons and tonic, I'm at Gordons and Schweppes, it's fine, I like it. It tastes good, I like it, I like it fine. But I get Plymouth gin because I like Negronis, and in a Negroni, the gin seems to make the most difference to the taste of the cocktail. So, a Negroni being gin, vermouth, and Campari, so it's all alcohol. It's lovely, but it's very dry. But Plymouth gin tastes really good in a Negroni. I did have a mag for that. Dropped it, didn't I? Don't know why I did drop it, but I did. Whiskey Exchange London is whiskey heaven. Every whiskey shop I've ever been in is too pricey. That's the problem. Like, there's some really cool whiskey shops in London. I was in Norwich not so long ago, and there was a really good whiskey shop there, like a chain, but specialist in whiskey. But they're all more money. Like, if you wanted, like, I don't know, I just mentioned Bunnahabhain 18. You can buy it online for about £120. That's a lot of money. That's like a special occasion kind of thing for me, like Christmas or something, like, maybe. But if you want it from online, you can get it from like Master of Malt or somewhere similar for about 120. But if you go to the store, like a whiskey exchange type store, they're all about 135 or 140 for the same thing. You know, it's too much. They're always too much. I have a mag. Oh, you're right, I do. You're right, I do. Not much cop right now, but it is the best thing I've got. Why is there no police station zombies? There should be some police zombies, right? That's what I kind of need. I'll just have a quick look over here. There might be some on the other side of the wall, but with no police zombies, I ain't getting any rounds for that SSG. Oh, bollocks.
Love you, bye.
Oh, but a lady said that kind of weird, didn't she? Brian, thank you very much. Cheers for the support, man. Hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. Cheers for the resub. I'm going to go to the medical and pick up a bit more, a few more bandages and whatnot. Do I watch DayZ videos of other streamers when I have free time? Not anymore. No, I used to years ago, but I don't anymore. Not entirely true. I hit that and it didn't die. It must have been. Oh, look, it's in it. Look at that! I've not seen that before. Look at that. It had a little bit of the power taken off by the fence, I think. Fish Clan, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, I don't watch much DayZ stuff anymore. I'll occasionally watch Wobo when he does a recent video, you know. So, like, Wobo on YouTube, I'll keep an eye on his because, like, he just did a video on Sunday and it covered, like, the spawning system. And it's kind of nice to know, like, now I know that the spawn timer is 6 minutes. So, you know this new spawn thing they've added where you spawn in the same area? I've been saying what it is, but saying I'm not sure exactly how long the time lasts, whether it's 2 minutes or 5 minutes or what, I don't really know. Well, it's 6 minutes, and Wobo's video says that, you know, so you can learn a few things from Wobo's videos, which are definitely worth learning. I'll occasionally dip in and watch a little bit here and there. Like, I've watched the odd taupe video here and there in the last year. I've probably watched little bits of Sour Sweet and a little bits here and there of, like, Amish Z as well, but I don't watch a lot, because I'm doing 40 or 50 hours in DayZ myself. So when I get to, like, after this stream tonight, after I've played DayZ for 7 hours, I don't want to spend an hour watching DayZ. I want to go and do something else, you know, like, for obvious reasons, you know. It doesn't feel like a break from what I've just been doing if I go and watch the same content I've just been playing. Eldritch, if you buy something online in the UK, it's free. You don't pay shipping, dude. If you're buying a £120 bottle online from Masters of Malt, the shipping is free. That's the price you pay to your door. If you buy wine on Amazon, obviously you might pay for Amazon Prime, but it's going to be free beyond the Prime cost you've already paid. War Medic, thank you for the support. Destroyer, Brian, thank you. Texas Rage, very, very kind as well. Thanks a lot for the support, guys. I get tired of hearing the same noises. I don't know what to tell you. Play different music. You, Reg, it wouldn't be free if you're buying from Master of Malt here. I doubt Master of Malt would be allowed to ship whiskey to America. I could be wrong, but you'd need to buy it from someone that's shipping it over there. But the rules for delivery of stuff is different. Like Amazon, for example, I don't think they're allowed to sell whiskey in America. They are in the UK. You know, our rules on this stuff is different. Like, if you buy whiskey from Amazon in the UK, they have to check your ID when they drop it off. So you have to have, like, a driving license or something. Strictly speaking, that should happen no matter what, even if you look like you're like 80. But usually they just knock on the door and then they go. But they're meant to check ID, but they don't. Clearly, I don't look 18, so it's fine. But there are different rules for different companies. You know, like it's funny. Like if you in New York, if you want to buy a couple of beers, quite often you have to go somewhere like a fucking Dwayne Reed or whatever they're called. They sell them in like pharmacies and stuff. Whereas over here, like every corner shop basically only exists because of alcohol. Like every corner shop has got about as much alcohol as it's got everything else. Every newsagent's, every corner shop, every place that does the odd little bit of food, it's mostly alcohol and then milk, yeah, and newspapers. I found that a bit weird when I went to New York. I'd forgotten about that, actually, but we were like, oh, let's go and get a couple of beers for the hotel room. And then we couldn't find a shop that sold it, and we had to go in a pharmacy. It maybe just because we were noobs, but it was really strange. I think there's a mag in the cell. Oh, shit, Standerman. Sorry, I only just seen your message. They do it different, can sell in specific places. That's what I mean, face bump. But I don't think you probably get regional Amazon where one sells alcohol and one doesn't. But you can tell me, I can't tell you, you know. Feel like I should have said happy crappy after that. It was a bit similar. Say you have a run with Sour and you both post a vid and the run, you won't ever go and watch his POV of the action. Not really, Praise. Not. Occasionally, if there's been like a really crazy moment. So, for example, when we were playing on Kimsey ages ago, Sour got like a load of kills with a chambered pistol or a pistol or something. I think I remember going back and watching that on his stream, but I very rarely do. No, because there's no point. Like, I got killed by a streamer yesterday, you know, and fair play to him. Now, to be fair, I have seen that clip. We got killed by Rob, Random Rob, I think it was, yesterday. Me and Doc Dreist. But one of the mods posted a clip of it in the mod Discord, so I caught the clip. But I wouldn't go looking for it, because I get killed by someone every day, and very often they're streaming. I don't see the point, you know, like... I never bother. Like, if I did, I'd end up doing more of that kind of stuff than I should, you know. I enjoy the game, whatever happens, happens, and when it's done, it's done. But I don't normally watch bits. I did. Sour made a video, the video where I killed him with the barn door. I didn't watch the whole video, but I watched a little bit of that. To be honest, I just wanted to see how he ended it more than anything else. But and I was very pleased to see that he ended it on me killing him. But I occasionally will watch the odd bit, but it's quite rare. Like. Sours makes amazing videos. I've seen plenty of Sours videos over the years, you know. He makes really, really good videos. Very nice intros and very cool graphics and stuff, right? But like, really what I'm worried about is enjoying the game in the moment on the day, you know. Like, if I die, I ain't too bothered how somebody kills me or what position they were in, you know. If I really couldn't work it out and it turns out they were hiding in a tree, then I might go and find out, you know. It'd be interesting to know, but most of the time it's just an experience that's been and gone, and then you just, that's it, done, you know. Did I watch other YouTubers' vids of Lights Out? Nope. I didn't know. Paul is a leader, not a follower. It's not that. It's not that at all. When I was first making YouTube videos, I was an absolute, like, I was like a black hole of YouTube content. Like, I was absorbing it all, you know. When I was learning to edit and when I was first becoming a YouTuber and I had no subs or I had 20 subs or whatever, I watched every single thing that got put out. I watched it all for about 2 years, right? And I was really eager, and for understandable reasons, you know. But now, when I feel more of a streamer than a YouTuber for obvious reasons, and I'm very much more just focused on having fun and enjoying the game and enjoying the streams and whatnot. I ain't too worried what other people are doing. Not because they might be doing better things than me. I don't worry about what other people do, because if I do, it'll start driving me mad. Why bother, you know? Like I've said this a bit in the past. If you're a streamer, the best thing to do is to compete with yourself, not with other people. You know, like, there's no point watching, I don't know, a JLK video and thinking, fucking hell, I really must make a video about base building or where I become the biggest drug dealer and where I do this. I need to, like, there's no, I don't want to, I just play the game for fun for me. I don't need to know how JLK's doing his videos. He makes some of the very best videos, but I don't play the game the same way he does. Fine. Right, there's another convoy spawn up ahead. Hopefully we'll will get lucky. Like I was saying earlier, I've checked a lot of convoy spawns on this server. I've not seen a single convoy. I didn't call out JLK at all. I like JLK. I think he makes really good videos, but the point I'm trying to make, and I know you're joking, Aldo, by the way, is that I know I like vanilla and lightly modded, and I know I'm not gonna like go out and try and do that. And I'm not gonna suddenly stop streaming and start recording stuff online to make more basey stuff. You know, like Nezza and JLK, for example, make really good base building videos. But unless I stop streaming and start playing offline, I'm never going to make those kinds of videos. No, it's nothing I can do. Chris Lynch, the Lights Out videos were edited by Uncupa, and unfortunately he had carpal tunnel, so it took a long time. But at the time, he downloaded Muller and Sour's point of view. We didn't use much point of view from other people, though. We used some from Serpy, who was streaming it. We didn't use that much from other people's point of view, and the bits we did, some of it was from the shoutcasters. But yeah, it was Uncupa that did it, yeah. Oh, Muller's Lights Out stream after I died. That was from my channel, Psycho. So when I died, we were so close to the end, I stayed streaming. That was my channel. That was my channel that came from, not Muller's. So after I died, it was like literally minutes from the end. So I then I joined Muller's stream as a viewer, and I streamed it to my audience. And then after he'd finished top 3, I then raided Muller with my audience, if that makes sense. I'm a bit worried about it. GMO, thank you very much for buying the merch, dude. Thank you. GMO Express, thank you very much. Gorky bars on one way. Again. Wish the loot was on me. Jesus, I'm really struggling. I'm really looking forward to Lights Out too as well, I am. We're certainly okay for Longhorn rounds now. What I'd really like to do is find a blaze or something, that would be cool. Maybe some new boots as well. These are looking a bit shite. They're only damaged. But heat pack, don't need. Really missed those. 60 blaze rounds. At least there's loot. No gun, but at least there's loot. MP5 mag was dropped by a player at some point. It didn't spawn here. You can send some Mo's in here for me. I hope you're right, Stan. You guys ended up winning the Lights Out last time. Macca, Lights Out last year. I think it'll be the same this year. The aim was to get 3 players, the last 3 players standing win. So we had many teams of 3. So at the end, there was Holly and Adam Crook from one team. So Holly and Adam Crook's team got 2 people through to the end. And then the last person through, the other one of the 3, was Muller from me, Sour and Muller's team. So Muller was the... Muller lasted the longest out of all of us. He had the most stamina, as it were. Unfortunately, Sour died a little earlier in the day. And then it was Dr. Peppermint and somebody else that was shooting at us, and Sour got killed, and then we also got attacked by a bear at the same time, and while Muller was killing the bear, I killed Dr. Peppermint and somebody else. I can't remember the name of the other streamer, but yeah, anyway, Sour died. And then I think I died in about 5th place, and then one more person died, and then it was the last 3. So it was pretty solid between us, you know, it was pretty good. We did alright. I'd love to have lived to the very end, but where we got pushed out was really tricky. And if I'd just hidden a bit more in cover, maybe I would have got to the end, but easier said than done, wasn't it? I think I'd gone AFK. Hello? Whoa!
Hello?
It's okay, you don't need to shoot.
Hello?
I ain't looking for no trouble. Oh my god! Fuck me. I can't believe he did that. GG to him. That was a headshot. It had to be. Fuck's sake. Fair play to him. That was a great shot. We've got a lot of fucking looting up to do now. That sucks. No helmet on. He must have hit me in the brain because that was only a pistol. That sucks. That really sucks. Thank you.
Decent.
RIP.
The loot was so terrible. I was like trying to work out. I was trying to work out whether to try to defend myself with the crossbow or the longhorn. And neither of those seemed like a good choice, and before I'd made my mind up, he'd killed me anyway. I don't know why people are worried. Like, if he chose to KOS, that's fine, it's his choice. Like, why bother saying hello if you're going to talk? To try and make the person drop their guard, you know? It's all fine. He's perfectly free to shoot, you know? We've just done 3 hours and 20 minutes. Barely found a gun. Like, we were really undergeared for 3 hours. That was crazy. I don't know what it is about this server at the moment, but the hunting rifles just aren't spawning in. They're like, maybe they're not spawning in for some weird reason, or maybe they're in different loot locations, but tundras, savannas and blazes just are not spawning in at the moment. Server Mosin seem to be in houses still, maybe, but the loot on this server at the moment is very military base centric, and you're better off not bothering going to look for a hunting rifle. Very different to vanilla. They might have turned the hunting rifles down a little bit, maybe, possibly, or they might not, I don't know, but they're very, very hard to find now. Well. Soap McLean, different route now, my man, definitely. Matt, thank you for the support as well. Cheers for the new sub.
Fuck you.
You alright, dude? I've got nothing. Why are you wasting your bullets on me?
Yeah, it's him. It's him shooting
Yeah, I
you.
know, man. You've seen the guy up there, right? Oh, dude, GG! Well done. That strat is working for your retreat right now. Do you mind if I loot this one here?
Yeah, go ahead. It's all yours.
Thank you. Fucking hell. Get up there. That's funny. He must have got up there from the mountain and he's been running along. I didn't see him at first. I think the other two were running around thinking I was shooting him. He was like, oh, I'm a new spawn, and I hadn't shot him. It's the guy on the fucking guy ropes.
Well, that's something new. I've got someone on YouTube complaining about Twitch ads. Jesus Christ, dude. You want me to put the ads up on YouTube? I can do if you want. Num num num. Right, the bone knife is ruined. Yeah, it is. Sorry guys, I've got spicy chicken pittas that I'm eating, so the mic's a bit further away from my mouth right now. Oh, this is really good. Num num. Very good.
From lurking a year ago to now, it's been great fun. The VODs were handy for some night shifts too. TRMZ love.
Sorry to let you down, Code Muncher, dude. Pterosaur, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Let me wash my hands. Right, can I drop anything? I want to... No, not really. I kind of want to put this pistol in my inventory. I don't want to be carrying it, but so easy. I'm only taking this because if I get rope... Oh, no, you can't. It's bugged at the moment. I fixed it on experimental. I can't put that in my inventory and carry it. There's a bug on it, fixed on it. Patch. Hope McLean, thank you for the bits, by the way. Again, cheers for the down square, pterosaur. Thank you very much, Matt. Procrastinator. That was fun, wasn't it? Matt, thank you for the prime. Cheers for the support. Soap, cheers for the bits. And Drukul, thank you for the bits as well. Cut those dudes up for rope. I guess I could have done. Too late now. I'm going to carry. Sorry, guys. How far can that dude run there? Direct to Tissy? I don't think you'd make it to Tissy, but I guess as far as the power lines go. It was working for them, though. Those guys had no clue, did they? They just hadn't looked up. Every stream's got to have one second segment of ad talk. Well, that was very brief, dude. I ain't getting involved too much today. Can't be bothered. I'm just pleased I've managed to make the YouTube quality look a lot better on the live streams. I'm very happy with that. On that subject, just give me 1 second. Stop in this bush for one. How do you get on the wires? I'm guessing you jump on it from the bridge or over that way. I'm guessing those wires go close to the bridge or go close to the mountain, but I've never done it. But I'm guessing you jump on it from over there somewhere. The guy on the wire made no sound when walking. Well, there'll be no texture sound for that because, like, when you're on a object, it obviously has some coding in to tell the game whether to make a sound of gravel or like stone or whatever it might be. They all have sounds, right? But they obviously won't be any sounds in the code for that because you're not really meant to be able to get there. I could make a belt, actually, I suppose. I could do that, yeah. It's still working. I'm going to just quickly cook this chicken while we're here, because I'm starving today. Might as well cook it. Backseat gaming has got to be your favourite part of being a streamer. Oh, it's the best. It can help, to be fair. It can help. It can get a little bit frustrating, but it's fine. It's part of streaming. I've seen streamers give timeouts and bans for backseating, but I don't think it's really a viable thing to do. It's never going to be not a thing. It's a bit like asking a crowd at a sports game not to cheer or something. It's a bit... kind of part of streaming. Sometimes it can be a bit frustrating. Very rarely. I just wanted enough sticks to be sure I get the plus symbol as well as the chicken cook.
Is asking a mod to time out someone for backseating. Kind of backseating the mod. LUL.
Yeah, it would be, Regan, I guess. Yeah, it definitely would be. Cheers for the support. Stanley Potato, how you doing? Thank you for coming in. Where am I from? I live in Suffolk in England, so I live in East Anglia. But I live in England, yeah. Hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. See, MTB Dan, that's where the back seating can get frustrating, because I've already tried to put the knife there and it doesn't fit, because bone knives don't go on there. It's not frustrating, by the way, so I'm not trying to dig you out. But sometimes back seating can help, but often it's being told about 100 times to try something you've already tried, or something that's not possible, which again is part of it. East Anglia, yeah, Eddie, it's East Anglia, that's right. Oh. Hey, Botilla, how you doing? I hope you're good. Thanks for coming in, dude. Who's the king over there now? Me. I'm the king. I'm the king of. Well, I'm the king of this room. I'm not the king of this house. So yeah, I take it back. Paul lives in a huge $20 million mansion with 100 butlers and maids. Yeah. The 100 butlers and maids, they all live in the annex the house has, you know, obviously. Mr. McStabby, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Tuning in, thanks for tuning in the past. Right, I've finished eating IRL now as well. I've got the plus symbol, but I've been eating and whatnot. But yeah, I'm good to go now. Hopefully we'll go and get ourselves a bag. I'm going to come up to this summer camp. Summer camps on this server are absolutely fucking dog shit, but we might get a bag at the very least. We'll see. Mexican nachos for lunch. That sounds good. I like it when people watching the stream whine about the person they're watching. I like that too. That's why he knows so much about Boxing Day. What type of servers do I play? I like to play on lightly modded or no modded servers. Servers like Zero, Spaggy, Day One, Karma Crew, DayZ Underground, stuff like that. When is the next castle event? I think there are no more castle events. I think the Queens of the Castle event at the weekend was the last one. Head T Ball, I can't help what you're doing searching for double wood, dude. I don't know. Thanks for sharing though. Farmer Will, dude, thank you for the gifted subbing. That's really kind. Cheers for the support, Farmer Will. Thank you, dude. In the end of the lights out, what was the monster coming from below? It was one of the mods in a in like a evil skin, if you like. But the monsters were mods that they didn't know how to clear people out and make the end happen. Like what it needed was a bit like a battle royale has a circle coming in. It needed something like that to force the players together. But obviously they were doing their best they could, so they got mods to spawn in and then push the players into the main corridor. What's the goal tonight? Well, on the last life it was to find a gun, and after 3.5 hours I got killed with absolutely fuck all. I'd got good rounds though. That guy that killed me got 60 blaze rounds, 40 Mosin rounds, but I didn't have a good gun. I think they're going to do something different for Lights Out this year, but you've got to bear in mind last year it was the first one they'd done. Just because you're hosting an event, it doesn't mean you're some like crazy talented modder that can automatically think of some way to close the final zone. You know, they did the best they could with the tools they had last year. I think this year they'll probably do something a bit different, maybe. But it is always tricky. Like it happens in the end of events always, even when like if you think that survival Melkart event that myself and Lottie won, you know. Sometimes when you're in the very final zone, people just stay where they are and aim at the door and stuff. Like, I've always been of the belief that if I get in the end of these events, I won't do that. You know, Lights Out was different. Lights Out was very, very different. I was happy to aim at the door for that one. It felt so big that I really wanted to win it. So we did aim at the door for an hour, and I don't regret it in the slightest. But like in the events that are just more like for fun, like an afternoon event, like when myself and Lottie were in that Survive Melkart one. An event like that, I'm not that... I want to win, but I'd rather win by going around patrolling for the last player than win by hiding somewhere and aiming at the door until the last player comes into my building. You know, like
there's winning and there's playing the game, you know. So I wanted to patrol
For
around.
our
I
friend
wanted to find him.
Hyperpro, he is not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy.
It's not the Messiah.
Now go away.
Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very much. Angry Chair, cheers for the bits, dude. Very, very kind. But yeah, it is tricky in all of those events because sometimes you get, and this is no slight, sometimes people want to win. So you might get 2 people left. One's in a tent or a building lying prone, and one's in a tent or a building lying prone aiming at the door, and then nothing happens, you know. Then you end up with the admins trying to sort of say, right, in a minute you've both got to make your way to this building, or in a minute you've got... Like, in a minute, you'll start losing health unless you start moving around or whatever, you know. They have to try and... Yeah, DJ Struggle, I'd rather lose playing a kind of fairly aggressive way than win playing really defensive in some ways, but that's different for the Lights Out. I really wanted to get into the top 3 or get us into the top 3, whatever, you know. I really wanted to make it. Because it was a 3-day event and it felt so much bigger, you know. I get that? Yeah, I did. There's someone else's pants. I probably don't need 2 more things, but we might. Doing okay on the bandage front, I suppose. Can't believe he killed me so quick. That was a good shot with his pistol. It was a decent shot. He did it quick as well. Clothes can get blocked from damaged from blocking. It's very rare, but you can get clothes damaged from blocking. You can get bleeds from blocking as well, I think, too. But again, it's very rare. Lights Out is on Chernarus this time, Savage Goon. If you want to know more about it, type exclamation Lights Out into the chat. There's a paragraph and then a link about it, dude, if you want to have a look. Thought that would work. Sorry, Paul. It's all good, Scrabble. I don't really want that, but I guess it will keep me warmer. I don't know whether to go to... Really haven't done very well food-wise here, have we? Look at the food. Like, I think I'm going to normally from here. What I've been doing, we've been doing this loot route loads. I've been going to Prison Island, and the Prison Island loot is really good. I'm still not sure if I want to. The Prison Island loot is brilliant. I'm almost talking myself into doing it. It's probably worth going. I'm going to go, bollocks. I was thinking of going to Nadazadino straight over towards Green Mountain and whatnot, and then just getting into where the good loot is, but I'm going to do it right. I'm going to go to Prison Island, because I'll probably get a stab vest and an SSG or a Pioneer. I'll end up with stuff that will help me defend myself, which I didn't have on the last life. Sully, well, Doc Dreist yesterday was of the belief that they're trying to construct something specific for the event and that possibly devs might be involved in doing so. So it might be that there's another update to the map specifically for Lights Out. Possibly. I don't know that for a fact, but Doc Dreist was of the belief that Sumrak was working on something. Now, that's not me saying it is. That's what he said. I've not heard that, but it's possible they might be having like a specialist area for that. Get down and dirty baby. No, let's get down and get looting. DayZ 2 starring Redline. You know, no takers. I'm not convinced they're done with the Northwest Airfield either. I think there might be more.
Bum, 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 bum. Me fucking around. I ought to put some of these on the hotbar as well. There we go. Redline modded a new map from his smartwatch. Why me? He does really like smartwatches. I think he's got shares in Apple. He likes smartwatches. He really likes them. He does. He almost certainly has got shares in Apple, I'd say. My Rolls Royce ones went up 6% again yesterday. Nobody cares about this, but I don't own many individuals. And when people say you should buy crypto, I'll go, no, I bought Rolls Royce instead. They've probably gone down today, but I'll just have a look. Hang on. Daily price of them. Oh, they're up 2% today as well. So I bought Rolls Royce shares. Since I bought them, they're 174.77% up. Then in my lifetime ISA, what are they on that? 186.6% up. So that's pretty good going, right? That's pretty good going. 186% up or something. That's not bad at all. Acid, exactly.
Just finished Stranger Things, I mean General V yesterday. The ending cracked me up. TRMZ worth it.
Ah, Gen V was cool. Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. It's whetted my appetite for the next series of The Boys, I have to say. Cheers for the support, Gene. Angry Chair, thank you very much too. That's a car. That's a drivable car. What does it need? Fucking everything is what it needs. Forget it. When those Rolls-Royce Fusion engines come, you'll be minted. Yeah, I'm not planning on selling them. I'm right, regret it. But Rolls-Royce, sorry guys, boring talk again. But this is not Rolls-Royce the car maker. It's Rolls-Royce the jet engine maker. But they also make small nuclear reactors for like submarines and stuff. And they may well be making them for like power generation very soon. And they're doing all sorts of other things too. But there's quite a lot of growth from them potentially. It's hard to know for sure, but given that they're already like quite high up and they'll start paying dividends again, I might as well just keep them. I reckon in the long run, I think they'll be good, very good potentially.
Genuine philosophical question: how does one compare and contrast gambling with investing in the stock market? Also, hello everyone.
Hi Tiny, how you doing? There is a bit of that. I'd say Redline might like this, but I'd say day trading is a little bit gambly, or closer to it. There's a lot of knowledge in it, but it's still a bit like studying form and trying to hedge against things and whatnot. But I'd say buying shares to keep for years is not the same as gambling. You're not doing it for a high. Like, I didn't even know what the price was today. I don't check it. I don't check my shares every day. I happened to check them yesterday, but I don't check them daily. I sometimes might go a month and not check them at all. You know, like there's a huge difference between buying maybe an index fund for 10 years. And betting on the 330 at Chepstow. You know, if you do it the wrong way, it could definitely be very, very gambly. But if you're buying as an investment for something to last for years and then see how you're doing on the other side, that's not the same as putting a lot of money on a horse to see if it wins the next race. I think investing can be a gamble. But like, if you take the S&P 500, unless there's some kind of huge world war, let's not start drama about there might be one. Unless there's some kind of huge disaster, if you buy shares in the S&P 500 and wait 20 years, you'll make money. Because every time ever that's ever happened, it's always happened to now. Doesn't mean it will definitely happen, but unless something crazily bad happens, it will happen again, likely. So, this is not investment advice, by the way. Make your own mind up, do your own reading. But shares in, by and large, companies grow, and the S&P 500 is just the top 500 companies in America. So chances are the top 500 companies in America will be richer in 20 years than they are now, so the share price will be more. What's wrong with crypto? Nothing's wrong with crypto, dude. I just don't understand it.
is the answer. But my only comparison is that in crypto, the price can go up like hundreds of % if you're really lucky or you really time it right. That's my equivalent. But I can fathom buying a share in a company because I understand what I'm doing and I understand why I'm doing it. I can't fathom buying crypto because I don't fully understand it, and no matter how many people explain it to me, I still don't fully understand it. So you can call me a boomer if you like, but I don't invest in crypto because I don't invest in things I don't understand. That's it. Like, crypto seems to be, you're always relying on somebody else buying it at a higher price, which you are with shares, but share prices are dependent on how the company does. Crypto is solely dependent on whether somebody else will buy it or not, to me it seems, you know. Like, crypto only goes up if people are willing to buy it, whereas share prices go up because companies do well. You know, they make more money, that they become more valuable, and so then people want to buy their shares more as a result. Crypto is already too big to fail. Maybe. I think the reality is if you invest in crypto, you've basically got... Like, chances are you're going to... Like, if you buy Bitcoin today and wait 5 years, chances are you're going to do well. But the only other outcome is likely that you'll do really, really badly, and like maybe it'll get regulated away and it'll become... Very unlikely to happen, but that seems to be the thing with it. You know, like, if you invest in the S&P 500, in 5 years' time, there will still be an S&P 500, you know. It's definitely not going to disappear, you know. Well, thank you, Tony. I like that. That's what I thought about Binance. Yeah. I'm not trying to talk people out of it. I'm just explaining why I wouldn't do it. Just don't. I don't get it enough. I almost bought 100 Bitcoin when it was 2 pennies a piece. Bullet, here's the thing, right? It's probably better to have the I nearly bought 100 for $2 and I didn't than this, because this is what would have happened. If you'd bought it for $2, when it was worth $20, you'd have bought a pizza with it or something, and you'd have been like, oh, I'm so pleased I just bought a pizza for $2 and it was worth $20. And now you'd be like, fuck me, I'd be a millionaire. So the fact that you didn't buy it has probably saved you the embarrassment of selling it at a stupidly low price about 6 months later. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's probably true. I mean, there's probably been so many people out there that have spent their entire Bitcoin wallet on something pointless. And then 10 years later been like, oh my fucking hell, what have I done? Tripper took all my Bitcoin. Like the bloke who lost millions in his crystal wallet and can't remember his password. Fucking hell. Tumor grew. You bought 1 Bitcoin for £30 in 2013 and you still have it. Well done you. Well, have fun with that, Uncle Food. Maybe just block and move on would probably be wise. I did see somebody going on about whatever it was, left or right or something, but I didn't see the whole thing, thankfully. Only with Bitcoin you can't exchange it for real money. You can by proxy, you're not meant to though, but like a lot of places will sell you something using your Bitcoin wallet. So just for example, you could go to a watch dealer, you could go to a second-hand watch dealer and buy a, I don't know, a fucking Rolex for 20 grand. You could buy it in Bitcoin, and then you could go to another watch dealer and sell it for cash. Now, I'm not saying you should do that, and if you're selling it that way, you're probably not following the law properly, but I know people have done it. Bitcoin is a valid component in a modern asset portfolio. I think it probably is, Lars, but it's dependent on the person, isn't it? You know, like, I don't think anyone should invest in things they don't understand. And I can't get my head around Bitcoin. Doesn't make it not a good investment, though. Let's use this to press pistol a little bit. First shot and it jams. One day the convoy is actually going to be there as well. That's a convoy spawn, but I've never seen it. Boom, 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 boom. That's pretty good. We're going somewhere where we'll almost certainly find a pioneer. Or an SSG, so it's nice to have a couple of bullets. I've got a mag for the SSG and some bullets for the pioneer. How do you jam a gun? On PC you just press and hold R, so it's the same button you use to reload. But you just hold it while it unjams, while it does the unjam animation.
If everyone held onto their bitcoins at $1, they would have been available for $1. The only reason it was worth so little was I didn't think it was worth buying.
Well, that's the point, Gorgibber. If everybody holds, then nobody buys, and if everybody's holding, nobody buys, then the price doesn't go up really as well. For every time there needs to be a buyer, there needs to be a seller, right? That's how an exchange works. So, in order for Bitcoin to go up, you need to have someone to want to buy it and somebody to want to sell it as such. I played PUBG. I was a partnered PUBG streamer for a while.
What's happening? And here we go again.
I even had the streamer jacket. I had the streamer jacket and everything. There is a highlight somewhere on my channel of me. I think I'm in the. I win the round, but I kill like 6 of the last 7 alive or something like that, which was quite good for me. So, in the last 10, I think I killed 6 of the last 7 players or something like that. I don't know, but it was from really early PUBG. I only played it in the early days. I wasn't that great at it.
Isn't that the same with everything? Need to have a seller and a buyer?
Yes and no. It is DayZ Dunes, but it's more tangible why the price goes up if you've got shares in a company, right? If a company reports its profit and loss for the year and it's really good, it's easy to work out why more people want to buy those shares and what they're buying them in. If you buy a share in Apple, you're buying shares in Apple, the business, and how you believe it's going to do in the next few years, right? If you're buying Bitcoin, it's probably going to go up because of what it is and how it works. But it's not as tangibly easy to understand what you're buying. Did you get the Twitch PUBG crate? I think I sold mine for £70. I didn't, Picky Bugger. They sent me a PUBG crate, which was like a PC case. They were sending me a PC case, and it got to customs, and then I got a phone call from customs in the UK because it was coming from America, and they were like, "What's this?" I was like, "It's a PC case," and they said, "Well, it's got no value on it on the invoice." I was like, "Yeah, it's free." They're like, "Why is it free?" I was like, "Well, I got a PUBG PC case because I did a charity stream for them, and I was like, well, I did a fundraising stream for a game, and they had given me a PC case as a thank you." I was like, well, it should have import duty on it. We're going to have to work out what the import duty is. And at that point, I said, just keep it. I said, just keep it. I'm not going to use the PC case. Just keep it. Do what you want with it. I'm not having it. I'm not paying any import duty. It's fine. And that was that. And so I never got mine. I remember doing I did a stream for Operation Supply Drop. It might have been the same stream, actually. I think it was. And I raised a few $100, $600 or something. No, it wasn't. It was a different stream, but it was the same thing. I did a little stream for somebody, and I raised about $600. It's going to be one of the first charity streams listed on my homepage if you have a look on my Twitch page. But they were really pleased that I'd done it, and I think I raised more than other streamers because it was only a relatively small thing. It wasn't Operation Supply Drop, my bad. It was somebody else, but whoever it was, they were really grateful, and so they asked for my name and address and said they'd send me something in the post. And they did. They sent me some stickers and like a little lanyard and a cap or something like that. It cost me something like £30 in import duty. So to send me stuff that was worth about 20 or 30 quid, it cost me £30 in import duty. I was fucking really pissed off. Have you done your charity stream yet? It's on Sunday nightly, 8 AM till midnight on Sunday. Hush bang, yeah, thankfully not. It would have been more than $4, I reckon. What happened to video quality? Dara, I've changed my settings to make the video quality better. It's quite dark right now, so it might not be quite so good, but it's I've upped the bitrate and the resolution. Now you're only seeing 1080p right now, but tomorrow I think I'll probably be making it 1440. So yeah, just while we've got more people here at the moment, on Sunday I'm doing a 16-hour charity stream in aid of dementia research. Alzheimer's Research UK is the charity. So it'll be from 8 AM in the morning till midnight. Did one last year. Hopefully we'll raise similar amount of money as this then. I haven't talked about it for a while, so I'll talk about it again. There's going to be a couple of little giveaway things during the stream. So the top 3 individual donators will win something, as it were. So the second and third highest donators on the day, that's individual donations. So if somebody tips $10 and somebody else tips $1 11 times, the $10 guy is higher. Okay, so it's top individual donations, right? So the top the second and third highest individual donators will win. I don't know if win's the right word. A session with me on stream, so they can join me on stream individually, not together. So I'll have a session on stream with the third and the second highest donators, and then the very top donator is going to get a session with myself, Muller and Sour, sweet, or me if they want, so they can choose. I'd suggest they go with the lights out team. And also a £350 Seiko Presage watch, which I'm going to put in a video. I'll show you it on Friday in a video. And also a signed RunningManZ mouse mat, which is kind of cool. The mouse mat is one that Euro has made at one of the mods. And he's sent, there's about 10. There's not many. So it's never been sold. It's not something that you can buy. It's only something that 1 or 2 of the mods have got that Nero did. And he sent me one. I'm going to have to pay Nero to send me another one at some point. If you're listening, Nero, do not send it to me for nothing. Don't. I'll pay for it. But the one that Nero sent me, I'm going to sign with a marker pen and send that out. And I think that's kind of like the watch is kind of cool as well. But whoever donates the most, I hope this is not presumptive, but whoever donates the most is likely to donate more than the value of the watch. So no one's going to be winning anything as such. They're going to be getting a thank you from me. But I guess that's kind of cool. But the RunningManZ mouse mat it's not something you can buy. It's not, so nobody's got one is the thing, you know. Is that kind of the bait for a charity stream? Well, I don't normally do that kind of thing, Funky. I never do anything like that normally, you know. I don't do like fundraising to pay for me to go to TwitchCon or whatever else. I never do stuff like that. But for the charity stream, I'm quite happy to whore it out a little, you know, because it's completely fine, you know. It's a Seiko Presage. It's a 41mm stainless steel bracelet with a blue dial. Like I say, I'm going to be putting a video out on Friday. I haven't got it in front of me right now, but it retails in the UK for £350. I really liked it, so I went to a shop and specifically bought it myself. Intentionally, I bought it a couple of months ago. To be perfectly honest, I went to a local-ish, like couple of towns over dealer, and they had a little bit of a sale on. So I went specifically to buy a watch to give away at the Lights Out event. So I paid slightly less than $350 for it. But if you wanted to buy it from Seiko.com today, it would be $350. Real Archer, last year's one was £31,500, which is, I don't know, $38,000 or something like that. It's on Sunday, the charity stream, don't I? I don't know how much we'll raise this time. I've set the goal to 30,000 because that's kind of what we raised last year, but it might be more, it might be less. It's so hard to know. Like, it's really hard to know how these things are going to go, you know. The year before, we raised more the year before than this year. Sorry, last year. So the first year was more than last year, but last year was really bad with the cost of living stuff and so on, and this year is similar. So it's a really hard thing to do. That's why I do one fundraising stream a year. I put some money in, right, but I don't like doing more than one because it's every viewer that puts them hand in the pocket. I don't raise most of the money, you guys do, you know, like, so I only do one a year because if I did them a lot, you're asking the same people to put their hands in the pocket. Will you autograph the watch box? I guess I can do, Blaze. I'm saying I'm going to sign the mouse mat. I've no idea how I'm going to sign it right now because I haven't. That's not true. In 2016, I signed a little bit of something for one or two people when I was at EGX, but I don't know how to sign TheRunningManZ. So I think it will be Paul and then the letters TRMZ, but in a way that I can kind of combine it together. But I haven't got a RunningManZ signature or anything. Why would I? You know, I don't ever use it. So, but yeah, I'll sign the mouse mat, and I guess I can sign the watch box as well. It's no worries. Yeah, I did actually put a little link to the watch in the Discord, in the watches and whiskey section of the Discord. I did link the watch I'm giving away in there, actually. I already did that. Yeah, thanks for redoing it. I have 1080 by 60 and it's big pixels. Well, it's darker at the moment, dude. But
Twitch, baby.
If you watch, you should be getting the VP9 codec, which this is as good as a YouTube 1080p stream can look. Just turning the camera off now, by the way. How's the YouTube streaming going? The streaming's going okay nightly, but it's kind of making my videos struggle.
Computer, Twitch on phone at lunch break, TRMZ love.
So I'm trying something different. If you read I put a YouTube post and a tweet out about it, but so while I'm streaming, the videos are going to be shared to my audience. But as soon as I finish the stream, I'm going to unlist the video so today's stream won't be spamming people when it's not here anymore. I'm going to unlist it and put it in a playlist so people that want it can go and find it. But otherwise it will be not spamming people that don't want it, if that makes sense. Yeah, if you're struggling with the quality, make sure you press the little cog thing on the stream and make sure you set to 1080p 60 FPS. But today's stream looks way better than any other I've done on YouTube. What exactly did I change? I've put my bitrate to 16,000 kilobits per second and the resolution to 1440. Now, nobody's getting 1440 today on YouTube, but they are getting the VP9 codec, which makes it look a lot better. So, if I... let me just bore you with it for a second while I'm here. If I do this... waiting for the advert to disappear. So this is a bit of a weird thing because we're now going to get Twitchception going on. But if I do stats for nerds, you can see there it says VP09. It might be confusing. Look at that. That's beautiful. That's going to go on forever, that. If I then do this, Listen to this, this,
Forever
this.
that.
If I then do this. Listen to this, this, this,
Forever
this.
that.
If I then do this. Listen to this, this, this,
Forever
this.
that.
If I then do this. Listen to this, this, this,
Forever
this.
that.
If I then do this. Listen to this, this, this,
Forever
this.
that.
If I then do this.
Look at that. You can see it's
Listen
like
to
looking
this,
down
this,
a tunnel.
this, this. If I... You could actually live forever. Is that like time travel? It's kind of like time travel, I think. But yeah, by forcing it to 1440p, even though nobody's seeing 1440 today, they're getting that VP09 codec, which means that 1080 looks really good. Oh, there's a heli there. It might not be the best you've ever seen on YouTube because you can also do 1440, but as far as 1080 can do, this is about as good as I'm likely to be able to make it. That's kind of cool. Here's hoping that nobody heard it crash. I certainly didn't hear it crash. But yeah, I'm forcing, by streaming to YouTube at 1440, it forces that VP9 codec. There's a zombie there. I hope that's a zombie. Looks like he's having a piss in the bush, doesn't it? But yeah, tomorrow, apparently I didn't know this, but I'm learning as I go. So today I'm set on ultra low latency for YouTube. If I set it to low latency tomorrow and stream in the same settings as today, then YouTube may well get 1440p. Wow. The AK-101's good, but the mag... Oh, I've echoed 2, I think. Oh, nice job, Paul. I fucking missed the first shot as well. The heli's terrible, kind of. It's still got an AK-101 at it. AK-101s are great. The problem is I don't have a mag, but we could potentially get one of those fairly close by. I don't know. I think an AK-101's pretty decent. Would have liked something that I can use right now, though. Really tricky when you're aiming that straight down. It doesn't really go very well. Okay, there we go. 19, have it. That was the other one. There was another one, wasn't there? But I shot another one. Maybe not. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Just make sure I didn't miss anything around the tail because the zombies were around. I might have missed something. I don't think I did. Yeah, and it could be a better heli. I would have liked something with a mag. Like that 101 with a mag would have been amazing, right? But still pretty good. It has got a red dot if we can get a battery. In the meantime, I can chamber it. It's the most powerful gun I've got now. That's not terrible. Could be worse. I see a lot of people hearting the YouTubes today, by the way. Yeah, cheers for liking the stream on YouTube. I keep forgetting that you can even do that. I have got a battery in my head torch. You're right. Let's do it. We can do this. We can rebuild him. I think it looks good, Moonfruit. Yeah, I agree. AK-101, fresh sick drip. It is. We have the technology. Yeah, you know, Connect. Will there be a day DayZ closes without an error message? I get days where it closes without an error message right now. If you know we're old. Yeah, beast mode, that's true. How is he not being clapped yet? Yeah, I only play on a one-pop server, Billy, or maybe it's because Chernarus is fucking massive. You can definitely do that on a heli on Chernarus and not get clapped.
Been a year, TRMZG heart keep on running.
You can definitely do that. Maybe if the heli's quite close to the Northwest Airfield or something, but around here, yeah, we were alright. I can get KOS'd on a server with just me in it, don't you worry. There's a mirror or something, maybe. I've tried every way to exit the game, always get an error. I don't know, Nutella, I don't always get an error. I don't know what to tell thee. Hi Dirty Can, how you doing? That's can't spelt C-A-N-T, just in case anyone's wondering. Let's hope that doesn't affect YouTube. I said can't, by the way, YouTube, before you start demonetizing for the C word.
TRMZ love.
Bison. Right. Come on then. It's time to find a tundra. It's time. How is the doggo and the missus? Doggo's okay. Missus has been a little bit under the weather, but doing all right. Yeah, she's all right though. She's a little bit under the weather at the moment, but I don't think she's too bad really. But dog's doing great. He's doing all right. He's on the mend. Like, as in training-wise, you know, he's still excitable and whatnot, but he's doing pretty well. Currently sitting in the dentist office waiting room waiting. There are 7 kids in here and one has a kazoo going wild. Please send help. I do struggle with that a little bit. Like, I don't blame the kid, but when you're like at a restaurant and there's like one like kid like running around like they're at a fucking soft play centre, I really have I have a hard time not going up and moaning at the parents, and I never do. I just sit there grumpy like any true Brit probably would. Sit there unhappy, like being served food they don't like, but never mention it to the waiter or the server or whatever. But yeah, it winds me up when you're in when you're in places and the parents just don't give a shit. But the reality is those parents are probably at the end of their tether and they're immune to it all, you know. Like if you've got a newborn baby, a baby crying is something you just have to deal with. If you haven't, a baby crying is about the most shrill sound you can ever hear. I just did 8 hours of teaching kids under 10 the recorder. Oh my god. Loving the YouTube streams. Thank you. Cheers for coming in, dude. $30 per class. Boo. Wonder if we should go down to the town and I think we should see about some food maybe. I think we're gonna last time I didn't, I went there, but we haven't got any food at all. I think we'd best come down here, go to the PD, see if we can get a stab vest. Try and find some food as well. Best way to avoid kids in the restaurants is to go out during weekdays. The poor fuckers are way too tired. Yeah, that's true. There's where you go, Kamata, as well. Like in the UK, there's a lot of gastropubs that have, like chains in particular, very often chains that are right next to a Premier Inn as well. and they'll have like a soft play centre inside the pub, and like it's, if you've got kids under the age of about 6, they're a really good place to go. But it's also teaching your kids to absolutely never sit still when you're eating. So I'm a bit of an old fucker. I like my kids to sit and eat, right? But if you take your kids to one of those places with a soft play centre, they will never eat. They won't eat. They'll just go, can we go to the play area? Can we go to the play area? Can we go? And if they've got food, they'll be like, I'll eat the bare minimum I can before I can go to the play area, right? But anyway, if you want to go out at the weekend, never go to those places. They are like it's like you've just decided to go and pay for a meal in a primary school, like while the school's open. It's horrible. I had Brums in the game PC. I used to have a dual stream rig before this, so in the game PC I had a 1080 Ti, and in the stream PC I had a 2060. So I don't upgrade every year. I don't see any point. So I've got a 4090 right now. When the 50 series cards come out, it's highly unlikely I'll upgrade. I'll just make this work for some years and then I'll upgrade the whole thing again, probably. Difference in what way, Todd? Ranty old man. Maybe, Aldo, but I really don't like paying for a meal and like you feel like you have to parent other people's kids because they're just going to let them run fucking riot. I hate it. Went to Smith's, dude. I have to say, right, this is, we're going to get a bit deep here, but that, like, there seriously is a lot of cost of living stuff going on, right? But there are so many people in the shops, like, it really is hard right now. Times really are hard, but there must be a lot of people putting a lot of money on credit because the shops are fucking rammed everywhere. Like, everywhere's really rammed. People at the moment are buying now to spread the cost more, and that may well be true. I just think, I guess everyone gets so overworked on Christmas, right? But like Tesco's is rammed on a weekday, you know, like really busy. It's not just that though. Like most towns have got that little street where the takeaways are. You know, quite often you'll have like within a few doors of each other, you'll have like an Indian and a Chinese and a chippy or whatever. If I go down there on a Friday or a Saturday night, there's loads of people. You know, it's like, I don't know. I guess there's some people that are still spending it and some people that are not. I guess, you know, but. Surprised Tesco lets you in after the bread thing. Just bought a 55-inch OLED TV for $7.99. Holy shit, that seems big for that money, doesn't it? Bonk machine, well that's good. If you're the one doing the training anyway. Brums, yeah, shopping has gone up loads. The cost of shopping is crazy at the moment. It really is. It's not going to come down any at all either, is it? It might stop going up quite so quick, maybe, but this might be slightly contentious. This is where I wanted to go. This is only really for UK peeps because you won't have seen them otherwise. But how depressing are most of the Christmas adverts this year? It's like, I think, I might be wrong, but because of the cost of living and everything, which is absolutely a thing, it feels like the most of the supermarkets and most of the companies are afraid of showing anything Christmassy. You know, like very few of the adverts are actually showing a big fancy Christmas dinner and whatnot. They're all trying to do like Merry Notmas or whatever, you know, like happy let's not bother us, because they don't want to be showing like opulence and whatnot. I guess, I don't know, I don't really know, but they're weird. Like the shops are intentionally trying not to advertise the products they sell. It's weird. How do I go about getting you to play on my server, Taco? Good question. I don't do server promos, so I just play on lightly modded or vanilla servers, so I don't really do server promo. I join servers I've never played on before, but normally when they're already fairly high pop. But I don't do server promos because people offer me money every week to do it, and if I could literally do one a week and make money that way, which would be great, but I'd be recommending 52 different servers a year, you know. Oh yeah, Canteen, good shout. Just keeping the stream interactive. Joseph, the stores have all got the Christmas decorations out. That's not what I mean. I mean, like in the UK, it's like quite a big thing to have like the John Lewis advert or the M&S advert, the Christmas advert for the big supermarkets. You know, why have I done? What am I doing here? Fuck me. I don't mean the shops. The shops are all still in the same stuff. They're all got the stuff, but the adverts, they're not showing it. You know, like normally they'll have like an advert that's like a really big fancy dinner table full of all the products you can buy from Waitrose or Morrison's. Morrison's advert is a bit like it. Most of the others are just not doing it. Like Iceland are not doing a Christmas advert at all. For example, they're not doing a Christmas advert whatsoever. They've just decided not to do one, but. Most of the others are trying to do it in a kind of delicate way so as they're not advertising a fancy Christmas. And Christmas is a massive waste. So Christmas Day in the UK is a bit like Thanksgiving food-wise in America land, like turkey and all the trimmings and whatnot. But I really like Christmas. I like Christmas more than I like most other things like Easter or Halloween. Christmas is the one I like the most. I liked it a lot when I was a kid. I liked it when I had younger kids myself, and I like it now. I get into the spirit of Christmas a little bit, but nonetheless, the like desperation for everyone to have the nicest day and the craziest meal and the biggest joint of whatever, and it is a bit like silly for one day, like how much it can be, you know. Oh, all right. D20, yeah, Christmas ain't much good when you've got like a 1-year-old, but when I mean young kids, I mean like, I don't know, like let's say 3 or 4 to about 10 or 11. I don't really want to go into it too much. I'm sure there's not too many little ears listening, but let's just say it's a lot better at the right age. I hope there's not many 8-year-olds listening right now. Some of my language is atrocious. We're not having turkey on Christmas dinner. My missus and the 2 kids are going around my mum's for Christmas Day. My mum's doing Christmas dinner. I'm buying the meat and the wine and whatnot, and my mum's doing the meal. Now, she's more than happy to do that. But we're having roast pork because none of us like turkey at all, and everyone prefers pork, so that's what we're having, you know. But my mum really doesn't like chicken or turkey. And she doesn't like it at all. She wouldn't have it any day of the year. So, yeah. How is my mum? She's doing okay. Yeah, I don't think she'll ever be the same with no dad, you know, like my dad, you know, like But she's doing all right. I think she's adjusting. She's doing okay. She's got made. When we were younger, like much younger, she used to be quite good friends with a couple over the road, and the husband of the couple is actually suffering with dementia right now, and so she's become quite good friends with the mum again, and so she comes around 2 or 3 times a week. She's got 1 or 2 people she used to work with that come around once or twice a week. Like I go around with the kids every time the kids are here, but I go around, like I've been around today. I went out for a walk and I walked to my mum, so I go around for a cup of tea a few times a week or whatever, you know. So I only live like a mile and a half away or something, so I walk round a couple of times a week most of the time. But yeah, she's doing okay. But I think nonetheless it's a very lonely existence when you've been used to living with someone they were married for nearly 50 years. And then obviously that's, well, lots of people have faced it, you know, everybody does at some point, I guess, if you've been married a long time. Somebody does, most of the time. But yeah, adjusting to being on your own. It'd be cool if she would like a dog or something, you know, like I think if I were in her position, I'd want a dog or something like that. Maybe like a rescue dog, so you don't have to have a puppy, you know, but she's just not into pets. She wouldn't want a dog or a cat or something. She wouldn't want it in the slightest. PSV one, did they? Okay. My mum doesn't really like dogs. She does get on with Toby, but she just ignores him. She's not really like I say, she's not a dog person, so my mum just literally ignores him. So Toby, as much as he's an excitable puppy, he just ignores my mum, which is obviously a good thing, because like he only goes to people that pay him attention, like most dogs do. I don't know how to answer Bubba. He's saying he can't get the stream to work. The country is very isolating. In a lot of other countries they have much closer communities or extended families. Clonk machine, maybe. And my mum's mum is still alive, but like we moved down here because of my mum's jobs, you know, so most of my mum's side of the family live in Hinckley in Leicestershire. But we moved down here for my mum's job in the early 90s, you know. Like, if you want to be mobile to improve your career, then that's just part of a side effect. You're not going to be around your extended family later in life, I suppose, you know. Like, but I think my mum doesn't regret it in the slightest, you know. Like, going out and finding a better job and having a better life accordingly is worth it for most people. Very nice, Reckless Reed. Spring a cuddle up on your lap as you speak. Yeah, Armory Forger went 1.0 punt. I'm not particularly that worried about playing it just yet. I'll probably try it at some point. I thought I'd come here and kill some Zeds.
Feuding, do they still have a beef?
I don't really like that ACOG just a tip. It would go on the DMR, but I doubt we'll be getting a DMR. I actually don't like this one. It's a modded one. I don't like the way it looks at all. But if I find the right gun, I might use it nonetheless. Oh, 14 hours drive away from my mum and siblings, but it's a bummer, but worth it to live somewhere else other than my hometown. Yeah, I think moving away, there's something to be said for being near your extended family, and there is a lot of community there, and there is some real benefits, but there's also something to be said for moving somewhere else and bettering yourself, and like, rather than being reliant on your immediate family your whole life, going and creating your own immediate family, you know, is kind of a cool thing too. If you can. It's no right or wrong though, is there? Convoys definitely do still exist, but we ain't fucking finding any. Two deacons are feuding. Do they still have beef? Yeah, they'll probably have vegan beef. Beef. Stefan, dude, I don't think I've said thank you for the gifted sub bomb. Thank you very, very much, man. We appreciate it. Cheers for the gifted sub bomb. Real Archer, thank you for the bits. Got a huge raise at work. Cheers to my favourite streamer. Dude, GG. That's cool, man. Thank you. And Garrett, thank you for gifting Gala Steve the sub. We have corn. Oof. I'm actually allergic to corn. Divers and flashing red. Unknown. Thank you. Sub smiling Kyle. Thank you as well. Of course I did, Garrett. I never miss a single one, and you know this. Yeah. I have told this story in the past, but I managed to watch the Liverpool Man U 1996 FA Cup final. About a month before, I'd realised I was allergic to corn. I'd eaten corn and thrown up really badly. And then about a week later, I was still living with my mum, and I'd said to my mum, I can't have corn anymore, I'm sure I'm allergic to it. And then she made me corn burgers. I was vegetarian for a brief while. She made me corn burgers, and she was like, there's no way he's allergic to corn, I'm not buying that bullshit, I'll just give him these. She gave me the corn burgers, and then sure enough, I was throwing up really, really badly about 2 hours later, and so then she believed me. Anyway, I discovered I was allergic to corn, and I was working in a garden centre at the time, and the FA Cup final was on the Saturday, and I'd tried to get the day off, and they'd said no. And then, like the day before, one of the managers had come up to me and said, we know you want to watch the cup final tomorrow, but we're short-staffed. You're absolutely not to call in sick. You know you have to turn up tomorrow, right? So I then proceeded to have corn burgers for breakfast and then turn up to work and throw up. Which is really bad. I wouldn't recommend it. You shouldn't do that because you can go into anaphylactic shock. It's quite a serious thing. But anyway, I had corn burgers for breakfast and went to work, spewed up, and then went home and watched the cup final. The only downside to it was that Liverpool lost, and I'm a Liverpool fan. But I was still ill. Like, the game kicked off, and at half-time I was still ill. I felt rotten as hell. So whilst I got to watch the cup final, I was really ill, and then Liverpool lost. Kessler, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the tier 2. Thank you very much for the 95 months. That's a long time. Anal flaccid sock. Anal flaccid shock. No, not anal flaccid sock either. Anaphylactic. Close, isn't it? What's it? No, corn burger. It's Quorn. It's like the meat substitute thing. It's some kind of fungal related like thing, but I don't know. Whatever's in it, it makes me throw up if I eat it. How long have I been streaming? If you mean today, 4 hours and 40 minutes. If you mean ever, I started in 2015. I was Twitch partnered in 2016. When would... I can't remember when I got... June 2016, I think I got Twitch partnered. Little bit frustrated with the loot today. I'm really struggling to get gear. I'm trying, and it ain't going. How long is the delay on my stream? 45 minutes. The fact that you just typed that and I instantly answered doesn't answer the question though, okay? Don't believe it. It's 45 minutes. I just knew you were going to ask it, that's all. Mr. Kessler, thanks again. Pretty sure you're allergic to that stuff as well, Supernova, eh? It is indeed fake meat, Ian. Yeah. Do I play modded or vanilla? Yes. Both. Lightly modded, though. Yeah, I don't really use much of a stream delay, as hopefully the fact that you asked that question and I answered it sharpish kind of shows, you know, like... Stream delays don't really work unless you're in some kind of an event. Some people think, oh, yeah, if you use a stream delay, you won't get stream sniped. But unless you make it some kind of hugely massive delay, it doesn't work, you know, like... I said about half an hour ago I was going to go to the prison island. So somebody could have been waiting for ages anyway, you know. How do you get up and get excited to play DayZ every day? Like getting loot again. The money, dude. The money. That's not true. And it is my job, but it's not that. That's my sarcastic answer. I get excited for the stream, not the looting. I enjoy looting. I find looting really therapeutic. Right, looks like we're not going to prison island. I really enjoy looting. I enjoy the looting phase of the game. But I enjoy streaming. You know, I'm a DayZ streamer, not just a DayZ player. There is a difference. It's hugely different. like the random chatting that we're doing now all the way through the stream. I really enjoy it, and hopefully it's partly why people come into the stream as well. You know. Do you know anything about watches? I don't know. What watches? I don't know anything about watches. No. Anyone that's ever watched this stream knows full well that I am not a watch bore at all. Yeah, I do know a bit about watches. Yeah. You must already know that. It's not a random enough question otherwise. What mods are in this server, Jeremy? I don't look at the mods. I just join the servers, dude. I don't play on servers with infinite stamina or trader bases, but I don't look at the individual mods. You got a Speedmaster recently. Very nice. They're rumoured to be bringing out a white version of the Moon Watch next year, so that it's only ever a black dial, the Moon Watch, the regular one, the proper one. There's been pictures of Daniel Craig wearing the white dial one. You know, that's the kind of thing that gives watch fans an erection, right? Oh God, they've done the Speedmaster for all these years and they're going to do a white dial now. Wow! Holy shit, Dubai. Thank you for the gifted sub bomb. That's crazy, dude. Thank you for the gifted sub of 50 subs. Holy shit, dude. Thank you very, very much for the support. Really, really appreciate it. Paul is an Apple Watch guy. I understand why people like Apple Watches, but I am not one of them. Dubai Mason, thank you very, very much for the support. Hate Tudor, I want one that's aesthetically pleasing. Well, aesthetically pleasing is very personal. So a lot of people really like, say, the Black Bay 54, for example. Tudors are really aesthetically pleasing to some. I don't own a Tudor right now, but I've had one or two in the past. I quite like Tudor. I think they're decent. They're good value for money for what they are. Hard to talk about good value for money for like a £3 watch, really, isn't it? Because they're still a lot of money, but Tudor are pretty decent. Do you plan on playing other games as well? I might try other survival games as and when they come out, but usually DayZ is the one that I stick with. What one on Tudor? Around 2 to 3k. It depends on your wrist, dude. They're all available in the shops right now. If you're going to get a Tudor, you're nearly always getting a Black Bay. The Black Bay 54 or 58. I quite like the 54 myself. The 58 in blue is nice as well, but it's really down to your wrist, dude. Go to a watch dealer and try them on, and one of them will be the one that feels right for you, you know? Gambon, with the watches that I have, I don't sell very many, but if I have a watch and I don't wear it, then I tend to sell it, yeah. Trade it in a way. Tudor are pretty decent. I like the Pelagos, and I also like the new. They do a 39mm titanium Pelagos, which is quite nice with a black dial, and they do a Red Bull Alinghi chronograph that's very cool as well. I like that too, but I ain't going to be buying either of them. I don't want them, but they are quite nice though. Right, come on then. We know it's fresh. We know it's fresh. Give me the loot. Oh. That paper's weird, isn't it? That must be there from the last time there was a heli here. Right, there we go. Little Fizz, well, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. That's not an ACOG reticle. It's quite common in a lot of games. This is a modded scope, so this is a modded ACOG. It's not the vanilla version, it's a modded one only. We're in Chernarus Solo. This is Kamenka in the southwest corner of the map.
I'm crawling. I leased a Tesla and sold my Passat. Yeah. Model Y. Yeah. Longines do some decent watches, but it depends whether you want. If you want more of a dressy watch, Longines are really nice. But if you want like more of a sporty watch you want to wear every day, I really wouldn't get a Longines. There are some nice ones. The GMT they do a Zulu time GMT. That's really quite nice. But I've tried one of them on. The bracelet is not as nice as a Tudor bracelet would be. If you want to wear like a sports watch, like one watch you can wear every day, the Tudor bracelets are nicer than the Longines bracelets, and they can be less money too. Depending on the one you pick. But yeah, the Longines watches are nice. Some of the dress watches they do are really, really nice. What do I think of Christopher Ward? They have been making like absolute bangers for about a year to 18 months. Like the couple of adventuring watches they've released recently, the Moon one and the 36mm one, they're really nice. But nearly everything Christopher Ward have done for about the last 6 months has been brilliant. They're really good. I don't own a single one, by the way, but they're really, really good. Christopher Ward may have some heavy discounts, but on the ones that people want, they don't. That's the thing. They've had some watches that, like, what's the name of that one with the chiming hour thing? I forget the name of it. Someone will tell me in a second. They're selling above list, or they were. Would I ever buy a Homage watch? Personally, no. I don't really have a problem with them, but no, I wouldn't. The reason why I wouldn't buy a Homage watch is that I would... I'd rather buy something that was its own design. So if you bought like a Pagani copy of a Rolex or Omega or something, fair play if you like it, I'm not judging, but for the same money you could buy a really good Seiko that has a proper design that's Seiko's design. You know, like I'd rather buy a Seiko for $300 than a Pagani Rolex copy or something. I don't really see the allure personally, but I understand why some people do. So I like a Homage watch, like a Pagani or something, or maybe one of the diver brand that's name escapes me for a second. But if you like them, you like them. But it's not the same as buying a fake watch. A Homage is at least a Homage. Well, double clicking is quicker than dragging, dude. More often than not, I do a combination of the two, but it depends what I'm doing. I'll often drag if I want it to go into a particular place in my inventory, which is normally bandages more often than not. Which watches appreciate in value? There's no real answer to that in the long run. Rolex kind of, like that's what you said, but it's changing at the moment a little bit. Like they've gone down quite a lot on the secondary price. They're still up if you buy them new from retail mostly, but if you buy a really good watch, like like if you buy an Omega Moon watch like today, and then you keep it 20 years, chances are it will have gone up in value a tiny bit. However, it won't have gone up better than inflation. It won't be an investment. You know? Watches aren't investments. They might appreciate a little bit over time because the new ones go up in price so much every year. You know, like Omega are really bad for it. Like the Moon watch now is something like £7,000 for the top one. You know, like the Hesselite version is like £6,500 or something. You know, in 2019 it was £3,200, and they've done one iteration to it, but the price it's gone up has gone up so much. So if you'd bought one then, if you'd bought the Hesselite Moon watch in brand new at retail for £3,300 in 2018, you could sell it today for about 4 to 4.5. So it has gone up. Even an Omega has gone up, you know. But that's not how it always is. It may not always be the case. There's no way. Well, kind of, Gala Steve. Like, if you can buy the right watch, like under market value, like a year old, it might appreciate a little bit over time. But I think the ones that really appreciate are the ones that nobody can buy, aren't they? You know, like if you can buy a, I don't know, Patek Aquanaut or something, you might you buy a steel Aquanaut for whatever price it costs, 20 something thousand pounds. It probably sells for £50,000. You know, I don't even know what the prices of those are, but you know what I mean. Like, they're the ones that people mean when they're talking about appreciating. They mean the ones that nobody can buy. Racer Plasma, I'm playing in the same team as last year, so it's me, Muller and Sauer. And fix that ACOG, we might as well do it now. Hamanu, thank you. Yeah, I think the quality is a lot better today. Good.
I'll take this time to appreciate myself for reading the room well, love Robot Lady.
We did have a team up planned, myself and Lottie, but she couldn't make it. We will get another one booked in. Someone just said, I want a nice watch for about £1,000. You can get loads for that money. So much you can buy. Like, there's no right or wrong answer, but Christopher Ward do some good stuff if you're from the UK and you want a brand that's kind of UK-ish. But at that money, you can get so many different brands. Like, I'd personally be looking at Hamilton or possibly into Oris kind of level, really, would be both very, very good brands. There's loads of others, though. There's really lots. Very nice, Manape. Those are definitely viable, but obviously on the secondary market, they'll be very expensive now. You can fix PSO scopes. For 1K, the best is Apple Watch. It's not in 10 years' time, Riley. In 10 years' time, you've thrown it in the bin. I'm not saying they're bad, but they do a new watch every year. It's never... If you want just a watch to tell the time and look smart, an Apple Watch isn't the answer. Yeah? If you want it to keep it and wear it for the next 20 years, an Apple Watch is not the answer. If you want it for health reasons or going down the gym, getting fit and so on, and you want it as an extension of... If you don't want to take your phone out of your pocket to see that someone's sent you a text message or whatever, there's lots of reasons to want one, but if you want to watch because you want to watch, then maybe it's not the best choice. Tissot is pretty good, yeah. Tissot are nice. I quite like those as well. Have I tried H1Z1 yet? Yeah, I tried it when it came out. I haven't reattached the scope. I never took the scope off. I fixed it on the gun, dude. Yeah, I never took the scope off. So what I did was... I do it with this one. Oh, no, I do it. So I left it on the gun. It's worn, see? So I put it there, and then I put this in my hand, and then I pressed button 5 and fixed it while it was still on the gun. I never took it off. So you can do that with stuff. So I don't have a sewing kit of them. Can't do it. But yeah, you can do it anyway. So is there anything I can do that with? Moment. Oh well, bollocks. I quite like the Pulsar, isn't it? That's the kind of like the digital one that James Bond wore a Pulsar, I think, didn't he? I think that's the Pulsar. I'm no good with names. Any advice on finding a good alarm clock? I'd definitely use my phone for that. Can we go fishing now? I don't reckon we need to, Bucky. I think we're all set. I really hope we find a 101 or a foul mag soon-ish. And, well, we need a weapon cleaning kit as well. I like his little purse, his little man bag.
I'd be so paranoid about smashing an ice watch on a door or something. Well, I guess depends. If you good watches can take it, you might put a scratch in or something, but you could do that with anything. You know, you could buy a car and get a scratch on it. You know, like I guess it's if you've got like. I don't know, if you bought an Amiga Speedmaster today and you scratched it or something, if you're intending to wear it for 30 years or something, it doesn't matter, you know, it'll look better once it's been worn a bit than it does when you bought it, I think. I like it's okay. I'm not suggesting everyone rush out and spend money on a luxury watch, by the way. They're a lot of money, but at least, like, that Apple Watch analogy, right? If you spent $1,000 on an Apple Watch right now, they've just announced the Series 9, is it, or 10? I forget, 9, I think. If you buy that for £800 or whatever the top ones cost right now, you'll get good use out of it, and they are really good. But next year or the year after, they'll be at 10. A few years after that, they'll be at 11. 5 years down the line, that thing you spent £800 on is fucking worthless, you know. If you buy an £800 Tissot PRX, maybe not a good example if it's automatic, but if you buy. For getting the same price, but if you buy an Amiga Speedmaster, that's quite a lot of money. It's still worth its money in 10 years. It might cost £6,000 though, but it's still worth its money. You could probably sell it and get your money back, probably. The problem with £1,000 watches or dollar watches is that they're not necessarily worth servicing, so you wouldn't necessarily get your money back, right? If you bought a £500 Seiko and kept it 20 years, you're probably not going to get any money out of it because it's going to need servicing and it's going to cost more than it's worth to service, chances are. Unless you know someone. I quite like Apple Watches though. I think I can see the fascination. I can see the use of them if you need them as a tool, but I don't need to know how many steps I've done. My phone tells me anyway. I get a bit funny about shit like that. It will just mess me up. It won't help. Toasted cabbage leaf. Well, I guess people talk about stuff they know that the streamer's interested in. I don't think it's worth getting upset about, though. Do I have a favourite watch YouTube channel? Nico Leonard would be one, and the other one would be Tim Mosso on Watchbox. So he's more of a personality rather than a channel, though he does have a channel. But Tim Mosso is like an encyclopedia. He's really good. Ever thought about watchmaking as a hobby? I'm not skilled enough. Like, my hands are not steady enough. I could never be a surgeon or something. Like, I'm just no good at really intricate work like that. As you can see with my aim in DayZ. To be serious, I'm pretty good at hand-eye coordination for the most part, but fuck, this is tricky choice. I'm pretty good at hand-eye coordination for the most part, but I'm not good at really minute work, like detail work like you'd need to be to do that. I just wouldn't be any good. I also don't have the patience. I was never really one for like Meccano or Lego when I was a kid. Yeah, I could maybe go and check the buses. To be honest, when he said watchmaking reindeer, I generally thought he meant more like servicing and repairing and like making like a good watch from a bad, you know. I never really even considered he really meant making a watch from scratch, you know. That I'd never be able to do that. Klaus, yeah, we did do that earlier actually, yeah.
drop that one. Drop that one. It's a bit of a gamble dropping the shotgun, but bullets have I? Not many. Oh, that's just fucking beautiful. Didn't mean to drop off there, but I did. There's a mag. Yeah, I wasn't finished up here. Unfortunately, it's a mag I don't need. I wasn't meaning to drop off. I was trying to just aggro the last few zombies and come back. It's not unfortunately a mag I can use. Well, this is kind of risky, but I've got more rounds for this than I have any other gun, which is why I'm using this one. Lucky bastard. Fucking hell, come on. Go, go, go. Right, let's just check these. Maybe we'll get a couple more bullets or something. Or maybe not. Surely going to find myself a like a mag for one of the guns I've got soon. Like we got... Oh, fuck off. So I've got an SVD and I find a... Sorry, I've got a LAR and I find an SVD mag. The amount of times I've looted here, I don't remember finding an SVD mag here, ever. Of course I find one today. We better go and check that Humvee there. That could have a mag, maybe. A little bit careful. I'm not really sure I want to go all the way down here. Someone was talking about finding a press vest in one of the buses. There might be, but where I've just been firing a bit, I'm not sure I want to carry on that way. I think I'm asking for trouble. I'm not going to. I'm going to go this way. Yeah, the FAL's jamming... well, it's jamming partly because it's damaged, and it's also jamming. It's then jamming more because it's chambered as well, so... In the game, if you're firing a chambered gun, like you say, Uncle Fid, you're more likely to have it jam, aren't you? I know you're not telling me, you're telling them, but the even if you've got a pristine pistol, if it's got no mag in it or clip, it's more likely to jam. What are my graphic settings? I'm using pretty much ultra. There's no graphic picture on YouTube, but on Twitch, if you type !settings, you can actually see a picture of my settings, but I'm using mostly ultra settings. You're going to find a mag for every gun, find the ones you need. Yep, that's the law of DayZ. 7 AM in Australia land. Lockie, well, thanks for coming in, dude. DD Burger, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so I'm a Twitch streamer. I've been streaming on Twitch as my job for 7.5 years. A few weeks ago, Twitch allowed it so that Twitch streamers can stream to YouTube as well, so I'm streaming on YouTube as well. So I don't know how many people are watching on YouTube right now, but there's about 3,300 watching on Twitch, and then there's however many there are on YouTube. 12 or 1,300 or something, maybe. I don't know. That's a guess. However many it is, I'm grateful you're here.
13:59. On your runs, do you go to the Northwest Airfield or straight to Tissy? I vary it up, Ben. So I don't go to the airfield first very often. It really depends what I need. The airfield is more useful now, though. That aeroplane, there's a couple of aeroplanes now that spawn crates. They are really worth going to, so I'm probably more likely to go to the airfield now than I would have done before. Hi Bjorn, hope you're good, dude. Thanks for coming in. $13.58 Nightbot doesn't count. Oh, Billy, dear me. Let's splitting some serious hairs there, aren't we? I don't know how to respond to that one, Scary. But yeah, that's definitely the case. I'm hoping for a bit more than that. Bollocks. I'm going to run in the trees over here. There might be a tent or something. This bit over here used to be a really popular place to bury stashes and hide loot. If we looked around here and really looked, I bet we'd find some underground stashes, like in some trees and whatnot around here. But I'm not going to bother looking really hard. The prison's worth looting, Med. Yeah, the only reason I was on the way to loot it, but I didn't because the helicopter crashed and I wanted to go to the heli site instead, and I'm glad I did because we got this foul. Like all around here is quite common, but I'm just not that bothered about looking so hard, to be honest. I'm only coming up here because of this picnic table, and on the other side of the hill there's a potential spawn for a convoy as well. Although I haven't seen a convoy on this server for days and days, and well, weeks I think. Yeah, I know, Scary, I know. Never, it's 14th to the 16th of December the night's out. You seen the convoys close to Green Mountain or not? Yeah, we checked there yesterday. Maybe twice, but certainly once. Didn't see it, but I normally find convoys if I keep looking, but just on this server lately, I just don't seem to be finding them. It almost feels like this server particularly isn't spawning them. I'm sure it is, but I haven't seen one for ages. When you say stopping to aim, do you mean this, dude? If you mean zooming in, no, it's like a nervous tick. Nado, it's oh shit. Oh, it's a bit more to the left. It's not hosted by the devs, but the devs are backing it, if you like. So last year, Scotty was helping out with Lights Out, who works for the developers, and so the devs are supporting the event. But it's not hosted by the devs. It's hosted by, this year I think it's Serpy again. But it's a couple of Spanish guys last year, a couple of Spanish streamers, and I think it's the same guys again, or certainly Serpy anyway. So this is where the convoy would be, and yet again, no convoy. I'm going to go and kill that deer. Green Mountain could spawn mags for my gun, but there's other places nearer than that for me to go to, I think. Like Zelenogorsk would be nearer, or Mishkino would be nearer. Didn't I get another box of yellow bullets? Did I miss a box? I'm sure I got 2. It might have been on the last life. I'm sure I had 2 boxes of bullets. Maybe not. Nado, yes they are. They definitely are, yeah. They're definitely... The devs are supporting the event, yes. Was that another heli crash site? It wasn't a heli crash, that one. That was a...
Thank you for helping me through night
a
shift.
gas artillery strike. It wasn't a heli site, that one. Night Rep, I don't know. Doc Dryce believes they might be adding a bunker for lights out, but I don't know anything yet, so... Is it possible that different servers have different graphic settings? No. But the game can still look very graphically different. So this server's got no mist and fog in it. So you can change the weather settings quite a lot, and that can have a real impact on how the game looks. So this server doesn't have that fog that you get, which starts rendering in about 500, 600 meters away. So on this server it looks crystal clear, even in trees a kilometer away. So it does change the graphics, but it's not really the graphics that did it. It's the kind of the weather settings or the clouds and stuff that have done it. Have I ever drop shotted someone in DayZ? Yes, it doesn't work very well because it's so slow, but you can do it. It's not really something that I've ever really done now, but I've done it in the past. But you can't obviously aim while you move. You can't aim while you... Well, you can do that, but it's not normally a great idea because you very often end up drop shotting into like long grass and then you can't really see where you're going and stuff. I don't normally bother, but I've done it. It's probably in 1 or 2 videos, but I've done it back in the day, but I haven't done it for a long time. You can eat the fat. There's not much energy in it anymore. It used to be OP, but it's not that great now. But you can eat it. You still need to cook it though. Have I been hunting IRL? I have not, dude. No, it's not a very common thing in the UK, dude. There's not much for us to hunt over here, as a rule. You know, like there's not that much wilderness. There's lots of countryside, but it's not a very common thing in the UK. People go out shooting pheasants and whatnot, and but there isn't a great deal of hunting goes on. And we have like native deer and things, but again, not very common. There's a server with the Sam Squanch. Yeah, there is. Cloudy, Torrent Screw, Russia. Cheers for the resubs. Revs, Melly, Zipple. Thank you for the bits and resubs. Papa Bless. Thank you for the resub as well. KW Doc, thank you for the resub. Nice, sorry it's took me a while. Thank you for the new sub. Beefy B, thank you for the sub. Wince and Nikon, thank you for the resubs as well. Sorry, it took me a while to spot those, but thank you. We don't. It's in the rules on the Twitch chat. Apologies for this, but we don't do gun laws as a conversation topic. It just gets too emotive. So it's really easy to Google if you want to read up on it. But we don't do gun law or gun talk because it just gets really kind of emotively dull. Like people get really wound up about it. I just can't be bothered.
Seems good.
Burgraph, thank you very much. Cheers for the 3 months. Really appreciate it. Right, so I'm glad I got that deer. There's a little house over here. We might as well cook it here while we're at it. Arsenal are 4-0 up after 27 minutes. Holy shit, they are not mucking around. Can you guess where you will find the largest deer in the UK? Answer will surprise you. Why do I feel that that's like a link to like some website where I have to go there and then I have to click through 40 photos to find the answer? Just the way it was worded. I want to say it'll be Scotland, but I bet it's not. I bet it's somewhere like Kent or Cornwall or something. Kai Havertz scored the other day as well, didn't he? Didn't he score the goal the other day? Yeah, he got the game winner. They were 0-0 against, was it Brentford? Yeah, and then he scored, yeah. So he's getting some goals now then, that's good. I think Havertz is a reasonable player, but he ain't a striker, is he?
Who found streaming was his life's call. 10 years down the line. Things are going quite fine. But he still has no face cam at all.
And quite right too, no face cam for me. A face for radio and a waistline for Weight Watchers. How many subs for a cam stream? There ain't any amount of subs that would make me change the way I stream. Sorry, not going to happen. All right, 100,000. 100,000 subs and I'll get a webcam for one stream. But there you go, that's it. 100,000 subs. Imagine losing £40 and still being fat. There's plenty of people that are many hundreds of pounds, you know, like I said the other day, I was triple XL in UK sizes. I'm now XL, which is kind of alright for me. That'll do for me. It is scheduled for Sunday, 8 AM till midnight. Thought you picked up matches or something. I think you're right. I think I did. Yeah, I did. Oh well, never mind. If I lost £40, I'd be dead. Well, definitely don't do that, Chalice. Or maybe you'd have a leg amputated or two. To be fair, he never specified Twitch or YouTube subs. That was Twitch subs. Tinky, yeah, that's decent, dude. GG, 6'6" is yeah. You don't want to be getting too small, are you? What's the flag for? I just like the look of it. I was going to turn it into an armband. So yeah, we'll do that in a sec. That's what the flag is for. I don't remember if I've done this one or not, but sometimes like it looked like it would be a good big brain armband. It might bring me luck. Yeah, it's not bad. It kind of looks like the hands of worshippers worshipping the brain god. All hail the brain god. I'd imagine the brain god would be like Stephen Fry or something.
We already get 466k subs. I'm off to Curry's to buy an overpriced crap webcam, I guess. Alright, nice try, Russian. If it was a tribute to Brian Hicks, it would be a picture of a heli, and underneath it would say "Helis by Christmas." Sorry, Brian, if you're watching. He's not watching. Gotto, thank you for the 15 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Kind of losing a bit of health here with the temperature that we're at. I'm hoping that we'll lose it when we get out here. If not, I'm going to have to eat some more. Ah, the rain will probably sort it out anyway. So I've got 3 amazing guns, but no mags. Does the LAN spawn in the gas? No, the LAR is... they kind of messed up the patch notes a little bit. The guns that were added to Chernarus gas zones were the SVD and the Orgay X. The LAR is still a convoy and helicopter crash site gun. You were just at a fire. Why is your temperature dropping? Because I'm now outside in the rain again. I'm still yellow temperature, so I'm hot. But I've got all that hot food in my inventory, which is keeping my temperature up higher than I want it to. I think I'll get away with eating this. As a streamer, do you ever get tired answering the same questions time and time again? Only that one. Only that one. No, I don't. It's just part of streaming. It's like if you work in a shop and you have to deal with customer complaints, it gets really annoying, but you get used to it, you know. Or if you work in the shop and you have to pick up a phone, and like people ask the same stupid shit every day, you know. Like if you're in retail, you're going to have to answer the same questions all the time, you know. When I used to work in retail, people used to come in and ask for scat leads and scat navs. Can I have a scat lead? Some people used to ask for a scarf lead. I'm showing my age now because they were the main connector for TVs when I used to sell them at first anyway. It was HDMI's near the end. But people used to ask the same shit. You know, there was a music shop next to the one I worked in. People used to come into my shop asking for sheet music. Makarot, I haven't really found much gear today. I'm rocking with really good gear today, but I played for 3.5 hours and got killed by a guy with a pistol. And I had a crossbow and a longhorn, I think, at the time. It's been hard to get loot today. It's just been one of those days. Some days it's like that, but I know I've got a FAL and a 101 and a LAR right now, so I'm saying it's hard to get loot while I've got 3 good guns, but I've got no mags and hardly any bullets to shoot. But no, I don't get fed up of answering the same questions. It's just part of streaming. Tinky, thank you for gifting Stone Solid the sub. Very kind. The Gorky bars are on me! Scat means the same in the UK as it does anywhere else, dude, but most people don't know what scat means. So, like, scat gets used in quite a lot of places to literally mean, like, you see it in the show Alone. You'll see people going, oh, we've got bear scat, or we've got such and such scat, and obviously it means shit, right? But nobody uses the word scat in the UK. It's not a word, like, maybe because we're not hunters or whatever, I don't know, but hardly anyone uses the word scat at all in the UK. So when somebody's coming in going, have you got a scat nav? Like, back in the days when people used to buy tom-toms and stuff, people used to legitimately do it and not know it was the wrong word. Apparently a FAL should be 7.62 by 51. Shark Media, that's the military version of 308. It's the kind of the same round, pretty much, I think. 7.62 by 51 is the military equivalent to 308.
Hey Dale, you're right, dude. I think your other account got gifted a sub earlier, by the way. So I think you've got a sub on both accounts. I think I saw it come up. Tech support, I had a client that thought Q was pronounced Huawei. No. The question I got asked most in retail was, do you work here? No, I'm just wearing a company shirt and a name tag because I want to. The do you work here question is very often a passive-aggressive question though, right, dude? So if you're standing around in your Curry's outfit at Curry's and someone comes up to you and says, do you work here? What they're actually saying is, oi fuck, why didn't you come and ask me if I wanted any help? That's really what they're saying, right? And sometimes it's fair, you know, if you go into a place like Curry's, quite often there'll be 10 customers knocking around and there'll be 4 staff all standing in a huddle, chatting and yakking and laughing. And so sometimes you'll go up and go, do you work here? And you're basically saying, oi fucker, stop chatting, start serving, you know? But that's what it is really, isn't it? That's what they're saying most of the time. Is Curry's commission based? A little bit, yeah. They get commission. It might have changed, but they get a little bit of commission on the sale, but not much. But they'll get much more commission on the extras they sell you, like extended warranties or possibly finance, possibly like extra cables and stuff like that, you know. It's changed a lot since your days. What's changed, Carla Steve? Is it not commission at Curry's anymore? Interesting. So that's changed then. And last time I was at Curry's was 7 years doing this, 5 years, so it was 7, 12, 13, 14, about 15 years ago. I think it's better if they don't get commission like that. I'm surprised they don't on extended warranties, to be honest, because they used to be commission on the extras. Like that was like the only way they try and convince people to fucking sell them, I think. Why did I leave Curry's? I was only there a month, dude. I was at Curry's for a month, and I was assistant manager in Romford, but I'd applied for another job in Asda, and the Asda job was paying more money. So when I got the job in Curry's, I said to them, I've applied for another job and it's more money. And they went, okay. And then I got the other job, so I left. It was like that in 2018. Yeah, you used to get commission on antivirus and stuff, yeah. Assistant manager at 23 years old is very impressive. I think I was assistant manager at 23 in a different company, by the way, even with my real age. Possibly not, actually, not quite. I was store manager for Powerhouse, which were like Curry's, but slightly smaller, independent, but same kind of thing. I was store manager at Powerhouse well before I was 30, but I can't remember how old I was. But the commission thing used to be frustrating to me. Like, it was a bad... Like, they used to have commission on stuff they wanted to sell as well. So I'm glad if it's not like that now. So, for example, if Hotpoint brought out a new washing machine and it was £300, the commission on it might be £1. But the old washing machine that was still £300, the commission on that might be £15 because they wanted to flog them. Which meant that the customer would get sold the shit one because it made the staff £15, whereas the new one made the staff £1. So it meant that you wouldn't get recommended the right product for you. You would get recommended the one that Curry's wanted to get rid of without putting it on sale. I was fuming when I found out Curry's didn't sell curry. Is that the equivalent to working at McDonald's in the UK? No, the equivalent to working at McDonald's in the UK is working in McDonald's. Working in Curry's is like working in Best Buy, I guess. Medium, I've not taught anyone how to make a fire a while ago. Ah, the extended warranty. I was very good at selling extended warranties, but I genuinely did my best not to rip people off, which might sound like unbelievable, but I remember when I was at Powerhouse, this lovely old man that was coming to me, he was like, yeah, I'll have it, and I couldn't sell it to him, you know, but I used to do really well with the sales stuff, but at the time, I believed it as well. I don't buy extended warranties, right, but at the time I did. I was buying the extended warranties for my own products that I owned, the same as I was selling them to other people. I so much believed in the bullshit, but I wouldn't buy one now. Were you at Comet when they moved from sales per hour to individual commission? Strixon, no. I don't know when that was, but a bit worried where that went now. Where did it go? I was assistant manager at Comet when they made all their assistant managers redundant, but I couldn't even work out when that was. 16, 17 years ago, maybe a bit more or less. He just de-aggroed and went over there. Weird, isn't it? I know I've got the canteen as well, but I just want to drink a bottle and then move. We'll just use this one. I used to be very good at... this is all bravado, right? But I was good. I remember I worked in a relatively small powerhouse, and one week I sold more extended warranties on my own than the biggest store in the region. So I did more extended warranties on my own than an entire store that took way more money than us. I was quite proud of that feat. like single-handedly outselling other stores was quite kind of cool. Can you please tell us why not to get a warranty? I always have a hard time deciding when they ask. I think it depends on the cost, if I'm honest. I think the reality is this. Sooner or later, if you have an extended warranty, you're going to get to make a claim on it, and it will have been worth having, but most of the time you won't. So if you're buying like a washing machine that's very mechanical, it's maybe possibly going to go wrong inside 5 years if you get a 5-year warranty. But if you're buying like a flat screen TV, if it's got a fault, it's likely to be out of the box when it's brand new. Otherwise, it's not likely. There's nothing mechanical in it. It's other than the on-off switch, potentially, maybe. But people will sell you an extended warranty for all sorts of things, and the reason they do it is because they don't go as wrong as much as the charge they charge you, obviously. You know, so same with any insurance. But if you bought an extended warranty on every product you ever bought, you'd be out of pocket. But if you bought it on the one thing that goes wrong, you'd be doing great. You know, that's the reality of it. But I wouldn't buy them. I think it's much better to just buy the product you want, and if it goes wrong, you can worry about it later. You know, like it's very rare, but it really depends on the item. I did okay on the last thing I bought from Comet. I bought a Panasonic Plasma, so it was before LCDs were around when they were big. So I bought a Panasonic Plasma Plasma TV. It would have been about £1,800 or something. It was a lot of money, and I bought the extended warranty, and it went wrong about 18 months after I'd owned it, and it went back to Comet. And they wrote it off, but they sent engineers out, so the TV didn't go back, but I went back to Comet. They sent engineers out, they tried to fix it, they couldn't fix it, so they wrote it off. And they gave me the money to buy a new TV, which I did. I got a new telly, I got it from Comet, so they gave me the money as store credit. And I bought some Pioneer Plasma TV that was way better, so I upgraded to a way better Plasma TV. But because I was not stupid, I then emailed Panasonic and said, I've got your TV, it only comes with a 1-year warranty, it's gone wrong after 18 months, I'm really not happy, I've been told it's this particular part, what will you do about it? So they agreed to if I paid for the fitting of the part, they would give me the part for free, and the part was the thing that wrote it off. It was really expensive, so I can't remember what the part was now. It wasn't the panel, but it was something else. So they supplied the part for free. I paid like 150 quid to have it installed. And then I sold the telly for 800 quid, which was kind of cool. Panasonic still exists. They're a decent company. They make good stuff on the whole, or they used to. Yeah, they still make TVs and whatnot. No broken legs this stream, Eddie. Panasonic plasma TV I owned weighed £150. Fucking hell, I don't remember there being any glass screen ones, and I sold most of them, but I remember the very last of the old style TVs that were glass screens, because plasmas weren't glass screens, so plasmas shouldn't have a glass screen. They were like individual chambers of gas. That's what a plasma was. Each pixel was like a... They were pretty heavy, but not that heavy. But each pixel was like a little gas chamber, right? But I remember the very last widescreen that we sold. I was doing a delivery of one, but there were Sony 36-inch Trinitron, like old CRT style TVs with the really deep back. And the 36-inch widescreen was just under 100 kilos. And me and this other guy that I worked with in the first shop that I did TVs, we delivered one between us. And they wanted it. They'd had a hole put in the wall. It was in this really big mansion. And they'd got this like thing built in for it to sit in. And it was about like shoulder height, and we had to try and lift it up to sort of shoulder height and then hold it there while we plugged it in and then push it. It was a fucking nightmare. They were so heavy. Oh my word, that is good news. I don't know what we're going to drop here. Whichever one I drop will be the wrong one. I'm going to drop the 101 because I think I'm more likely to find a mag for the M16. Needs a bastard mag as well. Didn't think that needed a mag. Does it need a mag? No, it doesn't. That's good. Yeah, Panasonic called theirs Viera and Sony's called theirs Vega. I think, from memory, back in the day. I used to be a right nerd on TVs though, I was really into it. Watching from work in Seattle, Diver, well thanks for coming in, dude. Yeah, S-Val, I had a 43-inch Pioneer, and it was about nearly £3,000 or something. But the reviews and everything, and it was incredibly popular. Everybody wanted that particular one, but they were really expensive. I can't remember the model number, but it was really, really good. Actually drivable. I'm going to leave it though because I don't want to drive it at the moment. I'm close to where I want to be. I could take the glow plug out of it though, couldn't I? Do you have an OLED TV now? I don't know. After I stopped working in that kind of environment, I stopped giving as much of a shit about the stuff. So we've only got like we've got a 40-inch LCD. It's 4K, but it's only like a Samsung kind of standard 40-inch TV. It's not very big, not very fancy. We don't have any surround sound. We don't have even like a speaker or anything. We've got nothing. Red Rocket, I don't really care where the loot goes except for the medical stuff being on the very left hand side. Everything else doesn't really matter, so I tend to keep the medical things on the left to be easily dropped across, but beyond that everything else that matters is on the hotbar, except for this gun by the look of it.
Is that the Humvee that you and Dot were in? I doubt it, because we crashed it. Well, I say we crashed it. Dot crashed it and killed us both. I quite like the idea of getting a sound bar, but I just can't be fucked. I had, when I was younger, I had an incredibly fancy surround sound system, like separate. So I had like an Arcam receiver and B&W speakers and a B&W sub and all sorts, right? Really, really good stuff. It was expensive as hell. But I had young kids, or the kids came along, and then you never get the chance to use it. And even now, like, if I'm watching a film, like, if my missus falls asleep on the sofa or she goes to bed, I ain't going to be able to have the sound loud enough to make it worth the bother. It's just not, it's not worth it. It's a little bit like if you've got air conditioning in your bedroom, right? I'll always want it cool. My missus will always want it off. So all you're doing is causing an argument for yourself, I think, you know. Like, you can never get that right. So I'd rather just use the TV and not worry about it. Steve G, thanks for coming in, dude. Paul, I think you need a wheelbarrow mod. I agree. I like the loot. I'd really love to be able to do an impression of the dude from Coming to America that does the I love the Lord thing, but I love the loot. If loving the loot is wrong, I don't want to be right. That's what I'd like to say. I think it's Eddie Murphy. I love the Lord. No kids, no wife. Turn it up, lad. Yeah, on Pornhub with your trousers round by your ankles. Sorry, maybe not. That's kind of nice. Mossberg Hunter. Oh, Mr. Hunter? It's either Eddie Murphy or Arsenio Hall. They're the only two actors in the entire movie. That's not far from the truth, isn't it, really? I really like Coming to America. They did a second one on Amazon, didn't they? It wasn't very good. It was still watchable, though, but it just wasn't the same. The original Coming to America is, like, beautiful. Or at least I thought it was. Arsenio Hall was Reverend Brown. Yeah, that's probably sounds about right, actually. Right, on the subject of royal penises being clean, I'm going for a piss. I won't need to clean anything, but it'll be fine. Before I do, Acid Freaker, thank you. Gifted sub to Birdman, Ken, and Bill Groski, thank you very much. One.
Commodore 64 36 years ago, still working. Yeah. Well, I was born 38 years ago, and I can barely walk down the stairs. That count? I don't really want to be looting this too much, but that's one of the reasons I was about to say why I am. Like, we can potentially find some half-decent stuff. Like, that is a really useful thing. I can clean up this Remington. And also, it's quite useful for... like, when we get to the military base up ahead, I might find a mag for the M16 or the FAL, and I can fix it. Pitmans, I play with my settings pretty much maxed. Yeah, if you're on Twitch, right? So exclamation settings, one of the mods will probably do it for you in a second. Have a look at the little picture. It shows you a picture of my settings. So keep an eye out for the Nightbot command in a second. So that's a picture of my settings. Oh, Pitmans, you did it yourself. Look, there you go. Look. GG. I whistle to this whilst doing random tasks throughout the day. Subpar, sorry. Or not sorry, maybe. I don't know. You seem alright with it. It is quite catchy. When the changing server screen's up, you guys can hear it. I can't hear it. I have it set so I can't hear it, which is... it's not monitored by me, so... that's why sometimes we get cross audio and I don't know, because I'm only hearing one and not the other. I definitely see more and choose to ignore Acid, especially when it comes to Hyperpro, if that's who you were talking to. And that's very true as well, by the way, Angry Chair. Foliage smoothing makes the game look blurry. I really like it. It really helps for streaming quality. Like if you're making YouTube videos and things, if you don't have foliage smoothing on, it really makes the pixelation much more bad or much worse. So if you want to have smooth looking, good quality looking streams and YouTube videos, then foliage smoothing will really help. Otherwise, like the edges of things looks really jaggedy and like not very smooth. If the day before comes out, I'll be shocked. I still think it's fake. It might be. I don't know. I think it'll come out, but I think it'll be shocked. I think it'll be terrible. Big wrench. I've not even been able to shoot at anyone today. The day is young. I call 6 hours a young day, yep. There's no charity command or anything yet, Diggle. I've not set anything up yet, dude. The only thing I've set up so far is the Just Giving page and one or two other little things, but I'm off Friday and Saturday, so most of the stuff I'm doing I'm going to set up and do Friday and Saturday. That's probably true, by the way. I've been on 6 hours. I only intended to do 7 hours. So I'm only on for about another hour or so. It has been, but it's been really weird today. This server has been really hard. And I've just had 2 slow loot routes. And probably will come up here and I'll get fucking shot at, but... some people roleplay. Some people roleplay in DayZ Para, yeah. More so on roleplay servers, but some people do. What is cross audio? Dauntless, what I mean by that is, like, when I have the changing server screen up by mistake whilst I'm playing the stream starting music at the same time. So I've got two different pieces of music playing at the same time overlapping each other. It's like a... I don't hear it because I don't hear the changing server music. I've tried Barrington in the past, MG. I haven't tried Barrington for a while, but I have tried it in the past. That's the one with the kind of circular wall, kind of maze thing in the south part of the map. Were you around during the Armour DayZ mod days? Agra, I started playing DayZ just after Standalone came out, so I started on Standalone as it was coming out pretty much. And I tried the mod a little bit afterwards, but I've never really been a mod player. I've always been Standalone. The mod was much more fleshed out back then, of course, than the DayZ Standalone was, but I just switched from console and I was so new, I was really struggling with the game in general, so the fact that the game didn't have a great deal in it suited me just fine, you know. We're at that point in the stream, by the way, that if I happen to die, it will likely end the stream, so I'm definitely not looking to die, but if I do, that's it. But yeah, how much have you been able to raise so far for Dementia? Digglebick, last year we raised £31,500. The first year was something like $47,000 or $48,000. That's both for the same cause. If you look on if you go to my Twitch homepage, if you go to the About section, there's a bit for the fundraising streams. You can see all the ones I've ever done. So those two were the ones that we've done for dementia research, but we've done some others for like a homelessness charity, for Macmillan Cancer Support, and one or two other things as well. So I've done one a year, except for 1 year. I've done one a year since I was since I went full time. So I've done like 6 charity streams out of the 7 years I've been a full-time streamer. I didn't do one year because it was the year when all the lockdowns happened and everyone was like on their arse. A lot of people weren't working and whatnot, and it just didn't feel right to do one, so I didn't do one. I know people are struggling right now, but that was very, very unique there compared to normal, so I decided not to do one that year. Really, really, really. Bit of a freeze on my frames when I aim down sight then. Really don't want to have to fucking deal with these Zeds without a pistol, suppressed pistol. It's gonna suck. When the sun goes down, I'm not familiar with that brand at all. No, TheRunningManZ. I'm not familiar with them at all, dude. Great to say. I need to make it so I can kill the Zeds, so we're going to leave that one there. KBN, it's only 1080. It might be 1440p tomorrow, but it's VP09 codec today. It's way, way better. What the fuck? Why was that not a stealth kill? I don't really know, but anyway. Bruce, there's going to be no face camming while I'm in here, dude. I'm not alt-tabbing to start switching that on right now, dude. Signing me on death sentence, I think. We've bumped into people here quite a bit lately. I'm a little bit on edge. Like, me and Muller killed a couple of people here the other day, and we bumped into a few people lately. Enough to make me a little bit wary, anyway. I think that's my favourite. Well, it's my favourite field jacket in the game by a mile, anyway. But I think my favourite jacket's probably still the blue bomber jacket. But I bet this one's warm. Fuck off. Ah, I've got to do it. I have to. How can I not? It's pristine. Captain zombie around here. I've aggroed that one. Mag on the second level of sandbag. It's completely missed it. I hope it's a mag for the M16. Ah, it's the mag for it. It's the one I don't want, but that's the DayZ way, right? Angry Chair, thank you for gifting Bruce the sub. Very, very kind. Frasper, thank you very much for the support. Will Grosky, thank you as well, dude. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, there goes the... now we're in trouble. Might not be that many zombies left by the look of it. I seem to be getting away with it at the moment. Right, there's a few then. The other knife, it's on the belt still. Yep. So the range of this that people hear it isn't very high, so unless someone's really close. Pistols don't go that far, so unless someone's really, really close, this isn't too bad. It's not as stupid as it might appear. It's still stupid, but it could be more stupid is the point. No, as is trying to shoot it when it's not loaded. A little look for dudes. Seems like we're okay. I don't know. Right, now please give me a mag for one of the guns that I've actually got. Please. Right, that one's pristine. We'll have that one. Bison, FNX, load of old bollocks. Crap. And we're getting good bullets. I really need a 30 round ideally M16 mag would be amazing right about now.
giving up on FNX stuff. Now, AS Val, we just found a mag for that, and there was some bullets as well. Oh, I'm going to check for a mag for something else first. I don't really want to go for that. It's pretty good and all, but there's not that many bullets here, and I don't want to not go with the M16 and the... I've got an M16 and a FAL. I don't really want to use that. Oh, fucking hell. We've literally found every assault rifle mag except for one of the two that we can actually use. We've got both AK mags except the AK I've got. Do I have time for a question, sir? Yep, that was it. Thank you. I hope you're good, dude. Yeah, try again and I'll have another go. Angry Chair, thanks again for the gifted sub, dude. I'll try and catch it if you type it again, dude. They changed that in the last patch, Vance. It's no longer a... This is a modded server anyway, but it's on vanilla you can find that in places like this as well. What are some good nightly modded survival servers you'd recommend? Day 1, Zero, Spaggy, Karma Crew, DayZ Underground. There may well be others. How come you're not picking up the other vest? Because none of these have got ballistic protection, so they're no good. Like, if I get shot, this vest, the stab vest, protects me a little bit. You take less damage, it might stop you from dying. You get shot in the chest by a Mosin, you die. If you're wearing this vest, you don't die. And those other vests don't help with that in the slightest, whereas this vest does. So, if you're wearing a vest as an in-game character, you want one with ballistic protection, which is stab vest, press vest, plate carrier, or on some modded servers, the defender vest as well. Is DayZ Underground an RP server? It's RP encouraged, but you don't have to RP. Used to be anyway. I've not played on it for a long time, to be honest, but it's RP encouraged, but it isn't an RP server. So there's no rules. You can't. You're allowed to play how you want. Mag next to the Jeep was a shotgun mag. I did see it. It was a Vega mag. I don't need that. All good. Do I play Spaggies? Yeah, I do quite often. Yeah. Have I missed his question out? I've been watching your stream for quite some time. How is it that you can see other players from so far away? Is it settings or training? I think it's a lot to do with the... It's not just the settings. It's partly game experience and map knowledge, but when you're watching on stream or on a video, it's a lot of compression going on. You know, I'm seeing it like properly, no compression on a decent monitor that I'm close to. So the quality of your monitor helps a lot. And also when it's a stream footage that's compressed or a YouTube video that's compressed, it's harder to spot those things. But spotting players is mainly about knowing where to look and knowing what to look for. You know, like the more you play the game, the more you know the map. You know, the more you know where to look for the players and where they're likely to be. You know, people are creatures of habit. They're very rarely in strange new places. They're more often than not in the same Overwatch tree. Like even at Mishkino tents, there's one tree that people go in way more than all the others. So you always want to check that particular tree a bit more carefully than the other trees. You know. Give me a mag. Fuck me dead. I think it was a bit of a gamble not taking that AS Val, but I'll be fucked if I want like an AS Val and half a mag full or something. And then I go to the next base and find an M16 mag or an AK-101 mag. That's going to really piss me off, so I think I'm doing the right thing. Experience and map knowledge definitely helps, Chief. Definitely. Heli crash would be nice.
Can the word murder be used if you kill an animal? Guys, help. I don't know. Dictionary might help. I think it depends on the context. Can you recommend a few vanilla servers? Well, if you want true vanilla, on official, obviously you've got all the official servers. On community servers, the only one that's true vanilla, the really true vanilla, is Spaggy. That's it, as far as I know. Like, if you want true vanilla, then Spaggy, Chernarus, and Livonia are truly vanilla. There aren't hundreds of community servers running solely vanilla, though. You know, they're not that common. Spaggy servers do get populated, like in peak times, Europe, over the weekends and evenings. They get very, very full, so they're available if you want to play them. It looks like no convoy again. I almost feel like the convoys have been turned off on this server. It's so weird. I haven't seen a convoy in days. Like, and I checked so many spots. Sure there was an M16 mag on the first Humvee. I don't think there was, Jack. I'm annoyed if there was. I think the second Humvee definitely had a Vega mag, but it's too late now. I'm not going back, but I didn't see one. Artec Gringo, yeah, we checked that several times over the last few days. We've not seen it there either. The Dusk servers are pretty good, but they're not truly vanilla because they have different base building settings. They have, I think they have slightly less, not vanilla base settings from what I remember, but I don't know about the loot. I didn't know Dusk was loot plus or anything. I thought it was kind of fairly similar, but I haven't played it in a while, to be honest. But they have a couple of slight tweaks to base building. Your new helmet bulletproof? Not really. All of the military helmets offer you some ballistic protection, but none of them are bulletproof. No, they can be the difference between dying and going unconscious. Like, if I got headshotted by an SKS from 200 meters, it would kill me. But if I'm wearing this helmet, it would knock me unconscious and not kill me, kind of thing. You know, so if you get hit in the head by most assault rifles, you're always going to die. But if you're wearing a helmet, you might only go unconscious, which can save your life. Yeah, like I say, Dreamscape, Dusk aren't quite vanilla. I've played on the Dusk servers quite a bit, though. I'm not dissing them. I quite like those servers. But so if you're asking true vanilla, then Spaggy's is true vanilla. Dusk is not true vanilla. It has a couple of slight tweaks to the base building and stuff, right? So it's not... It's very close to vanilla, though. But I'm pretty sure, like somebody's just said, they've got code locks on there, for example. That's not a vanilla feature. I think there's one or two changes in the loot as well, but not much. Very, very similar.
Keep running.
Taverner, yeah, I've been checking convoy and train spots. I'm not checking the train spot up ahead just now. It might be worth a look because we're fairly close. I can keep an eye out over this way. But it's possible the train is here. I'm wanting to go to West Evac, but we could maybe just follow the train track and see if the train's there. It's the next one is the one where the military train would be if it was there. I think it's by these rocks and it's not there though, so if the bridge is on the other side, but we'll just get a bit further, but I don't think it's there. Yeah, that bridge is there where the train would be, and it's not there, so no train. Train on the west side of the river. Nope, that's where the train would be, just there. On the west side of this river, there's no train tracks.
lower down or higher up than... I can't quite... I think I'm lower down than I'm on. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Sauce or gravy? On what? If you're talking about chips, then I like gravy. I like curry sauce, to be fair. If it's from the chippy, I'm quite keen on... I like gravy as well, actually, but I'm normally more curry sauce. I started the day saying I'm going sober, and 8 hours later I bought a bottle of tequila. Oh dear. It's been a bad day then. Will there be another event this year? Pulsar. There is going to be a Lights Out 3-day event, just like the one that's on my YouTube channel, like a 3-day event. There's a 3-part series of it on my YouTube channel right now. So I'm in it with Sour Sweet and Muller Yogurts. And we will be on 14th to the 16th of December, all being well. Can't be bothered to wait. I'm going to run around. Will Sour get his driving license back before the event? He's not driving me in the Lights Out. Fuck that. No way am I getting a car with Sour on the Lights Out. I'm staying on foot. There is a train track here. Sorry, my bad. There is this train track, but there's no train that spawns on this train track. That train there doesn't have a train track. Sorry, doesn't have a train spawn on it. Angry Chair, yeah, he's been in very briefly, but he's got a lot going on IRL at the moment. I think he's doing all right, but he's not been in so much in the streams lately. Yeah, that'll definitely work out well for me as well, Yeltsy. I think Doc is Sour in disguise when he gets in a car. Somewhat ironic that I've only been killed whilst being driven in a car when I'm absolutely fully stacked geared, right? Hey, I'm probably not going to try the day before next week, no. If it comes out on that day, it's meant to be out on the 7th, but like I was just saying, Lights Out is on the 14th. I don't want to start streaming another game the week before the biggest DayZ event of the year. I just don't want to do it, so no, I won't be trying the day before when it comes out. I might try it after Lights Out, but I ain't going to be playing it before. Wow. The Remington is not in vanilla, no. This is not a vanilla server, it's lightly modded. It's still very hard to get gear. I actually would suggest that getting geared on vanilla is a lot easier than getting geared on this server. Finding sniper rifles has been... like, I've been on 6 hours. This is the only 308 rifle I've found, and I have checked loads of places. It's been really hard to get gear. One thing I need to remember is, like, we came here yesterday with Doc. The cars and the buses and all the other things were where all the good loot was. Acid, yeah, I think you might be right. I think the weight of your character might affect how much damage you take. But at the speed that those two guys were going, I'd have died in any kind of condition, I think. They have changed it recently as well, haven't they? You could survive pretty much any car crash not so long ago. You can't do that anymore. Right, if there was somebody there, they're nearly always there. That little bit there, but there's nobody there. I'm not seeing any zombies yet, so I don't think anyone's here. Oh, there's one just spawned in. Two. So I think we're causing these zombies to spawn in. Hi Robo, hope you're good. Wait, I'm surprised we've not seen and heard more this route that we've taken, but I'm quite pleased we have. I dropped the AK-101 before, right? Any money you like. I was talking about AK mags earlier. I don't want one of those either, do I? But I dropped the 101. I've got the FAL and the 74. Well, remember that's there. I may come back for that. Any money you like, I find an AK 101 mag and not the M16. A little bit on edge, to be honest. Doc found 2 guns at this blue truck yesterday. I'm going to check that first. Sure he'd be dead. Damaged. Do I have a cleaning kit? No. Don't want that shit. Knifey booties, I like that. Ah. Finally. Love it when a plan comes together. How does the medieval chestplate rank with the other armours? Worst. It's better for melee, but it's worse for bullets. Left-hand side of the truck, there's a gun. Oh, I'd seen it. I'll have a look in a minute, but anyway, let's just sort this out first. Shouldn't you unload the mag first? I don't think there's really ghost bullets very much at the moment. I'm not experiencing it so much, so hopefully we'll be alright. Possibly I should, but I think it'll be okay.
Back again. Thanks for the entertainment.
Oh, she sounded a bit shrill there, didn't she? Robot lady, that is. Shilly, thank you very much. Back again. She was like she was being held against her will or something. Shilly, Sloppy, thank you very much. Kapler, thank you very much too. Cheers for the new sub and the resub. Do I ever bother with bottle suppressors? I do sometimes, yeah. Depends. I often like the blaze, so. See no gun on the left-hand side of the truck. Not gonna fall for no banana in the tailpipe. I saw that. I was like unhappy about the Cobra sight, but anyway. I don't like the Cobra sight at all. I'm feeling a little bit better about things. The M16 is decent. And there's still a bit of time for us to be finding a foul mag too. Ooh. Well. So on regular vanilla this would be in a gas zone only, but on this server they can spawn out and about, as you can see. All good, Captain.
It's kind of dumb that. It does just get in the way, but I don't mind it. I'm still going to use it. How have we found one of those before a foul mag? That's an LMG mag that in the LMG take Mosin rounds. Oh, come on. Lanny, thank you for the prime. What are you doing? Trying to kill it behind the tent. It's just not playing ball. The reason I'm trying to kill it behind the tent is, alright, I can get killed from either side, but I'm not in line from up here, which is most often where people go to Overwatch from, but it doesn't make any difference anyway. TTSKO. Right, I'd like a foul mag, please. Give me the foul mag. I think we'd best go and get the foul now. I'm not going to be coming back this way, I don't think. The vest. There might be something else there. There's a gun. No, a gun or a shovel. I can't really tell. I'm going to quickly grab this and then we'll go back and have a look. Annie and Shilly, thanks again, guys. Cheers for the support. What was that under the Humvee? It was a TTSKO jacket, which is why I was singing TTSKO. SAV-58, that is good. Look, with a mag as well. That's like an AKM, but it takes no buttstocks or anything. But I'd rather use the M4, so we're going to leave that one. Which probably means I can drop the mag and the bullets, because I don't want those either. There's a pistol suppressed there, but I dropped the Glock. You can't drop the Glock. Can't drop the Glock. I did. Oh, what's that one? What's that? Oh, that's a big boy. Look at that. Oh, fucking it. That go on the SAV-58. That could make... Oh, bollocks. I'm not going to do it. I'm not checking it anyway. It probably does go on the SAV-58, but I don't want it. I don't want it. It'll get me killed because it'll be higher recoil and then I'll regret it. So I'm going to leave it. This server's been full the whole time I've been in it, by the way. It's been full with a queue. So we've been, depending on which way you look at it, we've been lucky or unlucky to not bump into more players. For most of this life, I'd say we've been lucky not to bump into players. Sure that truck doesn't spawn anything. Heading on to the convoy. I checked the convoy near Moschino. There isn't a convoy near here. I have to go to Cinestock for that. I can't find a convoy for love nor money today. I might check the Cinestock one in a minute, but convoys have been really tricky. I don't even know if they're on the server the way I've checked so many spawns. I've not found one. I don't know how many. I must have checked 30 or so convoy spawns in the last week on this server. I've not seen a convoy. Mag in the green car. Which one was the green car? Oh, almighty, I don't even see a green car. Yeah, I checked the Cinestock one several times lately. M16 mag in the back of the green car. Well, I definitely want it. Back in the parking lot. Okay, I'll check. The gas station has milli loot. I already checked that, Hutch. That's where I got the mag that I've got in the M16. Sorry, the M4. That's the green car. There's a green car there as well. I'll check this one. If it's not there, I'm off. There's that. There's no mag that I can see. That's a knife sheath. I saw that. Yeah, I give up. I'm going to get myself killed. Hi, I'm Cooper. If you're in, dude, I hope you're good. How's the? I've not seen your message, but I see someone else saying hello. Topper, how you doing as well, by the way? How's the editing going? I'm sure it's all done, and the draft is winging its way to me right now. It was a KAM mag. Well, I don't need that. Fyodoriku, thank you for the sub on YouTube's Nappy, Dave, and Bubby. Thank you as well. Nothing like starting my day off watching 20 hours of TRMZ videos with some TRMZ. Well, I hope you've already watched them. It's fucking Wednesday. No, what day is it today? I don't even know. It's Wednesday. It should be done watching now. You should be editing, dude. It's Thursday for you, for fuck's sake. It needs to be done. Never mind watching the content. Is it a common thing to shoot a zombie at the end of a looting zone? Posey, probably not, but if you're going to shoot, it's better to do it just as you're about to run away, right? So, like that shot, if there's people going looking to investigate, I'm now gone, aren't I? You know, so we should be in the clear. The final 20 hours only feels like 17. Fucking hell. Big Daddy, we just got the M4 at this base, so M4s are not gas zones on this server. Stream looks really nice. Thank you, Donutter. It might look slightly better still tomorrow with any luck. Might be a dumb question, but do your editors go through your unedited videos? No. Well, I guess no. With the highlights thing that we're doing, that's a good question. That's coming up for Uncuper soon. So he's doing the third of the 5-part series on the unedited. Sorry, on the like 10 years of DayZ thing. Might have a different title on Sunday. I'm going to use a different title for sure. But coming up soon, he's going to start hitting the unedited ones. So, for example, Crazy Chris, which is one of my most popular videos, that was hilarious. The first half an hour of that is hilarious. But trying to get that into the clipped video is going to be tricky as fuck. Uncuper, I don't blame you. My ass ain't highlighting the unedited ones. It'll be worth doing about the first half an hour of Crazy Chris and just getting some funny moments from that. The first half an hour of Crazy Chris, you could watch only that, and it's just all of it is funny. So it'd be worth getting a little bit from that, but I don't blame you. I'd avoid the unedited stuff as well. There's some decent shots in the Kuru Sniper, but I don't think it's worth it. You have to get the philanthropist bit, basically. We have a little conversation about being a philanthropist, and then it becomes our code word. Sorry, Lockie. Nightbot's quite strict on the capitals, but it's all good. Best DayZ videos are the ones from Daniel from SL. Interesting, Bison. I guess it's all subjective. I really like Daniel from SL. I think he's cool. I think my favourite all-time DayZ video is Mr. Moon, personally, but I like Daniel from SL is hilarious, and he has the magic touch on YouTube. He doesn't release a video for like ever, and then he releases one and it gets crazy views. He has this magic touch. He's just good videos. He is a funny fucker. He's actually in the past been in this stream a few times, believe it or not. He's watched the stream a few times. Because obviously he's done DayZ quite a bit, but... Yeah, the longest ruse one. There's a couple when he's doing Rusts as well, where he's telling people that there's an NPC and you can give it a verbal command and they'll follow it, and they're like, there's this guy going chop wood, and he's not doing it. It's fucking hilarious. It is really good. I wonder if we might be worth camping this one, you know. I feel like we might be worth waiting for players on this one. It's a busy area, this. If we wait in the right spot, we might be able to get some killing. Killings would be good. The problem is, from what I remember, that one's actually quite hard to overwatch. It's like everywhere when you're nearby, the ground is blocking you. Will, dude, thanks for the subbing. I appreciate it. Cheers for becoming a member on YouTube. Tonka, thank you for the 17 months as well. Well, this town isn't really a town, Jay Chaplin. So it looks like a town, but it's only about 5 houses. So the risk with this heli is not the town, it's how close it is to Lopatino, Vavalovo. You'd probably hear that. Oh god, there's wolves there. That wolf is not running at me. Would they be running at another player, do you think? There might be players at the heli. They're also not howling, and I thought they were meant to howl. And the only reason they might not be howling for me is because they're aggroed on somebody already. They're meant to have fixed that bug where you don't hear wolves, right? So that would, in theory, mean that they're barking at someone. They'll end up right on me any second. Do. Oh, I hate this. Yeah, this isn't really a town. Look, it's like 4 or 5 houses and a well. There they are, look. Never seen that before. Running along like the edge of the trees, like 0 fucks given. I think I've got to go to where the wolves were briefly, but I don't fully understand it. Like, unless they're like half a pack of wolves that have been shot and they're running away, but I still don't fully get it. They're just off, look, running away that way. That's weird, isn't it? Yeah, this heli, like I was saying, it's like on the top of a mound. It's like there's nowhere really good to overwatch this heli. It's really well placed for the by the devs in terms of like you could be prone at that heli and nobody would know unless they run up to you, kind of thing. I presume actually over there would be quite a good spot. Somebody could be in that house. Where I was before is okay. So we here Warn. 16. Defender vest, that's good news. Want that. Pristine defender vest, no less. So that's a modded vest. Someone always asks, so I'll say it already. It's not quite as good as a plate carrier, but it's better than everything else. Yes, foul.
TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
I wonder if we can come over here and just wait a minute. If we get near one of these houses, I haven't got crazily long left to stream, so I'm wondering, like, we've got to that quite quick. Maybe I can wait and see if somebody comes to the heli. Maybe we can shoot some fuck. Shit. I want to go that way. I prefer to camp where I can go if I need to, you know. Perfect. Have I actually seen anyone yet? I got killed about 3.5 hours into the stream. Other than that, it's been really quiet. And like I said before, it's been full all day. It's just been one of those days. Lightly modded with stamina reap. Karma Crew, Day 1, 0. They're all lightly modded with stamina. I don't think I've got the patience for this. I've been here all of about 20 seconds and I'm already bored. The DMR, the green DMR that is in regular DayZ, yeah. The mags I'm getting are DMR mags for a modded DMR that takes Mosin rounds, but the regular DMR is in the regular game, yeah. The M14. Ah, bollocks to this. We ain't gonna see anyone. Maybe we will, but I ain't got the patience to wait. So fuck that. Marky Mark, easy in, easy out indeed, right? Cheers, Birdman. Take it easy, dude. That's a crap sniper spot, mate. I disagree, actually, Luce. I think it's got cover from 3 sides. For first person, that's not a bad spot. The only place you can be seen from is the place you're looking at. I think that wasn't a terrible spot myself, but sometimes taking up a spot is not about having the best spot. It's about having a spot people won't look at, and that's a good spot to be for that. You know? Somebody approaching that heli is not likely to see me there, and they can't see me from most of the ways around, you know? I think you're right, my God. I think you're right. It is a crap spot. Yeah, I see what you mean now, if that's where you were going, yeah. I got the LAR earlier today. Yeah, I see what you mean.
YouTube Shorts is way better in my opinion, mostly in terms of quality of content. Compared to what, Levi? Oh, TikTok. You were talking about TikTok, weren't you? YouTube Shorts and TikTok, it's all the same stuff, believe it or not. Nearly everybody that puts a YouTube Short out, it's also on TikTok as well. If anyone's making shorts, that anyone with any sense is doing TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. They're doing. It's all the same shit. Like if someone's well known on TikTok, they'll be well known on Instagram, and if they do YouTube, they'll be well known on YouTube as well. If you'd be absolutely stupid not to, it's a bit like if you're a Twitch streamer, and YouTube give you Twitch give you the permission to stream on YouTube, and you also have a YouTube channel. You know, you'd be absolutely fucking stupid not to start streaming on there as well because you've got the channel. You know? I don't watch TikTok, but I see a lot of TikTokers on Instagram. It was a crap spot, but a good spot. Yeah, I didn't quite follow. I've only been on 6 hours 50 minutes, but my brain's a bit fried. I know nobody wants to hear it. This is only the 4th day streaming. The streaming's not been bad, but the last few weeks for me in real life have been really, really manic. I've had lots going on. My missus had appointments at the hospital like every day for about 4 days, and it was like a 3-hour round trip plus waiting around. And worse for her because she was the one having the appointments, but she doesn't drive, so I had to do all the driving, which makes that a bit lots of fun for me, you know. $20k viewers, holy, you have more than... Well, I don't have 20k in one go, Moopy. There's 2,800 people on Twitch and some more on YouTube as well, but... I'm doing pretty well on Twitch. Today is a lower viewing day for me. I'm also late now as well. I normally stop late. My peak audience finishes about 9 PM. I'm a bit past my sell-by date time-wise. 20k would be great. I'd love 20k. You know, that'd be amazing. That'd be like summit level or something, wouldn't it? Freund, yeah, all fine. I'll probably talk about it at some point, but I'm not really able to talk about it right now. What time am I on tomorrow? In theory, 2 PM, but I was meant to be on at 2 PM today, and I didn't get on till 3-ish. Greetings from Greece. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Levi, how you doing? Thanks for coming in as well, dude. East Coast of America land. If you pass your test in a Tesla, do you only get an automatic license? Yeah, you would do. Yes, there's no gears, so... I've always said that it makes no sense to pass your test in an automatic car. You'd be far better off going manual, and I still think that's probably the case. But I think manual cars, by and large, are going to be a thing of the past. Pretty much, except for if you're a real car enthusiast and you want like a second car. I think most cars are going to be automatic, and more likely most cars are going to have no gears as well, aren't they? Smoke took some of your viewers. Oh, he's Smoke on now, is he? Well, that's cool. He probably hasn't, believe it or not, although he might have done now. I've just started saying this, but I generally dip a little bit as I get nearer to my end time. My peak audience is between 2 PM and 8-ish PM, maybe getting on for 9, but Smoke is Mr. Nighttime DayZ. I'm Mr. Daytime DayZ, right? I do daytime, he does nighttime. Get a Toyota, they don't have CVT transmissions. I want a Toyota, although I do like them. I played with Smokey, yeah, not for a while, because like today, if he's just started, he's normally starting as I'm ending, or vice versa. So I'm not bothering looting that. I don't want to. I don't need it. I've got the hunting rifle. I don't need anything that's going to be there. There won't be a foul mag or anything.
Would I like a larger scale map? Only if the player count can be increased accordingly, Meaty. Like, there are bigger maps, like Pripyat is huge. Pripyat's the biggest map I've played. Chernobyl, right? It's a lot of fun, but it's really, really big. And like, if you're going to have a really big map, if you're going to get a map that's 50% bigger than Chernarus, you need at least 50% more players. But you also need 50% more points of interest as well, which makes the map really, really complex, you know. So it's no good having just great big open runs and massive spaces, you know. You need a lot of points of interest as well. But a bigger map would be cool, but only if it's got the right players. And I don't think DayZ's in a place to run it at the moment. Right, we're getting close to where the convoy spawns now, I think. This is such a... It's been a really dull run. I've actually enjoyed the stream loads, but the PvP-wise, it's been nothing, has it? Have I got over the guilt from running over that poor lad yesterday? I didn't feel guilty at the time, to be honest. I know that might seem harsh, but I didn't feel guilty. Bigger maps might be fine if cars are more common and you have bicycles. The side effect still is, you're right, you need ways of getting around, but if there's more square footage, you need more players, you know, like you don't need a mansion if you live on your own, you know, like you just get lost. Likewise, you don't need a great big huge shop if you've got no customers, and you don't need a great big huge map if you've only got 60 players. You definitely need more players. In my opinion, not everyone will share it, but if you've got lots more towns and cities and square footage, you need more players to fill it, otherwise it's going to feel dead. This server has been full all day, and even on Chernarus it's felt pretty dead. I know we just heard a shot just now. Yet another convoy spawn check, no convoy. Am I going to watch the new Chicken Run film? Only if the kids want to see it. I watched the original one, it was alright, but I'm not that fussed, if I'm honest. Toyota are great cars, by the way, but I'm leasing mine. If I'm buying a car I want to keep for 8 years, Toyota or Lexus would be the brands I'd probably look at, for sure, amongst a few, but I'm leasing my car. I'm not saying I want it to go wrong, but I've got it for 3 years. It's leased on the business. After 3 years, I'll switch it for something else. I ain't keeping it. I don't need to worry. Hi, Potty. How you doing? Yeah, if you pass in the UK with a, if you pass your driving test in the UK in an automatic car, you're not allowed to drive stick. You have to pass in you have to learn to drive in a manual car and pass your test in a manual. Otherwise, you only get an automatic license. Right, this is Sinistock. Well, I've heard quite a lot of shots in this town, so. Like, not now, I mean, through the course of the last few weeks on this server, I've seen and heard shots in here, this town quite a bit, so just want to stay up here and have a little look out. We did just hear shots at Tissy, but that's fucking miles away from me. 10 past 10. Me. I think Toyota are great. Yeah, I did. When I was looking, I was looking at a Lexus NX for a little while last year, and I actually put a deposit down on one, but then it was delayed so much I got my money back. But I looked at the RAV4. They're quite nice. There is a big difference in them inside between the NX and the RAV4, but in America land they're very small cars. In the UK they're quite big cars, but they're nice. I quite like them. The one thing with Toyotas, and a lot of cars struggle with this, like a lot of the Toyotas and a lot of like Nissans, like Nissan Dukes and Nissan, they're all fucking ugly. You know? I know beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but most brands have got like that design. Like VWs are all a bit plain or whatever. but they're plain, but I don't mind the way they look. They're okay, you know. Most Toyotas and most Hondas and most Nissans, they're all fucking ugly. And I'm sorry to say, I know a lot of people think the Model Y is ugly. I personally quite like the look of it, but it's very subjective. I wouldn't buy a car that like the RAV4. It's just a bit ugly. I wouldn't buy it. It's just a bit ugly. I don't need a like that. And again, it's just that's subjective, right? That doesn't mean other people think it's ugly. I think Fords can be quite nice looking. A lot of Fords look a bit like budget Aston Martins in the UK, don't they? Like the same guy that designed the Aston Martins designed like the last Mondeo, for example. I think Fords kind of look okay until you get in them. I quite like Fords, by the way. I've had a few Fords over the years. One of my favourite cars was a 58 plate Mondeo. I do quite like them, but they're not quite so nice inside for the money compared to a similar spec, say VW. But they're all right. When I look at a Tesla, I see a rolling fire hazard. Rising Jake, that is a very big truth, you know. Those electric cars, when they're on fire, they burn like fuck, you know. Whereas petrol cars, when petrol cars are on fire, they self-extinguish thanks for the petrol. The petrol puts those fires out straight away. Gas-powered cars aren't a fire hazard whatsoever because they've got gas in them and that's not flammable. What happened to the rest of the live videos that were posted? Don, they're still there, but if you have a look if you go to my YouTube channel and click the community tab, there's a little post there talking about it. But I believe that my YouTube live videos are spamming my audience too much, so I put them in a playlist, so they're not going to be there. Like this live stream is being shared to my audience, but as soon as it ends, I'm going to unlist it, and then the only way you'll find it is by going to my channel, clicking the playlist section, and then you'll see all of the live streams on an unlisted playlist. So it's going to cost me, effectively. It'll cost me views, and it'll cost me, in theory, it'll cost me money. But I am really not very keen to spam everybody with 5 streams a week, because then when the video drops, people are not going to realise a video's out because they're just getting spammed all the time by streams. Hyperpro, of course, that's the point, you know, like, yeah, of course, if an electric car sets on fire, it writes it off and it's a problem, but if you have a fire in your car, it's written off, you know, like, I know it's a bit harder to put out, but, like, everyone has a lithium-ion battery in their phone. No one's going, oh, I'm not getting a new phone, it's a fire hazard. What if it sets on fire, you know, like, it's just, I know we've had this conversation a lot, but it's just a silly thing to say, you know, well, I'm not going to get one of those electric cars, it's a fire hazard, whilst typing on a phone that's got the same fucking battery technology in it. They're like, oh god, shock horror, what about that thing you charge up next to your face every night? An iPhone is 1k, an electric car is 40k. That's not why people say they don't want 1T sticks. They are quite expensive, but like, if you want an equivalent VW Tiguan that's got vaguely the same spec, it costs more than a Model Y. You know, they aren't. A Model Y is not a luxury car. It's a nice car, and it compares okay to, say, a VW Tiguan. But a VW Tiguan with anything near the same spec, but diesel, is the same cost as or more as a Model Y now. Jeremy, yeah, I might do, dude. Yeah, I might get a coal-powered PC. Whopper, well, I'm comparing diesel and petrol to the electric equivalent. That's the point, right? Like, electric cars are considered expensive, but if you compare like for like, they're getting closer, you know, like my Model Y is not the entry-level one, but it cost me 48 and a bit £1,000. I'm leasing it, so I didn't pay that money. I'm leasing it, but Like, if you wanted a VW Tiguan that was anywhere near as quick, it was four-wheel drive, it had the same specs, it had the same, like, courtesy lights, had the same specs all round. You wouldn't get that for a great deal less, and it wouldn't be as quick, and it would be diesel, and it would sound like a tractor. Which Haribo do I like the best? The purple gummy bear. The purple gummy bear is orgasmic. I can't believe they're not selling them as like a packet of just purple gummy bears. They're amazing. Right, we did hear shots at Tissy, and that helicopter is right by Tissy, so we might as well go and have a look. Meaty Pie, they don't have to replace all of them, do they? That's not... I'm not suggesting they will, by the way, but... there will be certain circumstances where they won't be any use, of course, yeah. Does my Tesla come with a fire extinguisher? No. It didn't annoy me, Hyperpro, it's all good. Are you telling me you don't want your car to be a tractor? Pretty much, Lockie, yeah. Florida, you're confusing me for someone that gives a fuck about the environment. You know, I do care about the environment, but I didn't get my EV to save the whale. I do care about the environment, but I didn't choose it because of that. I got it because it gave me tax breaks. So... In the UK, if you have a company car, the tax is really high, but if you have an EV, the tax is really low. So they're incentivizing you as a company to lease electric cars by making the tax really, really low. So I have an EV solely because it was the best way for me to get a company car. So I don't really give a shit. And by the way, you're confusing our national grid for other countries' national grid. We're not perfect over here, but a lot of our power now is gradually becoming from renewables. It's not all coal and gas. We don't burn much coal in the UK. It's not perfect, but at least 30% nowadays is coming from renewables, and it's going up all the time. It's still no good though, but that's by the by. I didn't buy it to save the environment at all. I bought it because it's the best way for me to get a company car. I guess if you're some rich dude in America that wants to be good for the environment, then you'll probably get solar panels on your house as well, won't you? So the ones that are trying to do it to save the whale or whatever, they're probably getting solar power, and then they're charging it on that, and then they're getting in their private jet and going on holiday. It's probably what's happening. Whoa! I think that's 308. No, I don't want that one. Might have the scope though. Actually, really surprised it's not been
Cheers
looted.
from Spain.
Nunez, dude, thank you for the 3 months. Really appreciate it. Fred, sorry it's took me a while. 20 minutes no less, but dude, thank you for the very long reason. Oligarch, thank you for the resub. Pat Swed, thank you as well. Guys, I ain't really got a great deal of time left, but I'll be fucked if I'm not going to have a quick look at Tissy just to see if there's anyone to shoot at. So we might as well do that. I'm just going to go this way briefly because then we might spot the convoy. Might be round past the convoy already, actually, but let's just go towards Tissy. Fuck it. I dropped the mag for the LMG, but yeah, that mag that I dropped, it's for a gun I'm never going to get, and even if I found one, I probably wouldn't take it. I dropped the LMG mag, but that LMG mag, like Mosin LMGs, you can't put scopes on them. So it's an LMG that takes Mosin rounds. It's incredibly high recoil. You can only tap fire it. I'd probably rather have a FAL or a DMR or even an M14 in most scenarios. They're really not very good. They're not very usable in situations. I'm streaming tomorrow, Melon, and then I'll be off Friday and Saturday. So I should be on tomorrow about 2 PM, and then after that I'll be on at 8 AM for 16 hours in aid of Alzheimer's Research UK. So I'll be fundraising on Sunday. How does fundraising work? Basically, I stream for 16 hours and I have a link to a Just Giving like charity page, and then I ask everyone to support the fundraising while I stream for 16 hours for a good cause, and then people get behind it, and I put some money in as well. It won't be crazily large, but I'll put in a fair bit. You know, I don't know what it will be yet. Quite worked it out, but anyway, last year, as a group of us all together, we raised £31,500 for dementia research. Hopefully this year we can try to beat that. Will Robot Lady alerts be off for the charity stream? I haven't got that far. The one thing, just pre-warning for anyone that comes in on the charity stream, the alerts are very, very loud, and I can't do much about it. So prepare for loud alerts that annoy people. Also prepare for an impending death here, I suspect. At least we heard a shot. That's got to be at the tents, isn't it? Let me work out exactly where I am. I've kind of come a bit of a funky way today. I don't know if that shot was at the tents or if it was just over there. It's hard to know for sure. I would guess the tents, but I don't know for definite. I'm a little bit over time here, so if I can get a kill, great. If I can't find someone in about 5 or 10 minutes, I'm afraid I'm done. So we'll try and find this dude shooting, but if I don't find him fairly sharpish, that'll probably be me done. Stefan, dude, thank you for the tip.
Thank you.
Dude, thank you. Cheers for the support, and thank you very much. I think the shot was more than likely at the tents, but I don't really... Captain zombie down there. I don't want to go that way. That one looks like it's aggroed. It has been aggroed. I don't think the shots were here. There's no dead Zeds.
It's time to start running!
Have a look. Go this way. Maybe they're over this side. Jake, thanks for coming in. Jake Jacobson, cheers for coming in, dude. How did that shot not aggro all the zombies? Because if he fired it over here, I didn't get the line very well, but if he fired it over here, it wouldn't aggro Zeds from the tent. Also, I've just turned up, so now let's say there's only me and him. He's got some zombies. As I enter the area, I'm going to cause more zombies to spawn in as well. Hope he's not underneath me. It could have been a single shot at one of the Zeds in the trees as well. It could have been any. I didn't really get a good steer for where the shot was. That fucking gash could be right on us. Barrack door's closed. Ellie. I don't really want to go to that heli. He might go for that, but it depends where the fucker is. He might have not heard it. If he's a bit more that way, he probably won't have heard it. It's a long way back towards Sinistock as well.
Please don't die in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Well, I'd like not to, but I am running out of time. I said to my missus I would finish at 10 to 10:30 at the latest. 10:25, so... I know, it's not like she'll hold me to it and run me over hot coals or anything, but... I'm about due for the day. We could maybe carry this character on tomorrow if I don't get him killed, which would be kind of nice, really, but... I would really like some action. I've been trying my best. We've been to quite a lot of military bases. When is the event with Muller and South? 14th and 15th and 16th of December. Yeah, I do remember that, yeah. Yeah, no stray barrack. Stray barrack for me. Enties, thank you very much for the... Declan, thank you. Capta wins? I can't... Captism wins? Oh, fuck knows how to read that, dude. But, dude, thank you very much for the... 2 sub. Captain Azen wins. I don't know if that's right, but I think I'm close. That's as close as I'm getting, anyway. If he's going for the heli, I probably missed my chance to catch him at the heli now, I suppose, but... Much like me earlier, if there was a guy here and he fired, you have to think he'd probably only shoot as he was leaving. Captain Zombie down. Right, fuck this. I can't see anyone. I'm going to quickly check the heli. See if we can find someone at the heli, and if I don't find anyone there, I'm afraid that's it for today, and we'll save this character for tomorrow. I'd really like to get a kill or two. I feel like we've earned a chance at a decent firefight, but they ain't, and there's no fuckers here. Cheers, Dirty. Take it easy, dude. Thanks for coming in. Coffee, yeah. The stream quality on YouTube is definitely better today. That's not a boast. I've put quite a bit into it. I did a test stream before today's stream to try and get it right, and it's using the VP9 codec, which is the big deal for YouTube. So this is 1080p, about as good as I can make it look on YouTube. The only thing that I might be able to do for tomorrow potentially is make it 1440p. So tomorrow on YouTube we might be having a little try at that as well. Helen, you can go and check out me playing Scum on the live stream, or actually on Twitch. I highlighted me playing Scum, so you can see just the Scum gameplay. I enjoyed it a lot, actually. I enjoy it every time. The only thing stopping me playing it more is two things. One, I'm a DayZ fanboy, and I do prefer DayZ. And two, the main reason, if I'm honest, it would be a really cool thing to be playing once or twice here and there as a breakup, have a bit of a rest, but there's so much depth to it. It's going to take me hundreds of hours to get up to speed on it. And I just haven't been asked to invest those hundreds of hours. There are no zombies there. Kind of strange. Vortex, I played Tarkov a few times. I get bored of Tarkov. I played Tarkov to mid-level 40s, getting on to 50 a couple of times. Once the traders are unlocked and the hideouts all finished, I get bored. It's really good PvP, but once you don't care whether you escape or you don't, I lose the... Like, if this character gets shot at, I'm really going to care whether this character lives or dies, because it's taken me 3 or 4 hours to get the gear and to invest the time and whatnot. So every time you're in a firefight in DayZ, it always matters. But for me in Tarkov, once the hideout's making me rubles and I've got the 50 graphics cards and all the other things, you know, it then feels like you've got a Tamagotchi, and I just don't enjoy it, you know. Like, you have to, you're like, oh, I'm not going to play Tarkov for 6 days. Oh shit, I'd better log in after 2 days to collect my Bitcoin. Otherwise, I'm not getting my money's worth. You know, like, it becomes like a fucking cyber pet. You have to keep logging in to top up your hideout with fuel and take your Bitcoins. And oh, I lost a load of gear last night. I better go and check my insurance. At some point, it just starts fucking me off. I haven't looked at Arena yet, but maybe I don't think it's fully out yet. But that might be fun. I might try that. That's my own opinion, though. Tarkov's a much more popular game than DayZ, so I'm not suggesting like it's not a popularity contest. But Tarkov is a really popular game. I just get fucked off with it, and those are mostly the reasons, you know. Like, Fortnite is a much more popular game than Tarkov. It doesn't mean it's better, you know? It's very subjective, of course. There was movement at the shed I looked at. Yeah, it was anti-aliasing. I saw it. It's nothing. It's nothing to worry about anyway. The red shed with the corrugated door. It was like shimmering with anti-aliasing. It wasn't a player. Sometimes the textures of things can go a bit funky. Young Prune, McHuge, thank you very much, both of you, for the support. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Lonesome, I enjoyed the team up with Doc. I think he probably felt a bit shit about the death, but it's all good. At least we didn't shoot each other. We didn't get a lot of action, actually. It was a shame, but I'm going to be a bit careful of the gas there. The helicopter crash site is just the other side of the valley here. I doubt we're going to see players there, but you never know. Shapes, I've been close to players a lot, like you say. I'm 15 minutes behind or 20 minutes ahead. It can go that way on Chernarus. It's been... One sec. This server's... I shouldn't really say, but people likely already... There's 80 people in this server. It's got 80 people in it right now. Yeah, I can't find anyone. But that's the thing with DayZ. It's such a big map. Like, even with 80 players in it, you can still struggle. When will the stream start tomorrow? Approximately 2 PM. Sounded like a bear. Oh, there it is. A bit higher. That's why I was kind of cutting up the corner a bit. It's a bit higher than I thought. There's another one over that way somewhere. A bit betwixt and between. Really doing my best to keep an eye out for players. These trees, these in particular, those ones, that really, if someone's running in those, you could look right at them and not know. My luck, I'll go to it in a moment. And we heard someone shooting at Tissy. The chances of there being somebody here would seem pretty good, but maybe by going to check the other area first, I missed them. I don't even know what I really want to find here, to be honest, but we might as well have a look while we're here. BG's. Doesn't get that dark on this server, but still pretty good.
This tree here would be a pretty decent overwatch spot for that, I think. I think you'd do well to get spotted in this. Even as they ran over to look, I think you'd probably be pretty well. You could probably just go prone in this tree. Maybe not, might not be able to go prone. But this one's pretty decent. I don't think the dude that fired at Tissy heard the heli, and if he did, I don't think he came. Alright, I give up. Why are there no zombies at the heli? Zombies don't spawn at the heli straight away very often, Yossarian. Even on vanilla. Sometimes they're very, very quick. Sometimes they're a bit slower. Excuse me. It's a lot to do with the zombie limits on the server. So, on vanilla, there's the maximum amount of zombies there can possibly be is 1,000. And if you're playing on a 60-pop server, sometimes it hits the maximum zombie count. And so helis can't have any zombies. But if you're playing on a modded server and maybe they reduce the maximum zombie count to 800 and also increase the player count to 80, it makes it far more likely because you've got more players, which causes more zombies to spawn in, and the zombie count is lower in total. So the chances of being zombies at heli on some community servers is a touch lower because the zombie cap gets hit more often, if that makes sense. Jerome, thank you for the 3 months. McHuge, thank you again. Guys, that's it for me today. Thank you for coming in. There's many streamers you can watch. Thank you very, very much for coming in. I'm not going to do a raid. It seems a bit weird doing a raid when I'm on both Twitch and YouTube. But I think if Smoke is streaming, Smoke is on right now. So go and check him out. I'd go and check out Smoke. But I'm not going to do an actual raid because I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. And it's a bit weird to try and close two down and one's raiding and one's not. It has the propensity for me to fuck it up. So go and watch Smoke. He's on right now, I believe. Cheers for coming in, guys. Like I say, there's many people you can watch. Cheers for watching me. I'll be back again tomorrow, 2 p.m. there or thereabouts. Have a good one, guys. Take it easy. Catch you next time. Love you. Bye.